For years he had fought across the land of Isgard, purging evil, and bringing peace to a world drowning in chaos. Yet none of that earned him gratitude to everyone there. He remained a cursed mage, a wielder of forbidden darkness. With his mission finally complete, he stood before the goddess who had summoned him. He had fulfilled his side of the agreement. Now it was her turn. All he wanted was a ticket back to Earth. The goddess attempted to convince him to stay longer, but Minjin had absolutely no interest in doing any more work. For her, he had already made up his mind. He wanted to return home and finally enjoy the Korean fried chicken he had spent years dreaming about. Unfortunately, the goddess knew nothing about fried chicken, the internet, or any of the things he actually missed. Eventually she gave in. The teleportation ritual began. As the magic circle activated, she removed the saint's protection that had always prevented Minjin from turning his powers against her. Once that safeguard vanished, only one final step remained. She intended to strip away his dark magic before sending him home. But Minjin had anticipated this moment long ago. Without hesitation, he betrayed the goddess. Using his own dark magic, he created a dimensional gateway and secured his powers for himself. Before she could take them away, the goddess could do nothing but watch as he escaped through the portal, leaving behind an extremely furious blonde deity, grinding her teeth in frustration. Moments later, Minjin appeared back inside his room. The first thing he did was grab his phone, after spending years trapped in what felt like the nightmare world of dungeon. Powerfighter simply holding it again felt amazing. He was thrilled to be home. Then he noticed something strange. No signal, no internet. At the same time, a military unit prepared for an operation. The soldiers questioned Corporal Choi In-ho about why ordinary troops were being deployed. On a mission like this, In-ho was just as confused as they were, telling them to ask the administrative officers instead. As far as he knew, corporals weren't trusted with classified information. After giving the signal, the unit moved out. For Minjin, 2 years had passed since the day he was summoned, and the memory still irritated him. Every time it crossed his mind. Thanks to autosync, his phone still functioned, but there was nobody he could contact. As he stepped outside, something felt wrong. There was no Wi-Fi, stores were closed. The entire neighborhood felt strangely lifeless. Meanwhile, the military unit suddenly spotted a man casually walking through the restricted zone. Their attention immediately locked onto him. Minjun, however, was too busy complaining about what a miserable place Isgard had been. The soldiers couldn't understand why someone was wandering around there, and they wondered where the security personnel were supposed to be. They called out to him. Minjun looked surprised at first, then casually assumed they were trainees. He explained that he was only passing through. Before the conversation could continue, panic erupted. The soldier suddenly screamed. A monstrous creature was charging directly toward him. Minjun turned his head and found himself staring at a grotesque wolf, lunging through the air. The soldiers desperately shouted for him to dodge. The beast looked ready to rip him apart. Mingjun, on the other hand, looked more annoyed than afraid. He couldn't understand why such a pathetic creature had chosen this moment to appear. As he reached for his power, however, his expression changed instantly. Nothing happened. No demonic energy, no dark magic, not even the faintest response. For the first time since returning, he realized something was seriously wrong. With no powers available, he resorted to the only thing left. His body, the wolf, crashed into him. A second later, Minjin grabbed it with his bare hands and smashed it into the ground with overwhelming force. The impact left a visible crater. The soldiers could only stare. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. The sheer physical strength on display was enough to make them pale. Looking directly into the monster's eyes, Minjin refused to accept defeat. Even if he had become weaker, even if his dark powers were gone, there was no chance he would lose to a creature like this. The moment triggered an old memory. He remembered the brutal warrior who had forced him through endless training, making him lift enormous boulders as though his life depended on it. Oddly enough, the memory felt nostalgic. Still, one question bothered him. Why was a monster like this roaming Earth? Just as he prepared to question the soldiers, he realized they already looked terrified enough. Later, inside a military jeep, the soldiers struggled to understand why this strange man had slammed the wolf into the ground with such excessive force. One of them even remarked that actions like that could land someone in prison, but their commander had already ordered everyone to stop making a fuss over it. Eventually, one soldier asked whether Minjun genuinely had no idea what was happening in the world. Minjun carefully avoided revealing the truth. Instead, he claimed he wasn't familiar with the area. In reality, he wasn't even certain this was still the Korea. He remembered 2 years had disappeared from his life, and he had no idea what had happened during that time. He recalled the period when dungeons first began appearing back then. Giant monsters emerged alongside them, creating chaos everywhere. Humanity had struggled desperately, but another force had appeared as well. The awakened individuals, who possessed abilities far beyond ordinary humans. Together with the Hunter Corps, they had rapidly pushed back the monster threat. Before Minion had been dragged away by that troublesome goddess, civilian areas were relatively safe from major dangers. Suddenly, something about Dungeon Powerfighter crossed his mind. He checked his signal again. Then he realized something. The servers might not be completely gone. Instead of relief, the discovery irritated him. After everything he had suffered through, this was the situation waiting for him at home. More than anything, he wanted to know whether he could still play Dungeon Powerfighter, the network. However, continued refusing to cooperate, earning several frustrated curses from him. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers found Minjun's act increasingly suspicious. The man claimed to know nothing, despite behaving as if he came from another era. After witnessing his strength, the soldier became convinced there was far more to him than he was revealing. Then Minjun abruptly asked a question. Did game developers still exist? Before anyone could react, he followed it up with another. Were people still evacuating safely? Were game companies still operating? Had all the buildings been destroyed? What about server storage facilities? He kept firing off questions, desperate to understand why everything looked so different. The soldier finally decided to explain. With obvious pride he mentioned, earning top grades in monster theory and dungeonology. During university, that statement alone shocked Minjun. The idea that universities now taught subjects like that felt completely ridiculous. The soldier explained that experts in the field were still uncommon, which made quality instructors difficult to find. Then he began describing what had happened. About 2 years earlier, the dungeon phenomenon suddenly intensified. Dungeons started appearing more frequently, they expanded faster, and the number of giant monsters continued increasing. Without end, eventually, the creatures began breaking into the human world. On a massive scale, the military fought back relentlessly, but the situation gradually spiraled beyond their control. Some civilian regions had to be completely restricted. Since then, the army had thrown every available resource into containing the disaster. Yet manpower shortages remained a constant problem. Throughout the entire explanation, Minjun focused on exactly one thing. The soldier still hadn't answered the question he actually cared about: could he play Dungeon Powerfighter or not? When the topic shifted to age, Minjun casually revealed he was 21. The answer immediately caught the soldier's attention. At that age, enlistment should have been right around the corner. The soldier warned him that a huge portion of his 20s was about to disappear into military service. Minjun froze. He remembered that Hunter Corps members served 5 years, while ordinary soldiers only served 3. The soldier quickly corrected him. Under the current circumstances, every military branch served 5 years. No exceptions. If Minjun was truly 21, then he should have already received his enlistment notice. The realization hit him like a truck. He had returned expecting to relax for a while, and finally enjoy Dungeon Powerfighter. Instead, reality immediately dragged him into chaos. The entire situation felt impossible to process, and the thought of losing 5 more years of his life, before even managing to reconnect to the game servers, was enough to make his brain feel like it was melting. Without warning, a notification from the military Manpower Administration pops up. On Minjun's phone, his enlistment order has arrived. Not next month. Not next week, tomorrow. For a moment, he just stares at the screen, completely dumbfounded. The timing feels almost suspicious. It makes him wonder if the military has started firing enlistment notices at people the instant they become eligible. The soldier beside him can't help laughing. According to him, the administration has always pulled stunts like this. That explanation does absolutely nothing to calm Min Jun down. His patience evaporates on the spot, as he demands to know how anyone can be drafted without even taking a physical examination first. A soldier reminds him that manpower shortages have become a serious issue. These days, physical evaluations are often handled directly at the training center. As for the enlistment notice, he figures Minjun probably just noticed it late. Still, he suggests visiting the PC room near the evacuation center before reporting in. The suggestion triggers an old memory. After his parents disappeared, games became the thing that filled the emptiness in his life. Then, while he was still a lonely high school senior, he was suddenly dragged away to Isgard, humanity's forgotten paradise. Back in the present, Minjun finds himself sitting inside a PC room. The moment Dungeon Powerfighter loads up, he nearly tears up the familiar screen. The familiar controls, the familiar atmosphere, everything feels exactly the way he remembered it. For the first time since returning, genuine happiness spreads across his face. He quietly appreciates whoever kept this place running, despite the world's ongoing crisis. At this point, He's practically ready to worship the owner. Then out of nowhere, he orders a hot dog. The waitress can only stare in confusion, wondering how much food this guy plans to consume. After spending hours immersed in the game, Minjin finally returns to reality. A lingering doubt remains in his mind. He still needs proof that everything he has heard is true. So he starts digging through online news articles. The reports are grim. Monster-related damages have risen by 48%. Compared to the previous year, the Hunter Corps is focusing heavily on civilian protection as attacks continue increasing, while government agencies struggle to find effective solutions. The more he reads, the more the soldier's story starts making sense. Even the enlistment notice suddenly feels completely believable. Tomorrow, that single word keeps echoing in his mind. Mingjun can't help imagining how different things would be if he still possessed the power he once wielded in Insgard with his former abilities. Clearing every dungeon in the country would have been a trivial task, but his body remains empty. The demonic energy that once fueled his dark magic is gone, drained, silent, missing. Even so, he isn't entirely discouraged. The physical strength he retained is still absurd. By normal standards, maybe that alone is enough. As the thought crosses his mind, a dangerous grin slowly spreads across his face. The atmosphere around him shifts. People nearby instinctively glance over, unsettled by whatever kind of madness it is brewing inside this strange man. Then Minjin starts laughing. If nobody else can solve the problem, maybe he'll just handle it himself. The next day arrives with a snack in hand. Minjin casually walks into the recruit training center. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere surrounding him, he seems oddly excited. Families are saying emotional goodbyes. Future soldiers look nervous about what's ahead. Meanwhile, Minjin looks like he's showing up to a social event. Soon an announcement orders all recruits to gather in the auditorium. As he heads inside, he quietly wonders whether military life could possibly be tougher than surviving Isgard. The answer doesn't seem convincing. Inside the auditorium, the instructors immediately begin barking orders. Move faster, stand straight, keep your eyes forward, stop dragging your feet. The recruits are pushed forward relentlessly, as commands rain down from every direction. Oddly enough, Minjin finds the instructor surprisingly polite. Compared to the lunatic who trained him in Isgard, these men practically feel gentle. After the chaos settles, the battalion commander steps forward. He asks anyone who applied to the Hunter Corps, but failed selection to raise their hand. The commander explains that the gap between the Hunter Corps and regular military service is enormous. Hunter Corps personnel start with a salary of 3 million. That statement instantly grabs attention. When nobody responds, the commander appears ready to move on. Then he notices one volunteer, Kim Min-jong. Being called forward feels like the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Min-jong launches himself into the air. The force alone leaves a crater where he was standing. A heartbeat later, he lands beside the commander. As smoothly as if nothing unusual happened, the entire auditorium freezes. Every eye locks onto him. Several jaws practically hit the floor. Standing proudly, Minjin introduces himself and declares his intention to join the Hunter Corps. Far away in the past, within the forgotten canyon of Isgard's northern territories, countless dark caves stretched across the mountains. That place taught Minjin a brutal truth. Being a dark mage was suffering without an end. The class possessed terrifying power, but the price was equally terrifying. Once their source of energy ran dry, everything fell apart. Unlike ordinary mages, dark mages couldn't simply recover over time. Their demonic energy had to be replenished through battle, specifically by killing monsters. Even then, trying to restore energy, while simultaneously spending it, was painfully inefficient. To make matters worse, Minjin could never secure trustworthy companions. The reputation of dark mages was simply too terrible. If he ever exhausted his reserves, in the middle of a dungeon, death would quickly follow. At one point he even found himself asking what the most efficient method of restoring demonic energy might be. Unfortunately, there was nobody around to answer, only monster corpses. The loneliness became so overwhelming that he jokingly wondered whether everyone else in the world had already died. Then he heard something moving behind him. The source soon revealed itself. Arachnist, the hidden boss of the Forgotten Canyon. The enormous spider emerged from the darkness, while Minjin casually wondered if perhaps the dungeon boss would finally answer his question. Honestly, he was almost grateful. The boredom had become unbearable. The moment Arachnist noticed the remains of her offspring scattered across the ground. An ear-piercing screech echoed through the canyon. Minjin barely reacted instead. He casually mocked her foul breath and suggested silence might be preferable. Then he punched her directly in the face. According to him, her answer was incorrect. The real answer was much simpler. Maximum strength. As demonic energy exploded around him, Minjin concluded That overwhelming force solved nearly everything. At that point in his life, the man known in Isgard as Meinold had already reached the absolute peak of dark magic. All of that happened 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name and instructs him to wait until representatives from the Hunter Corps arrive. Minjin doesn't mind at all. In fact, he's secretly delighted. A battalion commander is personally making coffee for him. That's not exactly something he expected to experience. Today, curious, the commander asks why Minjin wants to join the Hunter Corps. In the first place, the question is understandable. After all, many awakened individuals have recently been leaving the Hunter Corps. Despite possessing valuable abilities, the situation outside continues deteriorating. Danger is increasing. Most people want safer positions. Minjin simply smiles. He explains that he has business inside the dungeons. The answer leaves the commander speechless. Then the man bursts into laughter, assuming it must be a joke. He even reassures Minjin that nobody plans to charge him for damaging the auditorium floor. What he doesn't realize is that Minjin is completely serious. Throughout Korea, all dungeons fall under military control. The Hunter Corps receives priority access to investigate them and eliminate monster threats. Promotion depends almost entirely on ability. Someone powerful enough can rise through the ranks at incredible speed. To Mingjun, that sounds perfect. Joining the Hunter Corps means gaining legal access to dungeons, and inside, those dungeons are monsters. Monsters mean demonic energy. Demonic energy means recovering his lost power. His imagination immediately starts running wild. He pictures himself racing through the ranks, recovering his former strength, reaching the highest levels, clearing dungeon after dungeon. Within 5 years, he can practically see himself becoming a 10-star hero, while earning mountains of money and public admiration. By then Dungeon, Power Fighter might even release its fourth awakening. The thought alone nearly makes him laugh. Just then a Hunter Corps sergeant named Lee Sun-ho arrives and reports to the commander. The commander greets him warmly. Before introducing Minjun, watching the interaction leaves Minjun stunned. A battalion commander is speaking to a sergeant with an unexpected level of respect. Sun-ho immediately gets to the point. He asks whether Minjun possesses special abilities. If he is a natural hunter, he should have access to a status window. To verify it, Sun-ho requests that he read his information aloud. Minjun can't help wondering whether every Hunter Corps member is this aggressive. Still, he complies. Thinking back, he remembers having a status window in Isgard as well. He rarely paid attention to it, since it mostly displayed numbers and statistics. Now he finds himself genuinely curious about how the system works. On Earth, the window appears, and the moment it does, his expression changes. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Sun-ho immediately asks what he sees. Minjun forces an awkward smile onto his face. After a nervous laugh, he reveals that the status window is displaying an error message. The response completely catches Sun-ho off guard. His expression stiffens instantly, as though his brain has momentarily stopped functioning. Elsewhere, at the Hunter Corps Training Center in Gyeonggi Province, a battalion commander greets a familiar face. The last time he saw her was in On. 10 years have passed since then. He admits, he never expected their reunion to happen here. The woman standing before him is Sun-yun Seo. She quickly corrects him. She's not a hunter yet. She's only a new recruit who enlisted today. Even so, one concern immediately comes to mind. She asks whether she was called in because of her father's influence, making it clear that she has absolutely no interest in receiving special treatment during training. The commander quickly waves away her concern, assuring her that General Sun's reputation has nothing to do with this meeting. No special treatment is waiting for her, and no shortcuts exist within the Hunter Corps. If anything, her father had probably already warned her how unforgiving the organization could be. Still, the commander admits he wanted to meet her before training swallowed up all her free time. A recruit with her reputation, choosing to enlist as an ordinary soldier instead of entering through a privileged position, wasn't something he saw every day. People like her were always needed. So speaking both as a soldier and as a citizen, he sincerely thanked her. Yuno immediately looked uncomfortable under the praise, but she politely expressed her gratitude anyway. At that moment, a vehicle rolled into the facility. The commander smiled and mentioned that an interesting recruit had just arrived. He suggested they go greet him together, a proposal that caught Yuno completely by surprise. Meanwhile, Minjin was busy admiring the Hunter Corps training center. The place was enormous. The sheer size of the facility made him wonder how much taxpayer money had been poured into it. Naturally, the very first thing he asked wasn't about training or combat. He wanted to know whether there was a PC room. Sun-ho immediately looked unimpressed. He warned Minjin not to get ahead of himself. He wasn't officially part of the Hunter Corps yet. Because of his unusual circumstances, Sunho had personally been assigned to evaluate him. The attitude instantly rubbed Minjin the wrong way. Sunho continued explaining that, if headquarters hadn't specifically requested the assessment, he would have already thrown Minjun out. Worse yet, he openly declared that, the moment Minjun was exposed as a fraud, military police would be taking him away. At this point, Minjun had already decided he disliked this guy. Arrogant, stingy, way too full of himself still. He held back his complaints, and simply asked about the test. Sunho responded by revealing a massive red crystal. The rules were simple. Move it even slightly within 10 minutes, and he would pass. The sergeant wanted to see whether this supposed prodigy actually deserved a place in the Hunter Corps. The crystal itself was anything but ordinary. It was a dungeon byproduct, a material famous for its absurd density, overwhelming weight, and incredible durability. Most recruits couldn't move it, even if they spent an entire day trying. Minjin glanced at the crystal, then casually walked past Sunho. To him, the test seemed almost disappointingly easy. That comment alone nearly bruised Sunho's pride. Deep down, the sergeant understood why the examination existed. Plenty of people, with mediocre abilities, had probably attempted to sneak into the Hunter Corps before a test like this quickly separated genuine talent from pretenders. Even so, something about Minjin continued bothering him. The stories about him launching himself several meters through the air were strange enough, but the status window error made even less sense. Nearby, several people had gathered to observe Commander Choi. Yuno and a handful of others. Commander Choi explained that Minjun had apparently demonstrated extraordinary physical capabilities at the recruit center to arrive here so quickly. He also mentioned the bizarre status window malfunction. Even he had never heard of such a thing before. Still, he couldn't help feeling hopeful about this recruit. Meanwhile, Minjin examined the crystal more closely. The sight immediately reminded him of Isgard. Rocks like this had been scattered throughout countless dungeons. A piece this size wouldn't have challenged him at all. Back then, curious, he wondered whether it might contain traces of demonic energy. With that thought in mind, he threw a punch. The result was immediate. The entire crystal exploded. One strike, nothing remained except shattered fragments. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a trace of demonic energy inside. Commander Choi stood frozen. Yuno's eyes widened. Even Sunho looked like he had forgotten how to blink. For a brief moment, everyone shared the same thought. This recruit was an absolute monster. Later, Namin Hyuk dragged himself up a staircase, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training would be difficult. Now, he was beginning to suspect something had gone seriously wrong. After all, once training ended, they would be sent into actual combat. Yet before reaching that point, they first had to survive 4 weeks of pure misery. The suffering started immediately. Heavy sandbags, the infamous 6,000-step climb, and overseeing everything was Sergeant Lee Sun-ho, a man who seemed to take personal enjoyment in pushing recruits beyond their limits. He monitored every finishing time. That much was expected. The strange part was how primitive the training seemed. These exercises only improved stats slightly, yet recruits were collapsing from exhaustion. In-hyuk had always assumed Hunter Corps candidates endured brutal conditions. Now, he wasn't sure whether the training was the problem, or whether Sun-ho was simply insane. Meanwhile, Minjun was having the time of his life. While everyone else struggled, he practically floated up the stairs. Watching him move made In-hyuk question reality itself. For Minjun, every step felt effortless. If his demonic energy had still been intact, he was convinced he could have flown. Strangely enough, this supposedly hellish training felt comfortable. The uniforms were far better than the rags he wore. In Isgard, the meals were surprisingly delicious. The schedule was excellent. Once evening roll call ended, recruits actually received free time before bed. And best of all, the facility had a PC room. Not only that, the equipment was apparently just as good as anything found in the city. As long as he followed regulations, nobody would interfere with how he spent his free hours. Originally, Minjun had fully intended to abandon the place. If it became annoying instead, the Hunter Corps seemed determined to fulfill every one of his wishes. Intense training, good food, reliable pay, and gaming, it was almost perfect. As he raced up the staircase, he couldn't stop himself from shouting that the Hunter Corps was amazing. Behind him, In-hyuk was still fighting for oxygen. The poor guy couldn't understand what kind of fuel powered this human monster. At the summit, Sunho found himself genuinely shocked. An average recruit needed nearly an hour to complete the climb. Minjun had demolished that record. While Sunho stared in disbelief, Minjun happily enjoyed the view, and immediately reminded him of a promise. Anyone finishing in under 30 minutes earned an outing pass with visible reluctance. Sunho handed it over. Minjun accepted it happily. and immediately began thinking about how to use it. The sergeant couldn't help smiling. As far as he remembered, no recruit had ever earned an outing pass from him before. Still, physical strength wasn't everything. Raw stats weren't everything either. In the Hunter Corps, the ability to react to monsters determined survival. For that reason, Sunho silently vowed to keep watching Kim Min-jun very closely. Meanwhile, the other recruits were busy complaining. The daily training felt impossible. Nobody could imagine enduring it forever. Then suddenly An Hyuk shouted. One of his stats had increased by a single point. The reaction was immediate. Everyone gathered around to congratulate him, as if he had just achieved something extraordinary. Watching the celebration left, Min-jun completely stunned. These people were this excited over one stat point. His mind immediately drifted back to his guard. Back there, a certain deranged warrior had forced him through training, so brutal that gaining 10 stat points in a single day was considered normal. The comparison was almost absurd. Soon one recruit asked whether Min-jun planned to use his outing pass. He admitted he hadn't decided yet. The others immediately looked jealous. Rumors claimed nobody had ever managed to earn one. From Sergeant Sunho, before long everyone surrounded him. Questions started flying. How did he train? How was he so strong? What was his secret? The attention caught him completely off guard. For the first time in a very long while, people were casually talking with him, laughing with him, treating him normally. Back in Asgard, being a dark mage made him an outcast. People avoided him whenever possible. Some even considered crossing paths with him bad luck. This felt different, unexpectedly different, and not unpleasant. The conversation eventually shifted toward the PC room. The moment he heard people planning to visit later, Min-jun became even more interested. Then came the best part. The PC room was still open at this hour. That alone felt like a blessing. Later that night, while enjoying another gaming session, the clock finally reached 9. Min-jun decided it was probably time to get some sleep. 2 full hours back in Asgard. Even 1 hour had felt luxurious by comparison. 2 hours sounded incredible. With that much rest, he felt completely confident. He could continue gaming every day without issue. The others could only stare. Watching someone survive on 2 hours of sleep, while still grinding, games felt deeply unnatural. The following day brought another brutal exercise. This time, distance wasn't the challenge. Consistency was. Anyone unable to complete 40 kilometers within 2 hours would lose breakfast privileges. Later, Min-jun casually bragged about gaining 10 levels in his game the previous night. The statement nearly drove An Hyuk crazy. The man was barely surviving the training. Meanwhile, Min-jun wasn't even sweating. What made it worse was knowing he'd spent the night gaming and only slept 2 hours. When someone finally asked how he was still functioning, Min-jun simply grinned. Then he revealed that he'd brought enough water for everyone. Instantly, he became a hero. The recruits practically worshipped him. One man dramatically praised his incredible endurance, while calling him a treasured comrade. Moments later, a line formed. The exhausted recruits gathered around like baby birds, eagerly waiting for a sip of water. The atmosphere was surprisingly cheerful. Then it ended. A voice suddenly cut through the noise. Everyone turned. The Sunho stood there. His announcement immediately killed the mood. The lieutenant was disappointed. It was the final week of training, yet only half the recruits had reached the required standard, according to Sunho. They were shaping up to be the most pathetic squadron in history. As the lecture continued, Min-jun found himself distracted by something else entirely. He couldn't help wondering why this old man kept talking about himself, like some ancient sage from a legend. Lee wasn't finished tearing into them. According to him, if recruits with attitudes like theirs were deployed, right now half of them would be marching directly toward their graves. That kind of weakness wasn't survival. It was a fast-track route to the afterlife. Then he delivered an even harsher reality. None of them, in his opinion, were ready for the final stage of training, the dungeon assessment. Normally, once every monster inside a dungeon is exterminated, the dungeon collapses and disappears. But some dungeons refuse to vanish. Instead, they evolve into what are known as transforming dungeons. These places never stay the same. Their layouts shift, their terrain changes, their internal structure constantly rearranges itself. Because of that, they're considered the closest thing to real combat experienced trainees can get without being sent into actual operations. And that brutal simulation was exactly what awaited them. Just hearing the name was enough to make several recruits tense up. Everyone knew it was going to be rough. Lee, meanwhile, looked like he was enjoying every second of their discomfort. In his eyes, recruits weren't much different from racehorses. If you wanted results, you needed a heavy whip first and a reward afterward. Still, he assured them, survival wasn't impossible, as long as they used their heads. Then he revealed the prize. The highest scoring recruit would receive a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. Lee seemed convinced. The announcement would ignite everyone's competitive spirit. He practically expected the recruits to erupt with motivation. Instead, they stared back in complete silence. Nobody reacted. Nobody cheered. Nobody moved. The old instructor looked like he was giving a passionate speech to a brick wall. Then he noticed one exception. One recruit looked genuinely excited, and somehow, that only made everyone else even more nervous. The next day, the entire squad arrived at the dungeon site. The moment they saw it, their jaws nearly hit the ground. The scale was overwhelming. The entrance alone felt intimidating. Minjin, however, couldn't have cared less. While the others were imagining worst-case scenarios, he treated the whole thing like another routine day. As the recruits anxiously prepared themselves, a military jeep suddenly rolled into view. The vehicle immediately drew attention. Then panic started spreading. The jeep wasn't empty. Large cages were strapped to the back, and inside those cages were monsters. The sounds alone were enough to make people shudder. When the recruits realized the cages contained live hounds, the atmosphere instantly changed. One recruit nearly collapsed on the spot. Another was already looking around for a possible escape route. Minjin's reaction couldn't have been more different. To him, they looked like oversized puppies. If anything, they reminded him of small household dogs. Watching the recruits tremble only fueled Lee's irritation. These were future Hunter Corps members, people who were supposed to fight monsters for a living, yet they were already shaking. Before the battle had even begun, he immediately ordered everyone into groups of 4. Their mission was simple: enter the transforming dungeon, kill a hound, return within 1 hour. Then came the usual lecture. If they got injured, they needed stronger bodies. If they were scared, they needed stronger minds. Either way, excuses wouldn't save them. Sunho stepped forward and announced that teams would enter, one at a time. It was time to gear up. Soon, the recruits were introduced to the MID-2 safety suit, exclusive equipment designed for Hunter Corps operations. The armor, specialized in protecting the body during combat. As soon as everyone put the suits on, complaints began spreading. The equipment felt heavy, restrictive, uncomfortable to many recruits. It felt tougher than the training itself. Minjin silently agreed. The suit looked incredibly defensive, but from his perspective it was stiff, awkward, and difficult to move in. What shocked him even more was the price. Something this uncomfortable supposedly cost around 50 million. Judging by the smell alone, he was convinced countless people had sweated through these things over the years. Then Minjin casually raised his hand. If they successfully defeated the hounds, could they take the suits off afterward? The question caught Lieutenant Lee completely off guard. But once he realized who was asking, the top-ranked recruit himself, he eventually approved it. Not without conditions, though. Lee reminded Minjin that he wasn't allowed to hog all the glory. The point was teamwork. Everyone would be watching to see how the No. 1 recruit handled cooperation and leadership. Mingjun responded, as if the entire challenge were ridiculously simple. All he needed to do was tell his teammates what to do. Then, he suddenly announced that he had a flawless strategy. 2 recruits immediately leaned closer. Unfortunately for them, Minjin's advice sounded like something out of a nightmare. If a hound attacked, they should grab its legs and snap its spine. If that somehow wasn't enough, they should bend its back further and tear it apart. After casually explaining this horrifying method, he asked whether everyone understood. The recruits could only stare. Not a single person knew how to respond. Before the awkward silence could continue, Lee ordered the sergeants to release the hounds. Sunho opened the cages. The beasts exploded into motion. But instead of charging the recruits, every hound immediately sprinted back toward the dungeon. Minjun calmly explained that they had simply recognized the entrance. To their home, the logic made sense. In fact, the recruits started praising him for understanding monster behavior. So quickly their admiration lasted about 3 seconds. Then Lee stormed over and demanded to know whether they had gathered there to joke around. His roar nearly stopped everyone's hearts. Without giving them time to recover, he announced that their team would be entering first. The news hit the other 3 recruits like a truck. Their brains practically shut down. Minjun, meanwhile, couldn't have cared less. Moments later, the team began moving toward the dungeon entrance. While the others worried about survival, Minjin was focused on something much more important: getting rid of that annoying suit. The moment a hound died, he planned to take it off. With everything ready, Lee officially declared the assessment underway. The instructor teams immediately moved into position. Their role was to monitor the recruits and intervene if the situation spiraled out of control. Hidden from sight, instructors observed every movement. From concealed positions, one instructor quietly reported to Corporal Kim Hajun that only a single team of 4 had entered the area. As Hajun reviewed the team, one recruit immediately caught his attention: Kim Min-jun's special case, the recruit who had produced exceptional results throughout the past 4 weeks. His numbers were impressive. His physical abilities were impressive. But dungeons were different. The real question was whether he could perform when everything became unpredictable. Meanwhile, the first team was already moving. The recruits looked tense, eager, restless. Min Jun, on the other hand, considered the entire exercise ridiculously easy. If he wanted to, he could probably knock out every hound with a single hit, but then the others wouldn't gain any experience. In his mind, holding back was actually the considerate thing to do. Then his expression changed slightly. The hounds were approaching. A moment later, several monsters emerged from deeper within the dungeon. The recruits immediately began panicking. Minjin told them to relax. They were wearing some of the toughest protective equipment available. They weren't as vulnerable as they thought. Deciding someone needed to take initiative, he stepped forward himself. The instant a hound lunged at him, his fist connected. The beast collapsed immediately. Another hound rushed one of the recruits and sank its teeth into the man's arm. The recruit desperately cried for help. Minjin responded instantly. One kick, the hound died on the spot. Then he shifted from fighter to instructor. He explained that the worst thing they could do was act. Frightened monsters sensed weakness. If they behaved like prey, the hounds would treat them as prey. They needed to fight back, push forward, take control. He even told them to drop the formalities. They were comrades now deep down. He knew 2 of them would have died already. If this had been a real battle, fortunately, they had numbers. That advantage needed to be used. By attacking aggressively together, they could throw the hounds off balance and control the fight under Minjin's direction. The team began functioning properly. He positioned them carefully, directed their movements, ordered them to corner the remaining hound, and wait until it lowered its guard. Watching from the shadows, the instructors could hardly believe what they were seeing. Fresh recruits weren't supposed to behave like this. They certainly weren't expected to charge monsters head-on or wrestle hounds into submission. Thanks to Minjin's influence, fear gradually disappeared from the team. The recruits stopped retreating. They started fighting some instructors, even began entertaining ridiculous theories. The situation felt so abnormal that they wondered whether Minjin might be one of those legendary cases, whispered about in rumors, someone who had somehow returned to the past. Before enlistment, a veteran trapped in a recruit's body. Yet what impressed them most wasn't his strength. It was his leadership. He encouraged his teammates, kept them calm, made decisions under pressure, and coordinated the battle with surprising efficiency. When the evaluations were finished, Minjin earned the highest score in the group. The others received average marks. Not long afterward, Corporal Kim Hejun arrived alongside another instructor and officially announced that the first team had passed. The moment they exited, Minjun immediately started asking whether he had won the vacation pass. Hogan shut the conversation down before it could continue. That only encouraged Minjun more. He jokingly suggested the instructors had probably been worried sick about them the entire time, comparing them to a bunch of tsunderes. The comment visibly irritated Hajun. Then everything changed. A strange vibration ran through the ground. The earth trembled. Hajun noticed it immediately. His expression hardened as he ordered contact with the outside teams. Minjin remained completely calm. According to him, this wasn't an earthquake. It was something else the dungeon was transforming. The realization hit everyone at once. They turned toward the exit and watched in horror as the redoubt began sealing itself shut. Right in front of them, as the exit began collapsing in on itself, panic exploded among the recruits. Questions flew from every direction. What was happening? Why was the gate closing? Even Hajun looked shaken. The situation had already crossed into dangerous territory. Minjin, however, knew the truth before anyone else said it out loud. They were already too late. Moments later, the entrance vanished, completely gone, as if it had never existed. The sight left Hojin stunned. Before this operation, they had carefully verified that the dungeon's transformation cycle only occurred once a month. There should have been no chance of a sudden change like this, yet here they were. The dungeon's entire internal structure was already shifting. To make matters worse, their radios stopped working. Communication had been completely cut off. The transformation had happened far faster than anyone anticipated. For the moment, the instructors focused on the only priority left, keeping the recruits alive. After locating a relatively safe section of the dungeon, Hajin gathered everyone together and explained that an unexpected incident had occurred. While his partner remained on watch, scanning the surroundings for threats, Hajin did his best to reassure the group. According to the manual, they simply needed to wait. If they remained in place for an hour, there was a chance the entrance would reopen. The recruits eagerly clung to those words. Relief spread across their faces. At least there was hope. At least they wouldn't be trapped forever. Hajin continued building their confidence, explaining that the people outside were likely already assessing the situation. Rescue preparations would probably be underway, and Lieutenant Li would certainly take the necessary actions. For now, all they needed to do was stay calm. No panic, no reckless decisions. Just wait. Minjin listened quietly and believed none of it. The entire situation felt wrong. A training site like this would have been inspected countless times before approval. The odds of something so abnormal occurring should have been nearly non-existent. More importantly, the entrance itself had behaved in a way that made no sense. A permanently open gate didn't just seal itself without reason. Then Hajun motioned for Minjun to step aside. The gesture told him everything. The instructors already knew. The truth. Things were bad. Very bad. There was no manual for this. If the dungeon had truly become an enclosed dungeon, escaping would be significantly harder. Minjun remembered encountering something similar in Isgard. Compared to what he'd survived there, this wasn't the end of the world, especially not while he was present. Meanwhile, Hajun privately admitted the reality of the situation. This was the worst-case scenario, an enclosed dungeon. His partner immediately started panicking, clearly overwhelmed by circumstances he had never trained for. Hajun quickly explained the two situations, in which a dungeon entrance could disappear. The first occurred after a dungeon had been fully cleared and naturally dissipated. The second was far more dangerous. An enclosed dungeon in those cases. The entrance vanished the moment someone entered from the outside, exactly like what had happened here. That meant one thing: the dungeon was sealed, and it also meant there would be far more monsters inside than originally expected. The only escape route now was simple in theory, and terrifying in practice. Kill everything, only after every monster inside was eliminated. With the dungeon reopened, then Hajun revealed another ugly truth. No rescue team was coming. Nobody outside could help them. They were completely on their own. 2 instructors, 4 recruits, and not a single recruit possessed real combat experience. If they wanted to survive, they would have to clear the dungeon themselves. Once the full situation was explained, fear immediately spread through the group, exactly as Hajun expected. The worst part was that he had no idea what kind of monsters lived inside this place. One bad encounter could turn deadly in seconds. Remaining stationary wasn't an option. They needed to move while they still had energy. As he thought through their chances, regret crept into his mind. Neither instructor had entered, prepared for actual combat. They had walked into the dungeon, wearing simple training clothes, because their job was only to supervise recruits. At their current level of preparation, even a handful of goblins could become a serious threat. For Hajun, killing a single goblin usually required around 10 minutes. Then his eyes drifted toward the recruits. The Hunter Corps safety suits. The protective gear was still intact. From a tactical perspective, the answer seemed obvious. Place the recruits in front. Use the armor to absorb attacks. Strike from behind. The strategy was sound. The thought behind it made him sick. These kids had endured weeks of brutal training. They trusted their instructors, and now he was considering using them as shields. His pride refused to accept it. His conscience refused even more. Meanwhile, Minjin looked completely unbothered. The recruits around him, however, were losing their minds. Of all times for a disaster to happen, it had to strike during the final week of training. Then Minjin suddenly sensed something strange. Something wasn't right. One of the instructors noticed his expression and asked what was wrong before he could answer. Hajun suddenly doubled over. A violent scream escaped him. It looked as though something invisible was crushing him from the inside. His partner rushed over immediately. Minjin warned him not to approach. The warning came too late. The moment the instructor got close, he suffered the exact same reaction. Seconds later, both men collapsed. The recruits froze in horror. At that point, Minjin stepped forward. His tone left no room for argument. Everyone needed to stay back. Anyone who got closer risked ending up exactly like the instructors. After checking their conditions, he quickly determined that both men had merely lost consciousness. For now, their lives weren't in danger. Then something clicked. He had noticed a familiar scent earlier. Now he understood why. Without wasting time, Minjin tossed the unconscious instructors toward the recruits and ordered them to keep the men safe. Near the entrance, most importantly, nobody was to follow him under any circumstances. One recruit desperately tried to stop him. If even the instructors had collapsed, what exactly was he planning to do alone? The fear in the man's voice was impossible to hide. Minjin ignored it without hesitation. He charged deeper into the dungeon. Part of him couldn't deny the thrill. Real danger, real risk, real consequences. Unlike the endless battles of Isgard, this was happening on Earth. Still, he was already confident about the cause. Demonic energy, that had to be it. The instructors collapsing made perfect sense. Even awakened individuals could be overwhelmed by concentrated demonic energy. Back in Isgard, ordinary people were always protected. Before facing creatures tainted by darkness, Exposure could be lethal for most humans. Demonic energy was poison. For a dark mage, it was something entirely different. It was life itself, like reconnecting a dead battery to a power source. After racing through the twisting corridors, for some time, Minjin finally reached the source. The concentration of demonic energy here was overwhelming. Yet the area was completely silent. No monsters, no movement, nothing. The silence only made him smile. Slowly, he looked upward. A creature soaked in darkness. Couldn't hide from the senses of a dark mage. And there it was, the presence was unmistakable. A dark hound of all places. He never expected to encounter one here. Despite the similar name, dark hounds were nothing like ordinary hounds. They existed on an entirely different level. Far more dangerous, far more lethal. The first time Minjin encountered one in Isgard was roughly a year after his summoning. Back then, survival had been a miracle. Even modern monster guides on Earth would likely classify such a creature as something to avoid at all costs. Without warning, the dark hound launched itself from the ceiling. Minjin didn't move, didn't panic, didn't even flinch if anything. He looked pleased. Seeing something familiar after so long, felt strangely nostalgic with a grin. He silently thanked the beast for arriving. Then he punched it. The impact shattered teeth. Blood exploded from its mouth. Its body flew backward and slammed into the ground. Like a discarded doll, the dark hound lay there, battered and bleeding, while Minjin stared at it with obvious anticipation. Not because of the victory, because of what would come next. The smell of blood filled the air. Normally, it would have been unbearable. Today it meant something else. A recharge as the creature died. Enormous amounts of demonic energy began spilling outward. That energy was precisely what made Darkhound so dangerous. Even their blood carried horrifying properties. For ordinary humans, simple contact could cause flesh to rot. Fortunately, Minjin wasn't an ordinary human. He was a dark mage. As the energy poured from the corpse, he absorbed it all, every drop. The usual side effects that destroyed normal people meant absolutely nothing to him. After such a long time without replenishment, the sensation felt incredible. At last, demonic energy. His reserves weren't fully restored, not even close. But it felt like he had recovered around 5%, enough to make him smile. Even so, a troubling question remained. Why was a creature from Asgard here? He had assumed earth monsters might contain traces of demonic energy. This was different, far different. The instructor's reaction suggested they had never encountered anything like this before. During Hunter Corps training, nobody mentioned darkhounds. Nobody mentioned demonic energy. And there was no realistic way for a darkhound to travel between worlds on its own. Only someone who had reached the pinnacle of dark magic could achieve dimensional travel. Perhaps a saint, empowered by divine authority, could do the same, but certainly not a monster. The mystery didn't sit right with him. Maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe this truly was the first darkhound ever recorded in Korea. Either way, there was still work to do. He needed to locate the dungeon core, and eventually he found it. Meanwhile, back near the recruits, Hajin slowly regained consciousness. Relief immediately spread through the group. The recruits rushed toward him, asking whether he was all right. Then, both instructors suddenly sat upright at the same time. The reaction nearly scared the recruits to death. Hajin wasted no time. He immediately demanded a full report. Were there injuries, any casualties? Had anything happened while they were unconscious? The recruits admitted. They had briefly thought the instructors had turned into zombies, but everyone was safe. Then they mentioned something else. Minjin had gone deeper into the dungeon alone. The moment Hajin heard that, his expression darkened as the recruits explained everything that happened after the collapse. Anger began building inside him. By the end of the story, he was grinding his teeth. That idiot had charged off by himself, in a situation this dangerous, and the thought alone was enough to make his blood boil. A stunt like that should have been enough to get someone expelled. On the spot, even so, Hajin knew he had no right to judge anyone. He was the instructor, yet when the recruits needed protection, he had been the one lying unconscious still. There was no time to dwell on it. The moment he regained his focus, he prepared to track down Kim M. June and drag him back himself. Then one of the recruits suddenly pointed ahead. Every head turned at once. And there he was, Kim M. June casually walked out of the darkness, carrying the corpse of a massive, dark hound over one shoulder, as if he had just finished running an errand. The guy even checked if everyone was doing okay. The instructors froze on the spot. Their minds completely stalled, as they stared at the enormous beast, hanging from his shoulder. Just understanding the size of the monster was difficult enough. Imagining a recruit killing it alone was even harder. Without a hint of effort, John dropped the corpse in front of them, and told them to take a good look. The instructors immediately recognized it. This creature was the source of the pressure that had knocked them unconscious. The recruits finally understood the terrifying truth. The hounds they had fought earlier were nothing more than offspring. This monster was the real threat. Nobody could believe John had dealt with it by himself. As if responding to the beast's death, the dungeon gate suddenly flickered back into existence. Still struggling to process everything, Jin asked the obvious question. Had Jun really defeated it alone? Jun simply nodded. After a long silence, Jin ordered his partner to escort the recruits outside. First then, he pulled Majun aside and firmly requested a complete report. Every detail mattered, including how both instructors lost consciousness and left the recruits unattended. Hajun fully intended to accept responsibility, even if it meant punishment or prison. After all, everyone had survived because of Jun. Jun found the whole thing oddly embarrassing, but Hajun insisted that a man owned up to his failures. With that settled, he declared, it was finally time to leave the dungeon behind. Even as they moved, one question kept tormenting him. What exactly had knocked him out? He already knew sleep wasn't going to happen tonight. Meanwhile, Mjolnir's attention was elsewhere entirely. For the first time in his life, someone had practically praised him during training. Then, a translucent window suddenly appeared before his eyes. The error message had vanished. Mjolnir stared blankly. The system claimed the issue had been resolved. Confused and irritated, he muttered that this piece of junk felt just as unreliable as the one he used back in Isgard. Then the screen updated again. The title displayed across it nearly made him question. Reality Cult, founder of Lumi Nuna's fan club. Beneath it sat his stats: Strength 60, Agility 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 10, and only one skill remained. Corruption ranked E. The numbers themselves weren't the strangest part. What bothered him was seeing Lumi Nuna's name attached to his status window. Lumi Nuna wasn't some legendary figure. She was a character from Dungeon, power fighter back in Isgard. After reaching the pinnacle of dark magic, John had become sick of fanatics, following him everywhere to shake them off. He jokingly started a cult centered around Lumi Nuna. The joke exploded in his face. Instead of losing followers, he somehow attracted even more lunatics. People once begged Meinold to conquer the world. His attempt to redirect them had only created an even bigger disaster. Now that ridiculous history was somehow recorded in his status screen. Looking at his current condition, John finally grasped how much power he had lost. When he returned to Earth without demonic energy, he expected some kind of penalty from crossing dimensions. Even then, he never imagined things would be this bad. Out of countless abilities, accumulated over years of struggle, only corruption remained, and it had fallen all the way to E rank. At this level, the skill felt less threatening than a stomachache. The absurdity was enough to make him sick. There was no way he could accomplish his goals like this. But then again, he had climbed from nothing once before. He had reached the peak of dark magic. Through sheer persistence, if he did it once, he could do it again. This time, he even had motivation. The game company responsible for Dungeon Power Fighter was trapped in a world overrun by monsters. He needed his strength back fast. Unlike Isgard, where survival had been his only option, he now had something waiting for him on the other side. That alone changed everything. The entire training center descended into chaos. Once news spread, a training dungeon had sealed itself. During an active exercise, a recruit had defeated a previously unknown monster species. The instructors had been caught off guard by a series of impossible events, and the lieutenant still hadn't issued a proper explanation. The recruits, who expected a peaceful final week before deployment, suddenly found themselves at the center of a storm. At this point, they would have gladly settled for sitting times around and watching television. Later, Lee Hojin asked Park Yoon-won whether Jun had really taken down that giant hound alone. Young-won was still fired up from witnessing it. He admitted he originally thought the thing was a cow because of its size, but there was no mistake. Jun had destroyed it. The conversation quickly shifted toward promotions. Some wondered if Jun could become a sergeant within 2 years. Others immediately shut that idea down. The Hunter Corps advancement exams were infamous. Plenty of soldiers completed their entire 5-year service and never rose beyond corporal. Some didn't even make it past private first class. Not long afterward, John found himself standing before Commander Choi. Beside him stood Lieutenant Lee Myang. In an awkward posture, Commander Choi casually dismissed the lieutenant. The second the man left, Choi burst into laughter. Apparently the lieutenant had been punished for failing to properly inspect the dungeon. Once he finished laughing, however, the commander's expression turned serious. There was something important he wanted to discuss. Since John had earned the highest evaluation score, a special proposal had been prepared for him, and he wanted to know if John was interested. There was an old saying about a crane standing among chickens. Commander Choi believed that phrase fit Kim Myun perfectly. In fact, he felt the comparison wasn't enough. Myun stood out so dramatically that even talented people looked ordinary beside him. Assigning someone like that to an average position felt like a loss for the entire nation. The country desperately needed capable personnel, and Choi had heard rumors that Jun wanted to rise through the ranks quickly. Normally, a private couldn't even attempt a promotion exam for a full year, but exceptions existed. That part finally caught Jun's attention. Then Commander Choi revealed the offer. As training commander, he had the authority to grant a special exception. There was only one condition. John had to volunteer for the Hunter Corps unit and stationed in Kyorin Gangwon province. The commander slammed the table and declared that if John accepted, he wouldn't have to wait a year for promotion. Opportunities. Silence filled the room. For a moment Choi wondered if he had asked too much. Maybe even someone desperate for advancement wouldn't willingly choose K. Orwin. After all, the place had a notorious reputation. Meanwhile, Mjolnir sat quietly, deep in thought. He remembered hearing stories about the 104th Division, the invincible hunter squad stationed there. Veterans warned people to avoid that posting. At all costs, the weather was brutal. Snow piled endlessly across the landscape. Dungeons appeared constantly. Monsters never seemed to rest. It was considered one of the harshest assignments in the country. Jun couldn't have cared less. What mattered was speed. The promotion exception was worth more than comfort, and a place overflowing with dungeons was exactly what he needed. To accomplish his goal, he had to climb as quickly as possible. The higher his rank, the more freedom he would gain, and nothing earned promotions faster than proving yourself. Inside a dungeon, his answer came immediately: yes. Commander Choi was genuinely stunned. The kid had accepted one of the worst assignments imaginable, without even blinking. Later, near the transport vehicles, an unexpectedly emotional farewell unfolded. Commander Choi looked moments away from tears as he begged Myun to contact him. After reaching his new base, John thought the old man was being ridiculously dramatic. Choi swore he was serious. John remained completely unconvinced. Even then, the commander couldn't stop asking why he had chosen Karo when everyone else avoided it. Mjolnir simply said the plan was too big to explain. He had a goal that bordered on insanity. Choi jokingly guessed he wanted to hit max level 100 times. John casually revealed that he had already reached max level. For the 13th time yesterday, 100 didn't sound difficult at all. At that point, Choi officially concluded the kid was insane. Soon afterward, the vehicle carrying Jun finally departed. As he watched the loud commander disappear into the distance, he found himself wondering why things suddenly felt so quiet. Then an army jeep pulled up beside him. Someone called his name. The unexpected arrival caught him completely off guard. Behind the wheel sat a man wearing dark sunglasses. Kim Ji, the soldier, casually asked if Myun had been waiting long, explaining that heavy snowfall had delayed him. Myun blinked. Only then did he realize snow had started falling. MJI told him to climb into the back so they could head for the unit. Looking at the massive man, Myun couldn't help thinking. The guy looked like he enjoyed showing off. As he climbed aboard, reality finally settled in. His life as a soldier was officially beginning, but there was one concern he couldn't shake. John couldn't help remembering all those old TV dramas, where new recruits got bullied into running pointless errands, or chasing impossible tasks, just because some senior felt like it. The thought alone irritated him. He already knew he had zero patience for that kind of nonsense, but if he wanted to achieve his goals, he'd have to endure it somehow. On the drive to his new assignment, another problem crossed his mind. If he ever lost his temper and punched a superior officer, everything would be over. No promotions, no dungeons, no plans, just a direct trip to military prison, and a very ordinary soldier's life. As the vehicle rolled forward, snow began drifting through the air. Soon the transport, carrying the invincible Hunter Corps, reached its destination, Gangwon Province. Hey Irwin, Hunter Corps 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. The moment they arrived, Kim Ji pushed open a door and practically tossed Myun inside, ordering the soldiers to feed the newcomer and explain how things worked around here. The room immediately erupted. Nobody had been warned about a new arrival, but the second they saw him, the atmosphere changed. Fresh blood had arrived. After John introduced himself, several soldiers suddenly realized who he was. The recruit from the rumors, the lunatic who had supposedly soloed a giant hound. One soldier tossed John's luggage toward a bald-headed teammate and assigned him the job of unpacking it. Meanwhile, the loudest men in the room gathered around their newest entertainment. To John, they immediately looked like the dominant personalities of the dorm. Big grins, way too much energy. The kind of people who treated every new face like a source of amusement. Naturally, they wanted answers. Why had someone with top-tier evaluations chosen this frozen frontline post instead of an easy rear area assignment? Jun answered honestly. The frontline offered better experience and the fastest promotions. The room stared at him like he had lost his mind. The verdict came quickly. Absolutely insane. The questions kept coming. Did he have a girlfriend, a sister, anyone waiting for him? John casually admitted he had basically been on his own his entire life. Then curiosity shifted toward his abilities. Everyone wanted proof, figuring it would quiet them down. Jun dropped to the floor and started doing one-finger push UPS. Instead of being impressed, one of the self-appointed dorm leaders scoffed, claiming plenty of people could do that. The other told him to stop whining and let the kid finish showing off. Then Jun raised the difficulty. Without warning, he transitioned into vertical finger push UPS. The entire room froze. Nobody expected to witness something like that. In person for a moment, everyone started wondering if anyone in the battalion could actually replicate it. Then a single name came to mind. Right. Then the door opened. A fierce-looking soldier stepped inside and immediately ordered whoever was blocking the way to move. The loudmouth instantly pointed toward John. They looked almost nervous. That voice hit Jun like a bolt of lightning. He knew it. There was no way he could forget it. Lee Sun-ho, the same Lee Sun-ho. For a second, even Sun-ho looked stunned. Out of all places, he hadn't expected to run into Kim Jun. Here, Jun felt exactly the same. The awkward reunion lasted only a moment before Sergeant Cho started roasting Sun-ho, without mercy apparently. Everyone had heard about his recent instructor assignment. Another soldier joined in, joking about his vacation, and asking how many days he had earned from terrorizing recruits. This time, Sun-ho couldn't be bothered to argue. He casually answered 4 days. That only encouraged them. The teasing intensified immediately. One even flipped him off for ruining everyone's fun. Meanwhile, Myun sat quietly in the background, trying to figure out how this battalion functioned at all. Eventually, Sun-ho completely checked out of the conversation, lay down and started watching a live stream from a volcanic dungeon. The footage showed blazing terrain filled with heat, intense enough to damage people. Continuously watching it, Jun immediately understood the difference in experience between these soldiers and ordinary recruits wasn't even comparable. Then Sun-ho suddenly called over Private First Class Lee Dongjin. His instructions were simple. Take care of your junior. That junior happened to be Jun. Dongjin greeted him warmly and suggested they continue talking over a meal. Thanks to a special pass, he could take Myun to the post-exchange store. That alone surprised Myun. He hadn't even realized soldiers couldn't freely access it. Once they arrived, Dongjun generously told him to grab whatever he wanted. Myun admitted he ate a lot. Dongjin confidently told him not to worry about it. Just eat until you're full. For a moment Myun thought, this guy might actually be one of the nicest people he'd met. Then Dongjin saw the final bill, 3001. His expression instantly changed. The poor man's soul nearly left his body. Even the cashier started joking about whether he regretted his decision. As John demolished his mountain of food, he asked why soldiers needed special permission to use the store. In the first place, Dongjin explained the system. Privates and private first classes could only visit on weekends. Gym access required reaching private first class. PC room access required becoming a corporal. The second John heard the words PC room, he nearly choked. A PC room existed here. That changed everything, unfortunately. Dongjin immediately crushed his hopes. Rules were rules. No low-ranking private was getting access. Mjolnir immediately started talking about changing that system. Dongjin, shut that dream down too. First become a corporal, then maybe talk. In fact, John believed a soldier should probably make sergeant. Before even thinking about that, the road upward was brutal. John quickly realized military life wasn't designed around his convenience. The PC room restriction hit him harder than expected. That led to a much more important question. Was there a shortcut to promotion? Dongjin sighed, speaking from experience. He admitted he'd failed promotion exams so many times that he'd been stuck as a private first class for 3 years. He laughed bitterly and called himself pathetic. John disagreed. He told him he'd succeed next time. The truth was simple. He genuinely liked Dongjin. If Dongjin got promoted alongside him, they'd eventually be able to visit the PC room together. Then another soldier arrived. Sergeant Kim Gwangzik. The giant immediately noticed the food and asked if they were eating anything good. Dongjin invited him to join. Naturally, free food was impossible to refuse. Gwangzik sat down, grabbed snacks, opened a soda and assured them He wouldn't repeat anything they discussed. Then his tone shifted. Tomorrow was firearms training, and according to him, anyone useless with a gun might as well already be dead. He made it crystal clear that John wouldn't be receiving special treatment. Then he bluntly asked whether the newcomer even knew how to shoot. Dongjin tried, explaining that Hunter Corps firearms training differed greatly from ordinary military practice. Guangxik immediately interrupted. Was Dongjin implying he was being too involved? The teasing escalated quickly. If Dongjin knew so much, why was he still stuck as a private first class? That jab irritated Jun just a little. Quietly, he released a tiny trace of demonic energy. Nothing dramatic, just enough. Seconds later, Guangxik suddenly stood up. Looking pale, he grabbed his stomach and started blaming the snacks. Jun nearly laughed watching the sergeant desperately inspect the chip bag for an expiration date. Was genuinely entertaining. Completely unaware of the real cause, Guangxik eventually waved them away and told them to leave at that moment. John realized something important. Maybe corruption wasn't useless after all. Meanwhile, Guangxik continued, wondering why his stomach had suddenly declared war on him. Afterward, Jun returned to the original topic. He wanted details about firearms training. As always, Dongjun was happy to help. He asked whether Jun had ever fired a KX-2 loaded with ICM rounds. Then he explained that the ammunition used by the Hunter Corps was on an entirely different level compared to ordinary rounds. ICM bullets were ponies. Hunter Corps ammunition was a wild stallion. The recoil was vicious. The sound hit like thunder. Because monsters appeared constantly, overwhelming firepower was essential. Dongjun warned him that the experience would hurt. At first, he would probably get yelled at too, but eventually he'd adapt. Mjolnir liked the comparison. Ponies and stallions, it made sense. Back in Isgard he had seen ranged weapons, powerful enough to qualify as elephants. Honestly, those things barely counted as firearms. They were closer to siege weapons. Even so, the idea of handling a stallion tomorrow got him excited. Meanwhile, Dungeon quietly wondered whether Sergeant Guangxi's stomach had recovered yet. The next day, the firearms range echoed with constant explosions as soldiers fired at moving hound targets. When John's turn arrived, he missed only once 19 hits. The announcer nearly lost composure. Everyone else simply stared. A private had just delivered a shooting performance that looked mechanical. Whispers spread immediately. Monster prodigy insana. Even Sergeant Cho, whose personal record stood at 14 hits and was considered excellent within the battalion, looked stunned. Watching from nearby were two important figures. Second Lieutenant Kim Mitchell, of the 2nd Platoon, and First Sergeant Heo Tisuk, the battalion's administration and supply officer. Both men watched in silence. Mitchell looked frozen. Tisuk simply nodded. The rumors had not been exaggerated. If anything, they had undersold him. Soon, one of the dorm leaders demanded an explanation. How had Jun done it? Jun casually shrugged. He simply followed the instructions. That answer somehow annoyed everyone even more. Without warning, Kim Mi stepped forward and gave Jun unexpected praise, encouraging him to keep performing at his best. He even admitted he was eager to see how the rookie would handle the special firearms training scheduled for later that day. That single comment nearly made Sergeant Cho explode. The thought of a fresh recruit being allowed into the advanced program irritated him to no end, while his partner immediately accused MJI of playing favorites. Around them, the soldiers quietly exchanged whispers, joking that if Minjin had landed all 20 shots earlier, he probably would have walked away with another vacation pass. Meanwhile, the squad's heavy shooter turned toward Dongjin and demanded an explanation about this so-called elite training. Dongjin was still trying to process the fact that the rookie had casually displayed first-class marksman skills. Gathering himself, he explained that newcomers normally weren't permitted to participate because the exercise used enhanced conventional ammunition rounds, far more dangerous than standard equipment. He promised Minjin would receive a proper briefing. Soon enough, the exercise itself paired soldiers into teams of 2 and sent them into a controlled facility filled with monsters. Their objective was simple on paper: eliminate threats while advancing toward the endpoint. The monsters weren't considered high-tier threats, but they moved fast, fought back aggressively, and added real pressure. To make matters worse, civilian plates could appear at random. Hitting even one counted as a catastrophic mistake. Everything was monitored by executives and designed to be safe, but the scenario was built to mimic real combat as closely as possible. The moment Jun heard actual monsters would be involved, his pulse quickened. This was exactly the kind of work he had signed up for. Later in the mess hall, the soldiers attacked their meals with the desperation of starving wolves while eating. Minjin complimented Dongjin on his impressive 13-hit streak. From earlier, Dong Jin nearly choked on the praise, still more shocked by the rookie's 19 hits. Embarrassed, he brushed off the compliment and admitted he only had experience on his side. Then, he pointed toward the true monster of the battalion, Sergeant Lee Sunho, whose average score hovered around 17 hits, making him the squad's best shooter. That little fact caught Min Jun's attention. If those numbers were accurate, then he had unknowingly taken the top spot. Dong Jun confidently predicted Min Jun would dominate the special firearms training. As well curious about the upcoming partner system, Min Jun asked if they would be paired together. Dong Jun explained that executive officers handled team assignments through a detailed lottery process, meaning nobody knew their partner until the results were announced. At the special training range, the soldiers were given 5 minutes to prepare. Before the event began, then, Sergeant Guangxik's voice thundered across the facility. He loudly announced that he had been paired with the rookie, immediately complaining that the matchup was unfair, because a sergeant and a private existed in completely different worlds. To Minjin, the guy looked exactly the same as before, still trapped in permanent hazing mode. With a smug grin, Guangxik informed him that the average completion time in their squad was 3 minutes. Then he casually warned the rookie that failing to finish within that benchmark would come with consequences. Minjun stayed silent, which only convinced Guangxik that the pressure was getting to him. The sergeant even dismissed the 19-hit performance as pure luck. Minjun had already categorized him as hopeless, but calmly promised to do his best. That answer only encouraged Guangxik further. He declared that if the rookie finished slower than him, life would become very unpleasant afterward. He ordered Minjun to watch the team ahead and learn how the course worked. Soon Kim Ji called up the first competitors. Lane 1 belonged to Sergeant Kim Mangi, while Lane 2 went to Sergeant Jongin. Both entered separate elevators and descended into the underground facility, officially beginning the exercise. The training was presented as tactical monster suppression while protecting civilian targets inside a confined zone. In reality, everyone treated it like a race. The true objective was to reach the finish line before the opponent and slam the red button first. Monster icons varied in size according to threat level. The more dangerous the creature, the larger the icon displayed. Guangxik pointed this out to Minjin, saying it would help him understand what to expect. Each lane contained 2 randomly assigned monsters, meaning nobody knew what nightmare awaited them until the encounter actually began. Inside Lane 1, a massive rake toad immediately launched itself at Mangi, trying to swallow him whole. Ninja noticed Mangi had secured the faster start, but a monster like that could easily erase the advantage. Over in Lane 2, Han opened strong by quickly eliminating a monster rat. For a moment it looked like he would cruise to victory. Then a gigantic desert worm suddenly emerged and blocked his path entirely. Back in Lane 1, Mangi entered full berserker mode and tore through both rake toads with overwhelming force. Convinced his opponent must have already finished, he rushed toward the goal. Instead, he discovered the opposite. Mangi slammed the red button first and secured victory with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Cheers erupted across the facility. Soldiers immediately began discussing Han's terrible luck for drawing a desert worm. Mangi wasted no time rubbing salt into the wound, mocking his rival and claiming someone that slow had no business defending the nation. He even reminded Han that the loss meant paying up. At the store, Han clenched his jaw and argued that Mangi had simply gotten lucky. Unfortunately for him, Mangi had noticed everything, including the civilian plate Han accidentally shot. Even without the desert worm, he would have been disqualified. As the two continued bickering, Guangxi noticed they had placed a bet on the outcome. That gave Minjun an idea. He proposed making a wager of their own. One, where the loser would have to grant the winner's wish. Guangxik burst out laughing. To him, the rookie had clearly become overconfident. After receiving a little attention from the seniors, still, he accepted the challenge. Since he couldn't think of any realistic favor a private could provide, he jokingly said, he'd rather take 3 months of salary instead. Minjun immediately categorized him as a simple man, driven by money, and finalized the bet off to the side. Dungeon's anxiety grew by the second. Then Kim MJ, I called the next pair, Minjun and Guangxi. He stepped forward as the elevator descended. Minjun quietly regretted taking the bait. Drawing attention to himself usually caused problems. Unfortunately, he had never been particularly good at ignoring provocations outside. Excitement spread through the crowd. A sergeant betting against a private during training was entertainment nobody wanted to miss. Some even joked about how long it would take before Guangxik had to rescue the rookie from a monster. Then the entire facility suddenly shook. A violent tremor rattled the area, leaving everyone confused. Deep underground, Minjin felt the vibration too. His expression shifted the moment he spotted a grotesque, one-eyed giant casually devouring a rat. The sight alone made his stomach turn. The Cyclops tossed aside the half-eaten carcass and slowly focused its hungry gaze on a new target. Minjin internally. He sighed. This was becoming incredibly annoying. He remembered that fried chicken was supposed to be dinner tonight, which meant he needed to wrap this up quickly. At the same time, he couldn't afford to get careless and accidentally shoot a civilian target. As the monster charged forward, Minjin found himself wondering why the creature seemed so irrationally aggressive. Then the battle began. The moment combat started, he reinforced his body with demonic energy and met the giant head-on. A devastating punch crashed into the Cyclops' stomach, stunning it long enough for him to think the fight was already over. All he needed now was a clean finishing shot. Then he witnessed something impossible. The monster's mangled hand regenerated before his eyes. Outside, confusion exploded among the observers. Soldiers began asking whether the rookie was actually fighting something. Others wondered if an accident had occurred. Kim MJ, I felt his mind spinning as he finally grasped the truth. The rookie wasn't facing a normal target. A Cyclops had broken free from Lane 2. And not just any Cyclops, it was the devouring demon. Once that creature absorbed enough energy, its regeneration and offensive power skyrocketed until digestion was complete. Yet none of this explained the current situation. Monsters of this type didn't normally go berserk. Without reason, even stranger, it had become violent. Immediately after consuming another monster, nothing about this behavior made sense. Meanwhile, Mingjun continued exchanging blows with the giant, as if fighting a monster like this was part of his daily routine. This was supposed to be firearms training. Instead, he had somehow stumbled into a boss fight. Still, he showed no hesitation. Bullets poured into the Cyclops relentlessly. Several precise shots destroyed its eye. And Minjin quickly noticed something important. The eye regenerated, far slower than the rest of the body. That was the weakness using the opening. He moved through the battlefield like a phantom, weaving around every attack with razor-sharp reflexes. Yet even after losing its sight, the Cyclops never slowed down. That was the disturbing part. The monster continued tracking him perfectly. It wasn't seeing him, it was sensing him. Minjun began considering the possibilities. Maybe it followed sound, maybe scent. Or maybe it was reacting directly to the demonic energy surrounding him. If that was true, then everything suddenly made a lot more sense. Watching from outside in full combat gear, Kim MJ, I felt a growing weight settle in his chest. He still didn't understand how the situation had spiraled this far out of control, but he blamed himself regardless. No ordinary private should ever have been forced to stand against an energy-fueled Cyclops, even with weapons in hand. Stepping into that situation was practically a death sentence. Deep down, Kim Ji could do nothing except hope the rookie survived long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Clinging to that hope, he pushed himself forward at full speed, racing toward the battlefield to support Minjun. Elsewhere, Corporal Kim Gwang-sik was charging toward the finish button, completely convinced he was about to secure a time, around 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Confidence poured out of him. In his mind, there was no universe where Minjun could keep pace. He had already decided the rookie failed. The arrogant sergeant was even entertaining himself with thoughts of how he'd spend the brat's money after winning their wager. That smug fantasy shattered the moment he reached the destination, his face drained of color. Standing casually beside the finish button was Kim Minjin. The rookie glanced over with a grin that practically mocked Guangxik's entire existence, then calmly pressed the button right in front of him. The result hit harder than any punch. Guangxik immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had just lost a bet to the very rookie he had been looking down on. A short while later, MJI finally arrived at the scene and found himself completely speechless. The Cyclops was dead. The battlefield was over. No matter how many times he replayed the possibilities in his head, he couldn't figure out how Minjin had managed to bring down something like that alone. Back above ground, the entire unit was losing its mind. After hearing the completion time, the so-called rookie had cleared the course. In under 2 minutes, the news spread like wildfire. Nobody could believe Mingjun had single-handedly defeated a fully fed Cyclops. Most had assumed the earlier stories about him were exaggerated. Dongjun approached him with obvious concern, carefully checking whether he had suffered any injuries or side effects. Minjun simply reassured him that he was perfectly fine. Only then did Dongjun finally relax. Still unable to contain his curiosity, he asked how Minjun had managed to defeat the Cyclops. Minjun answered with a smile, crediting nothing more than his training. Meanwhile, Guangxik stood nearby, with frustration practically radiating off him. Then someone casually reminded everyone about the wager. The rookie had won immediately. Guangxi smacked the soldier who mentioned it, and demanded to know if he had a death wish. He loudly argued that the match had been unfair from the start, insisting the bet shouldn't count according to him. There was no way. Minjin had legitimately beaten his time. He continued ranting that the rules required each participant to eliminate 2 monsters. Before reaching the endpoint, he had done exactly that. Minjin had only faced 1 target. Therefore, the victory was invalid. The excuses kept coming. If he had only fought a single monster, he claimed he would have finished much faster. Then he turned on Dongjin. Demanding validation, he pushed harder and harder, pressuring him to agree. Dongjin looked thoroughly annoyed. Minjin watched the whole thing unfold in disbelief. To him, Guangxi had somehow managed to become even worse than expected. The situation had been unusual, and despite defeating the Cyclops with his own hands, Ninja never intended to brag about it, or even enforce the wager. He had been prepared to let everything slide, but seeing Guangxi target Dongjin, instead of confronting him directly, left a bitter taste in his mouth. The rookie couldn't understand why someone would vent his frustration on a private first class, who had nothing to do with the bet. Just as the tension threatened to spiral out of control, Lee Sun-ho stepped in with a few sharp words. He shut the entire argument down. He told Guangxi to feel ashamed of himself. Everyone present had witnessed what happened. Minjin had faced the greatest danger out of anyone involved. Sun-ho explained that Cyclopses were normally passive creatures, but once they entered a berserk state, they became dramatically more dangerous. There was no comparison between what Minjin had faced and what Guangxi had dealt with. Then he called him out for pretending otherwise, when everyone already knew the truth. The crowd froze. Nobody expected Sun-ho to get involved. Guangxi immediately fired back, accusing him of showing off in front of the juniors. Sun-ho wasn't impressed. He calmly pointed out that the only person looking pathetic right now was Guangxi trying to recover. Guangxi laughed awkwardly and claimed it had all been a joke from the beginning. Sun-ho wasn't buying it. He asked whether everything automatically became a joke whenever things failed to go Guangxi's way. Then with a faint smirk, he added that it was funny how certain, stubborn people suddenly became much more obedient after obtaining a higher rank. That one landed perfectly. Guangxi visibly shrank under the pressure, unable to produce a single comeback. For Minjin, the scene was incredibly satisfying. After letting the silence hang for a moment, Sun-ho asked if he had anything else to say. Like a man standing before a firing squad, Guangxi quietly admitted he didn't. Sun-ho nodded that was the correct answer. Later that evening, Minjun and Dongjun walked together while discussing promotions. During the conversation, Dongjin brought up Lee Sun-ho's unusual history. Long ago, Sun-ho had received an extremely rare 2-rank promotion after achieving the highest score in an advancement examination. Back then, it had been considered a legitimate path forward. The system no longer existed. A staff sergeant, who later received a similar accelerated promotion, ended up causing a major dungeon-related accident, and the program was ultimately abolished. Sun-ho had become one of the final recipients before the rule disappeared, and that immediately caught Minjun's interest. He asked whether special promotions were truly impossible now. Danjun explained that exceptions technically still existed. Extraordinary achievements, such as rescuing civilians during emergencies, or accomplishing remarkable feats during monster operations, could sometimes qualify. The problem was that those decisions were highly subjective. Very few hunters had ever advanced that way. His advice was simple. It was better to assume the system no longer existed. Minjin silently came to a different conclusion. To him, it sounded like the commander ultimately held the deciding authority. His desire for advancement hadn't faded in the slightest. Not that he wanted innocent people endangered. Still, something else bothered him. For a region supposedly flooded with monsters, the area felt strangely peaceful. These were supposed to be the same creatures responsible for annihilating the North Korean military, yet everything felt quiet. 2 days already felt too long. He wanted advancement immediately. Even a private rank felt restrictive. Dunjan praised his performance and assured him promotion would come soon, then asked whether he was actually listening. At that exact moment, Minjin found himself wishing a gate would suddenly appear. The universe apparently decided to answer aloud. Emergency broadcast erupted from the command center. Speakers, the alert, announced that a swarm of middle bats had appeared near the oil reserve. All available hunters were ordered to respond immediately and deploy the protective shield. The warning repeated again and again. Dongjin's expression changed instantly. Minjin's eyes lit up. Dongjin urged him to move. Middle bats were child-sized, flying monsters that lived in colonies. Individually, they weren't especially threatening, but their speed was terrifying. Worse, they could spit fireballs near an oil reserve. That ability transformed them into a disaster, waiting to happen if left unchecked. They could ignite the entire military base. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed at the reserve stood on alert, scanning the skies. While counting the approaching monsters, neither could understand why the bats had appeared there. One hunter warned the other not to fire near the oil tanks. Under any circumstances, if the bats became agitated and started launching fireballs, the consequences would be catastrophic. His partner argued that standing around wasn't helping. Still, they ultimately decided to wait. The report had already been sent. Reinforcements would arrive soon, and the protective shield would solve the problem. Even so, both men looked uneasy. Just imagining the bats attacking before the shield was deployed was enough to make their blood run cold. As they continued discussing the situation, they remained baffled by the swarm's sudden appearance. Then Minjun arrived without the slightest hesitation. He announced that he would attract the bats himself. The 2 hunters froze. They recognized him as a newcomer from the second company and had absolutely no idea what he planned to accomplish. Without equipment, Minjun dismissed their concerns immediately. There wasn't time for gear. His precious guests had already arrived. The monster standing before him represented experience, achievements, and advancement. In his mind, this was the perfect opportunity to become the private who single-handedly prevented a disaster that could have destroyed an entire military installation. Even better, every bit of experience would belong to him. As expected, the bats reacted to his demonic energy. Now they were his targets. Nearby, the hunters hurried to finish deploying equipment and protect the reserve. Then they noticed Minjun standing completely exposed. Both stopped dead in their tracks. Sergeant Sun Ho saw them staring and immediately barked at them to keep working and finish the shield. The hunters awkwardly pointed toward Minjun. That only made Sun Ho angrier. The rookie was risking his life while they stood around watching. Embarrassed, both hunters apologized and rushed back to work. Meanwhile, Minjun felt everything was moving far too slowly. At this rate, he'd have to tear the bats apart himself. A moment later, Sun Ho came sprinting over, shouting for him to lower his profile and fall back. He demanded to know why the idiot was standing out in the open, without even wearing a protective vest. Minjun wasn't interested in retreating. As far as he was concerned, this battle belonged to him. Then his eyes landed on something unexpected. An electric fly swatter. The moment he spotted it, his expression brightened instantly, before anything else could happen. Sun Ho suddenly dropped to one knee and clutched his stomach. As pain twisted across his face, Minjun asked whether he was all right. The sergeant managed a strained reply that he was fine. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minjun immediately asked for the fly swatter. Sun Ho refused and repeated his order to retreat. Minjun only grinned. He promised he'd be back in no time. After taking care of the bats, the second the sweater ended up in his hands, he looked like a child, receiving the greatest gift imaginable. Then without another word, he charged straight back toward the battle. Sun Ho could only stare in disbelief as Minjun tore through the swarm of middle bats, swinging an electric swatter, with such ridiculous confidence that it looked less like bug control, more like a legendary weapon in the hands of a hero. Then everything changed in an instant, when one of the bats spat a blazing fireball into the air. Every hunter nearby froze. Danger was obvious. One mistake in the entire area could become an inferno. Without hesitation, Sergeant Sun Ho ordered everyone to fire, declaring that he would shoulder the responsibility himself. Yet, before anyone could act, Minjun locked eyes with the creature and silently judged its arrogance. If the thing wanted to play with fire, then it was about to learn exactly who would get burned. The next moment left everyone speechless. Minjun launched himself skyward with impossible height, making the surrounding hunters question whether what they had just witnessed was even humanly possible. As the battle wrapped up, reports began flooding in. The protective shield had been successfully deployed, cables were being secured, and personnel were already discussing how long it would take to collect the mountains of middle bat corpses scattered across the area. Sun Ho offered a salute toward his superior, who acknowledged the effort and praised the operation. The commander then shifted focus, wanting answers. None of the bats had appeared on radar beforehand, and now, 30 of them had somehow been completely wiped out. When asked who had reduced the monsters to charred remains, Sun Ho confirmed there had been 30 bats in total. He also couldn't help wondering where the commander had been. While the crisis was unfolding, Operations Officer, Captain Song Jun-sik, explained that the battalion commander was on his way and would arrive shortly. Even so, the absence of an awakened executive during an emergency of this scale didn't sit well with anyone. Sun Ho suspected the man had probably been monitoring everything safely from the control center the entire time. Jun-sik assumed Sun Ho was responsible for the impressive feat and prepared to include it in his report. Sun Ho immediately corrected him. Not only had he not defeated them, but every single one of the 30 bats had fallen to the exact same person. He made it very clear that the report should reflect that fact. The revelation stunned Jun-shik. Most executives had been off duty. If it wasn't Sun-ho, then who could possibly have done it? The answer arrived moments later. Min-jin casually walked over, returned the borrowed electric sweater, and with a completely straight face, asked whether the thing happened to be expensive. The following day, inside the battalion commander's office, Sun-ho questioned Min-jun directly. First he wondered whether Min-jun had previously served and re-enlisted. Min-jun denied it. Then came an even stranger question, whether he happened to be some kind of regressor again. Min-jun rejected the idea. Sun-ho let out a tired sigh and warned him not to pull another stunt. Like yesterday, luck wasn't something a hunter could rely on forever. Min-jun silently disagreed. As far as he was concerned, luck had nothing to do with it. Still keeping quiet seemed wiser. Sun-ho then explained why. The Hunter Corps operated differently from ordinary military units. Their divisions were far smaller, their battalions carried fewer personnel, and their structure existed for a reason. Bin-jin already understood part of it. Awakened individuals didn't exactly line up forever to continue military service. What he didn't understand was why Sun-ho was bringing it up. The explanation came quickly. Every single member of the Hunter Corps was awakened. Some specialized in combat, others focused on administration, monster studies, strategy, or weapons research, but all of them possessed awakened abilities. More importantly, promotions weren't based on age or time served. Achievement and talent ruled everything. Unfortunately for Ming-jun, this sounded less like exciting news, and more like a lecture. After being summoned first thing in the morning, he had secretly hoped for something better. Sun-ho seemed to read his expression immediately, and asked if he had expected some kind of reward, just for being called in. Then he revealed the real reason for the meeting. Later that day, the hunter, responsible for eliminating the most monsters in the entire 104th Division, would be visiting their battalion. Not long afterward, a vehicle carrying several imposing figures rolled into the base. Colonel Lee Jun, commander of the 2nd Battalion, stepped forward to greet them. Standing alongside him were Captain Seo Jong-won, Captain Song Jun-shik, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Chi-ulman, and Sergeant Lee Sun-ho. Every one of them stood at attention. The visitor approached Sun-ho first, shaking his hand, while praising the calm leadership he had shown during the previous day's emergency. Sun-ho accepted the praise respectfully. Meanwhile, Min-jin observed the newcomer carefully. The man's presence alone carried enormous weight. For the first time, Min-jin found himself genuinely curious about the strength possessed by a Hunter Corps officer of such high rank. The officer soon shifted his attention toward him. After confirming Min-jin's identity, he extended a hand the moment their hands met. Min-jin felt overwhelming power. Hidden beneath the casual gesture grip alone was enough to surprise him. Then, completely changing the atmosphere, the officer began patting Min-jin on the back, like an excited uncle greeting a favorite nephew, and told everyone to relax. Once the mood eased, he immediately turned to business, asking whether they had identified the gate responsible for the middle bat outbreak. Sun-ho reported that the gate had been located, roughly 1-2 kilometers north of the battalion, on a nearby hill. The area had already been restricted. While specialists worked to determine its rank, the officer ordered the finding sent directly to division headquarters. Once confirmation was complete, his attention then shifted to the radar failure. John Schick explained that the alarm hadn't activated until the bats were nearly on top of the base. It didn't appear to be a mechanical issue, so they were investigating possible blind spots. The officer concluded that, if the radar itself wasn't broken, then the swarm's sheer numbers may have overwhelmed detection. He ordered the installation of 2 additional radar systems and instructed them to notify the relevant division offices. Immediately, everyone responded sharply. Only then did he return his focus to Min-jun. He acknowledged the rookie's courage and quick thinking, while reminding him to be more careful next time, and at the very least bring proper equipment. Min-jun apologized politely, though privately he believed carrying equipment would have delayed him long enough for disaster to strike. The officer laughed and admitted he wasn't actually scolding him. Then came the question everyone was waiting for. Had Min-jun truly defeated all 30 middle bats by himself? Min-jun calmly confirmed it. The officer praised him openly, pointing out that his actions had likely prevented the oil reserve from exploding. The atmosphere immediately tightened. Nobody knew what was coming next. Then the announcement dropped. The division commander had prepared a reward. Not only was Min-jun being congratulated, but he was also receiving an advancement. Normally, promotions involved endless paperwork and procedures. Exceptional accomplishments, however, deserved immediate recognition. Min-jun thanked him sincerely. As if that wasn't enough, the officer ordered Sun-ho to grant Min-jun a 3-day, 2-night vacation on the spot. Sun-ho accepted without argument. For a brief moment, Min-jun genuinely lit up. The promotion had arrived far sooner than expected, and now he had vacation time as well. Military life suddenly seemed a lot more appealing. Later, while walking together, Kim praised Min-jun again, despite barely having time to get acquainted. After the transfer, Min-jun had already left a major impression. In fact, his actions had earned recognition for others as well. Kim then asked the obvious question, since it was Min-jun's first opportunity to leave. Since enlisting, what did he plan to do? Min-jun answered without hesitation. He was going straight to a PC room to play Dungeon. Power Fighter. Going home would only leave him trapped somewhere, and with terrible internet anyway. So, spending 3 days gaming sounded infinitely better. Eventually, he arrived at a PC room, where 2 men were deep in conversation. One questioned whether the other had returned to a certain place again. The second man immediately complained. He wasn't trying to enter the restricted cave. He only wanted to gather pine mushrooms nearby. He had secured permission from the landowner, and even paid the necessary fees. Yet soldiers kept turning him away. The larger man explained that someone named Chang had visited the area before. Restrictions became strict. After returning, he claimed, the entire mountain seemed contaminated by something strange. The experience had left him suffering headaches. For days, if anyone planned on going back, they were asking for trouble. The stubborn man insisted he could simply wear a mask. That was when Min-jun suddenly interrupted and asked where this mountain was located. The unexpected question caught both men off guard, but eventually they agreed to give him a ride to Huang. Upon arriving, they warned him they couldn't travel any farther, because military personnel would stop them. They also questioned whether he could really handle whatever was happening on that mountain. Min-jun simply told them not to worry. By tomorrow, the restrictions would likely be gone anyway. The men wished him luck, and jokingly asked him not to mention their names. If soldiers questioned him later, Min-jun assured them he wouldn't. As he continued alone, he couldn't help reflecting on how his vacation had somehow transformed from 3 days of gaming into a trip to a restricted mountain. Then he stopped. A familiar sensation drifted through the air, demonic energy, and Min-jun recognized it immediately. Min-jun quickly noticed something strange. Security around the mountain's perimeter was tight, enough to stop almost anyone. Yet the closer he got to the dungeon itself, the thinner the watch became. For someone still carrying the rank of a mere private, drawing attention would only create problems. So he chose the quieter route. As faint, traces of purple corruption leaked from his body. The soldiers guarding the cave entrance suddenly began clutching their stomachs. The effect hit them fast. One of them tried to endure it, insisting he could hold out, but his determination lasted only seconds. Before he gave up entirely embarrassed, he admitted defeat, and suggested they step away for a few minutes. Nobody ever came this deep into the restricted area. Anyway, his partner reluctantly agreed. For Min-jun, that was all the opening he needed. The moment the guards disappeared, he slipped inside the cave unnoticed. No monsters revealed themselves to his senses. Yet, the concentration of demonic energy was absurdly thick. Most people would have turned back immediately. Min-jun did the exact opposite and pushed deeper. Almost instantly his demonic energy began climbing. One point, then another and another. The steady increase caught even him off guard. He continued advancing through the toxic darkness, absorbing the energy, saturating the cave. Eventually, his demonic energy crossed a critical threshold. The change triggered automatically. His corruption skills strengthened on its own, and a brand new ability awakened Nightwalker. For the first time since returning, Min-jun felt genuinely excited. His status now stood at 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, and 15 demonic energy. More importantly, he finally possessed a second skill. Nightwalker had once been one of his most useful tools. In Isgard it summoned a shadow familiar, a silent predator built for stealth, infiltration and assassination. Maintaining it consumed demonic energy, but the benefits far outweighed the cost. At least that was how it used to work. When Min-jun activated the skill with a simple command, disappointment hit immediately. The familiar that emerged looked miserable. The tiny thing appeared so fragile that a strong breeze might erase it from existence. Min-jun couldn't tell whether dimensional travel had crippled the skill, or if his current demonic energy reserves were simply too low still. After watching it for a moment, he changed his opinion. Its tiny body allowed it to blend into darkness, almost perfectly. While it lacked power, its stealth was exceptional. For now that would be more than enough. Back at the base, Min-jun casually announced his return from vacation. The reaction was immediate. Several soldiers stared at him in disbelief, asking whether he was really the hunter, who had advanced faster than anyone they could remember. Others wanted confirmation. and that the division commander had personally handed him both his promotion badge and vacation. Minjun simply confirmed the stories. The room instantly filled with praise. He brushed it off without much interest, before spotting Dong Jin and handing him a bottle of moisturizer. He had brought back Dong Jin, thanked him with a smile, insisting he didn't need to go through the trouble. A moment later, Kim Gwang-sik wandered over with his usual grin and started teasing the pair, joking, as if Min Jin had returned from overseas deployment rather than a short vacation, and he immediately asked whether Min Jin had remembered the item he'd requested. Without missing a beat, Min Jin tossed it over. The conversation drifted naturally after that. Dongjin joked that if Min Jin kept climbing ranks at this speed, he'd eventually have to start addressing him with formal honorifics. Min Jun answered with complete confidence. There wasn't going to be an if, only a when. That was when Sergeant Cho, the loud red-haired troublemaker, dropped a bombshell while passing by administration. He had spotted the list of advancement exam candidates. Minjin's name was on it. The room went silent. Sergeant Kim was the first to point out the obvious problem. The application deadline had already passed. Before Minjin even arrived at the battalion, Cho immediately suspected someone had pulled strings. There was no other explanation. Kim disagreed. It wasn't just the deadline. Minjin hadn't even completed a full year of service yet. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have qualified at all. Now everyone was staring. The unit's newest member was somehow preparing to take the advancement exam. People began questioning whether that was even legal. Someone eventually pointed out that, since Minjin had already become a private first class, he technically wasn't the youngest soldier around anymore. Minjin calmly explained that the training commander had granted him a special exception. That answer shocked them even more. Go looked at him like he'd lost his mind. The realization finally clicked. This lunatic hadn't volunteered for one of the harshest frontline postings because he enjoyed suffering. He had come here, specifically, to start taking promotion exams earlier. Kim shook his head in disbelief. The guy had already advanced once. Now he was aiming for corporal. If he actually pulled it off, then there was no doubt left. The kid was completely insane. The entire room erupted with laughter. Kim eventually informed him that candidates for Saturday's advancement exam and would begin orientation and specialty weapon training the following day. If Minjin thought things had been easy so far, he was in for a rough surprise. Cho laughed as he left with Kim, telling the rookie to enjoy himself. While he still could as they walked away, Cho casually asked whether Kim planned on taking the advancement exam. Himself, Kim simply shrugged. He had no intention of staying in the army any longer than necessary. Meanwhile, Minjin's thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. Specialty weapon training. That phrase alone sparked his curiosity. Maybe there was more to the Hunter Corps than firearms. After all, the following day, candidates gathered for advancement exam orientation. An officer stood at the front and immediately demanded everyone's attention. Even those who had taken the exam before were instructed to focus. Familiarity wasn't an excuse to zone out. He explained that the Hunter Corps advancement examination consisted of two major components, a written test and a practical test. The moment the officer described the written section as easier than a driving exam, Minjun mentally checked out. His interest lay elsewhere. Practical evaluation included stat measurements, specialty weapon proficiency, and monster handling capability. As far as Minjin was concerned, passing wasn't the issue now. He was wondering whether perfect scores came with extra rewards. Maybe it was time to stop coasting. Soon after specialty weapon training began, everyone assembled on the training grounds. As instructors barked orders, privates and private first classes were told to select swords. Corporals were sent elsewhere, with their personal weapons, for separate instruction. The instructor made one thing very clear. The Hunter Corps Combat Manual was a foundation, not a prison. Following it blindly would only take them so far. True growth came from understanding the fundamentals and building a personal style around them. The recruits answered with loud acknowledgments. The lesson started. Minjun immediately understood why specialty weapon training existed. Charging monsters, armed only with rifles, would be absurd. As swords began moving across the field, he quietly compared the techniques to the methods he had learned in Isgard, depending on the situation. Isgard's swordsmanship was arguably superior. Still, he followed along. Then people started noticing him. His movements were smooth, efficient, precise. Every motion connected naturally into the next. Before long, soldiers nearby couldn't stop staring. The instructor eventually halted the session and called Minjin forward. Standing before everyone, he pointed out how stiff and disconnected most of their forms still looked. Then he ordered them to watch Private First Class. Kim Minjong carefully. Every eye on the field turned toward him. Minjong stepped forward and demonstrated the forms again. Each swing looked cleaner than the last. Every movement flowed with effortless confidence. Eventually, the demonstration ended. Minjin collapsed into a seat, afterward wondering why he had somehow become the instructor's assistant. Despite not being the instructor, wiping sweat from his forehead, he complained internally about the heat and questioned whether the forecasted snowfall was actually going to happen. A senior approached and praised his performance. Before discreetly handing him a sealed packet, the only instruction was to eat it while alone. Mingjun stared at it, completely baffled by the interaction. Who just carried random, mysterious packets around like that? Before he could think further, Dongjun approached. He complimented Minjin's swordsmanship and asked whether he could observe his movements more closely. During the break, the request genuinely surprised him. Dongjin explained that, while this was Minjin's first official training session with the battalion, it was obvious the sword was his specialty weapon. For Dongjin, however, fighting monsters with a blade had never felt natural, so he politely asked again, could he study Minjun's technique? Minjun agreed immediately. If Dongjun wanted help, he could watch all he liked. As he observed Dongjun practicing, Minjun noticed the truth right away. The man's fundamentals were solid. His form followed standard hunter core swordsmanship. Almost perfectly. Technique wasn't the problem. Confidence was, and confidence happened to be something Minjun understood. Very well. Quietly, he made a decision. The timing wasn't right yet, but when the opportunity arrived, he would turn Dongjun into a hunter, capable of standing among the best. Eventually Saturday arrived. Advancement exam day. For the moment, everything remained surprisingly peaceful. Nearby, two complete weirdos sat, completely absorbed in a girl group's music video, treating it like the greatest event of the week. A fierce basketball game was unfolding on one side of the grounds, while nearby, another soldier sat, completely absorbed in a tense match of Go. Then the loudspeakers crackled overhead, and the administration office issued an announcement, ordering all hunters scheduled for the advancement examination and to report immediately to the military training grounds. The message repeated again and again, growing harder to ignore with every broadcast. Conversations died instantly. Eyes widened, pulses quickened, and excitement spread through the area like wildfire. Everyone understood what this meant. The chance to rise in rank had finally arrived. The path toward becoming a corporal was now directly in front of them, and among the crowd, Minjin wore a faint smile. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Under a clear sky, hunters gathered across the training grounds. Before long, Second Lieutenant Kim Kuman of the 2nd Battalion stepped forward and introduced himself as the officer, guiding them through the day. With a dry remark, he expressed hope that at least some of them would actually listen. Then he immediately began roll call, ordering each company to report its numbers. At that moment, a bus pulled into the grounds. Kuman instructed everyone to board in an orderly fashion. Once the hunters were seated, he reminded them that the advancement examinations would be held at the 105th Division, meaning they were headed to Gapyeong. Before sitting down himself, he offered one final piece of advice, telling them to spend the trip reviewing the practice. Questions inside the bus. Discipline vanished almost instantly. The place was packed with nervous candidates, chatterboxes and outright weirdos. Some discussed how members of the 4th Battalion would also be participating, and the moment someone mentioned that there would be female hunters present, a few soldiers practically lit up. One guy started fantasizing about showing off years of training and weapon mastery to impress them. His friend eagerly joined in, both of them acting as if collecting phone numbers was the true purpose of the exam. One soldier even arrived, armed with a collection of painfully cheesy pickup lines, fully convinced they would work. Meanwhile, Minjin sat quietly, focused and ready, while the others drifted deeper into their delusions. After a long ride filled with ridiculous conversations and unrealistic confidence, the group finally arrived at the 105th Division base in Gapyeong. They were guided into written examination room 7, where everyone took their seats and prepared for the first stage. Not long afterward, Invigilator Kang stepped forward with the results. Every candidate had passed the written test, except for one unfortunate soul, Cho Jong Wook of the 104th Division's 2nd Battalion. Everyone else was ordered to proceed immediately to the practical examination area. Cho Jong Wook remained frozen in his chair. As the room emptied around him, the second everyone left, Kang exploded. His furious voice echoed through the hall as he berated the soldier for failing a test that was supposedly easier than obtaining a driver's license. The lecture was so brutal that laughter erupted outside. Hunters nearly doubled over as the shouting carried. Through the corridor, Minjin watched with an amused grin, while the others enjoyed the spectacle. Nearby, a woman named Sun Yuno quietly observed the group. Without saying a word, Inside the practical examination hall, Lieutenant-Colonel Li Olju, the officer overseeing the entire advancement process, addressed the candidates. He welcomed both examinees and evaluators on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the effort required to reach this point. His words immediately set a serious tone for the day ahead. He explained that the examination existed for more than promotions alone. It was also designed to encourage healthy competition between the divisions. As he continued speaking, several hunters started shifting around, some fighting boredom, and others barely suppressing yawns. That changed instantly. When he mentioned a special exception category, the room sharpened in an instant. The colonel announced 2 candidates who had qualified, despite serving less than a year: Private First Class Kim Min-jong and Private Sun Yuno of the 104th Division. Ninja blinked and briefly looked around, as if checking whether another person shared his name. The colonel continued, reminding everyone not to create unnecessary misunderstandings. Regarding the 104th Division, one hunter quietly pointed out that top-ranked recruits who volunteered for frontline service could receive certain exceptions. Several soldiers from his enlistment year had been offered similar opportunities, though most declined. But the moment he processed which division was being discussed, his expression changed completely. The realization spread through the room. Not only was Kim Min-jun present, he had already reached the rank of Private First Class. Whispers exploded across the hall. Curious glances came from every direction. Yet Min-jun seemed completely indifferent to becoming the center of attention while everyone else stared, questioned, and speculated. He looked like a man who simply wanted the process finished at the same time. Sun Yuno's gaze briefly met his. Only for a moment. The tension between them was subtle, almost invisible, and nobody else appeared to notice. Soon after, the colonel encouraged everyone to do their best, before Captain Zhang Xianxiul stepped forward and officially took command of the examinations. The first phase would be the stat tests, measuring strength, agility, and stamina. For the strength test, the rules were simple. Each candidate had 1 minute to push back the examiner standing before them. Scores would be awarded on a scale of 100, with full marks reserved for anyone capable of moving the examiner. 10 meters, the atmosphere immediately tightened. The first participant, Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103rd Division, stepped forward and pushed with everything he had. The examiner didn't move even slightly. Not a twitch, not a step. Jin-hyuk scored 0 and was instantly disqualified. Captain Zhang reminded everyone that any score below 40 meant immediate elimination. From the entire advancement examination, the room suddenly felt much colder. One by one, candidates stepped forward and fell. Zhang Wanho managed only 10 points before being eliminated. Another candidate scored 20 and suffered the same fate. Zhang Yuna earned 0. Zhang Duan barely reached 15. More disqualifications followed in rapid succession. Then Sun Yuno from the 104th Division stepped forward. Calmly and without hesitation, she pushed the examiner back, far enough to earn 50 points. Securing a passing score, the crowd reacted immediately. Her performance alone was impressive, but many were equally distracted by her appearance. Once word spread that she was the division commander's daughter, everything suddenly made sense to them. Some quietly joked that getting close to her seemed hazardous, both physically and emotionally. Min-jun studied her briefly. In his eyes, she looked similar to him, another hunter, who had entered through a special exception. Then his own name was called, Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. As he stepped forward, he reminded himself not to repeat the mistake he had made with the red stone before. This time he intended to control his strength properly. In fact, he was already wondering if exceeding the standard might somehow earn additional points the moment he moved. The entire room changed. Ninja launched forward with overwhelming force. The examiner was blasted backward like a rag doll, crossing the entire 10-meter distance before anyone could react. A perfect score, 100 points. The examiner himself looked stunned, as if he had just been struck by a speeding truck. Disguised as a soldier, silence consumed the room. Everyone stared. Even Sun Yuno's usually calm expression shifted. In visible surprise, the examination continued. Private Yu Zhang Ho managed only 20 points before being disqualified, and immediately burst into tears. Anxiety spread across the remaining candidates. The pressure was becoming impossible to ignore. Captain Zhang stepped forward and ordered everyone to settle down. The strength examination was officially over. The agility test would begin immediately. There would be no break. Disqualified candidates were instructed to leave through the rear exit under supervision. As they departed, several soldiers dragged a large, netted structure into the room, while others wheeled in a strange firing machine. The recruits immediately panicked. For a brief moment, Many genuinely thought they were about to be shot. Captain Zhang reassured them that the ammunition consisted of rubber rounds rather than live bullets. That reassurance lasted all of 3 seconds. Before he added that, getting hit would still hurt quite a lot. The task was simple: survive. Candidates would remain inside the designated zone, while the machine fired anyone who lasted a full minute, would earn a perfect score. To Minjin, the entire thing sounded strangely entertaining. Captain Zhang further explained that, because this was an agility test, participants who somehow endured every hit while remaining inside the area for the full duration would still receive credit. The disqualification rules were straightforward. Anyone who left the zone within 30 seconds, or suffered severe injury, would be eliminated from the advancement examination. Immediately, with the explanation complete, he officially announced the beginning of the agility test. Just then, Dongjin approached Minjin. The rookie looked genuinely surprised to see him there. Dongjin smirked, and asked if Minjin had seriously expected him to fail. During the strength test, Minjun laughed awkwardly and denied it. Dongjun explained that every private first class, present except Minjun himself, had already taken the advancement examination, at least once before failing. The stat tests was unlikely. For veterans at their level, the problem was that the passing standards became much harsher after promotion from private. That was exactly why Dongjun kept failing. Then he offered one final warning. The rubber rounds might not be real bullets, but they moved every bit as fast. Relying on eyesight alone was a trap. Minjun quickly realized the smarter approach was to watch the weapon itself, reading the tiniest shifts in the barrel, and predicting where each shot would go. Before it was fired just then, Captain Zhang announced that Private Youngi had been eliminated, and ordered the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Watching another candidate fall, Minjun couldn't help but think about how ruthless these stat tests really were. Hunters were being crushed before they even reached the actual combat. In portions of the exam, no wonder the pass rate was so low. Then again, considering the dangers hunters faced, maybe the standards had to be this brutal. Soon after, Private First Class Jaeyong Jiando was also disqualified. Captain Zhang clicked his tongue in disappointment, remarking that this year's candidates were painfully unimpressive. He reminded everyone that the sergeant advancement examination next door was far harsher, and wondered aloud how anyone planned to advance. If they struggled this much, then Sun Yuno's name was called. The atmosphere changed instantly. Every eye in the room followed her. As she stepped forward the moment the machine activated, she moved with remarkable precision, slipping through the storm of rubber rounds, as if she had memorized their paths in advance. Captain Zhang immediately raised his voice, pointing her out as the textbook example of how the test should be handled when the timer ended, and her perfect score was announced. Amazement rippled through the crowd, but instead of enjoying the attention, Yuno suddenly stopped and turned her gaze directly toward Kim Minjun. Minjun froze. The staring continued around them. Whispers immediately erupted. Some began wondering if the two knew each other. Others jumped straight to assuming they were dating. Meanwhile, Minjun was completely baffled. The longer she looked at him, the more suspicious he became. Was she waiting for praise? If that was the case, she could get applause from her family. Why was she staring at him? Then his name was called Private First Class. Kim Minjong stepped forward with confidence, still feeling Yuno's gaze lingering on him. The moment the bullets started flying, however, everything changed. Instead of standing still and dodging, Minjin casually charged forward. The crowd lost their minds. He weaved through the incoming fire, like someone taking a leisurely walk, slipping past bullets while looking absurdly relaxed. Some soldiers burst out laughing, while others shouted in disbelief. To make matters worse, Minjin even started making ridiculous faces toward Yuno, while twisting, ducking, and weaving through the barrage. Yuno stood completely frozen. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. When the timer finally crossed the 1-minute mark, even Captain Zhang seemed momentarily stunned, before shouting for the machine to stop. The performance had exceeded every expectation. With obvious satisfaction, he announced that Kim Min-jong had achieved a perfect score in the agility test. Later, the candidates regrouped on the field. Standing at attention, they listened, as Captain Zhang acknowledged their efforts, before moving directly into the final stat examination, the stamina test. The rules sounded simple enough. Candidates would enter a dungeon and travel through a constantly shifting, empty corridor. They would have 40 minutes to reach a turning point, receive a stamp from the examiner station there, and return before time expired. The catch was obvious. Nobody was told how far away the turning point actually was. It was simply a relentless march into the unknown. As the group started moving, Minjun immediately noticed everyone pacing themselves. The cautious atmosphere was almost suffocating. They had barely started yet. Everyone was already conserving energy. He wondered whether it would be troublesome if he simply sprinted ahead, Then suddenly Sun Yuno shot past him. Minjin blinked. What does she want now? But instead of annoyance, excitement immediately surged through him. To him, this looked exactly like a challenge, and nothing motivated Minjin more than a race. Without hesitation, he accelerated and matched her pace. The surrounding candidates watched in confusion as the two surged ahead, while everyone else maintained a measured march. Before long, Minjin caught up and flashed her a confident grin. Yuno looked genuinely surprised. Minjin casually remarked that there wasn't much to it. While running beside her, Yuno didn't understand what he was talking about. He quickly brushed it off as something he had been saying to himself. Then, without warning, he increased his speed and shot ahead, leaving her behind. Yuno gradually slowed and stopped for a moment to catch her breath. As she stood there, memories surfaced. She remembered arriving at the training center and immediately becoming the center of attention. Rumors spread quickly. Everyone knew she was the daughter of a 2-star general. Everyone knew her stats were exceptional. The girls around her had been fascinated. Some had expected arrogance. Others assumed she would act superior because of her background. Instead, they discovered someone surprisingly shy. Beneath her composed exterior, even so many couldn't hide their jealousy. To them, her military career looked flawless. She seemed destined to become the standout recruit of her generation. Later, sitting quietly by herself, Yuno found her thoughts drifting back to a different memory. The image of Kim Min-jun shattering the red stone. No matter how hard she tried, that scene refused to leave her mind. Elsewhere, during training exercises, the white team eventually emerged victorious, with Yuno raising the blue flag. At the finish, the announcer declared their victory and revealed they had set a new training center record. With a completion time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds, the reward was a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, the losing team was ordered to assemble. Before the instructor, the white team received immediate praise for their achievement. One of Yuno's teammates even insisted that the victory belonged almost entirely to Yuno, claiming everyone else had barely contributed. Later, while everyone was resting, that same teammate came rushing in with explosive news. Their record had already been broken. Not only broken, destroyed. The new record stood at 1 minute and 2 seconds. She could barely process it. How was a time like that even possible? The answer only made it worse. Kim Min-jun. The entire record had been shattered by him alone. The moment his name surfaced, Yuno's attention locked in completely. The other girls piled on more stories. Apparently, he had nearly achieved a perfect shooting score. Apparently, he excelled in ICM training. Apparently, he ran like a lightning bolt without breaking a sweat. The rumors just kept growing. Someone even brought up the giant hound he had supposedly hunted eventually. One exhausted recruit told everyone to stop talking and go to sleep already. But while the others settled down, Yuno drifted into memories of her childhood. She remembered her father, gently patting her head before leaving home. From that day onward, she had wanted to become strong enough to stand beside people like him. Later, Commander Cho called her in for a private conversation. He praised her performance over the past 4 weeks and explained that he simply wanted to speak with the daughter of a former superior. Conversation eventually shifted toward her future. With grades like hers, any division would gladly accept her. Cho even asked whether she planned to join the 107th Division, where General Sun currently served. In response, Yuno asked a completely different question. She wanted to know which division Kim Min-jun belonged to back in the present. She understood that her decision hadn't been based on childish motives. Still, she couldn't deny that she had intentionally provoked Min-jun, and now, she finally understood why he had been irritated. Her face turned bright red. Thinking back on all his ridiculous behavior left her unsure whether she was annoyed, impressed, or simply jealous. Then a realization struck her. Her goal had never been to become number one. It was to become strong through her own efforts. Rather than relying on her father's reputation, maybe she really should apologize. After all, someone that talented should be someone to learn from, not compete with out of pride. With renewed determination, Yuno pushed forward at full speed, and finally reached the turning point, only to find Minjin casually chatting with another candidate. The moment she arrived, he smugly raised his stamped hand and remarked that he had nearly fallen asleep waiting for her. Instantly, every thought of apologizing vanished. Yuno exploded, demanding that the examiner stamp her hand immediately. The poor examiner had absolutely no idea why she was so angry. At that moment, any chance of a peaceful apology disappeared. Yuno's competitive spirit had fully awakened. She took off once again, determined to catch him, while the rest of the candidates were still dragging themselves through the course. Later, the results were announced. Private First Class Kim Min-jun claimed first place, with a record time of 29 minutes. Sun Yuno followed in second with 32 minutes. Captain Jong burst out laughing when he saw the scores. pointing out that Minjin had once again achieved perfect marks. It was absurd. Afterward, he instructed all successful candidates to eat lunch and report back to the training grounds by 1 sharp later while retrieving her jacket. Yuno happened to catch Minjun, making another ridiculous face in her direction. The sight left her thoroughly confused. Meanwhile, Minjun jogged off to catch up with Dongjin. Watching him leave, Yuno couldn't help smiling to herself. She had completely fallen for his provocation. This round belonged to him. Without another word, she put on her jacket and continued on her way. Elsewhere, inside the second practical examination center of the 105th Division, Dongjin was already facing the next challenge. Several goblins armed with crude bat-like weapons shrieked as they surrounded him. Dongjin ignored the noise completely. Sweat covered his forehead, but his focus never wavered. He cut through the monsters one after another. When one goblin lunged forward, Dongjin drew his sword to intercept it, only to notice another enemy sneaking up behind him. Without missing a beat, he dodged the first attack, spun around and launched a powerful kick that sent the second goblin flying. Unfortunately, that goblin wasn't finished yet. A moment later, it charged straight back at him. Dongjin moved on instinct, dropping low beneath the goblin's attack, before driving his blade across its chest. In one clean motion, the strike landed, but the creature refused to fall. Instead, it staggered back with fury burning in its eyes. Now both goblins were on him at once, pressing from different angles, and giving him almost no room to breathe. Watching from above, Minjin quietly analyzed everything. Compared to what he expected, the specialty weapon proficiency test felt surprisingly straightforward. The examinees simply had to demonstrate how effectively they had absorbed the techniques taught by the Hunter Corps, follow the manual correctly, display proper execution, and passing wasn't difficult. For someone like him, this part might as well have been free points. As expected, most participants chose swordsmanship. Among them, Dongjun earned the highest score. Even so, Minjun couldn't ignore what he was seeing. Now the guy had skill, yet he was struggling, more than he should have against a pair of goblins. The final practical section focused on monster handling. Ability privates had to eliminate 4 hounds, while private first classes were required to defeat 3 goblins, using their selected specialty weapon. Unlike the earlier tests, this one resembled real combat. After a fierce exchange, Dongjin finally drove his sword through the blue goblin's chest, ending the fight and completing his run. The commander announced his result. 7 minutes and 52 seconds. Sweat poured from Dongjin as he stepped out of the arena, exhausted and barely holding himself upright. Minjin noticed something important. Several times during the battle, Dongjin had openings that could have ended the fight much sooner. Each time hesitation stopped him. It wasn't a lack of skill. It looked more like a lack of faith in himself. When Dongjin returned to stand beside him, his shoulders were lowered, and disappointment was written all over his face. Moments later, Minjin's name was called. He didn't want Dongjin dwelling on failure. Besides, a smug grin was already creeping onto his face. By the end of today, he'd be a corporal. After that, he planned to tear apart every bad habit Dongjin had, and rebuild him into something much stronger. The spectators immediately lost their minds. When Minjun entered carrying a baseball bat, even the commander looked puzzled. The examinee, who had dominated every test so far, had chosen one of the most ordinary weapons imaginable. This wasn't going to be easy to judge. Minjun, however, saw things differently from his perspective. The only thing that mattered was delivering overwhelming impact, nothing more. The moment 3 goblins charged toward him, he tightened his grip. Then everything ended in a single flash. The bat swung. All 3 goblins were struck at once. The impact was so absurdly violent that the monsters were blasted apart, instantly collapsing, before anyone could even process what had happened. The entire battle lasted barely 4 seconds. Silence swallowed the arena. People stared with their mouths hanging open, struggling to understand what they had just witnessed. A private first class, and had already dominated every previous category, and now he'd practically erased the monster test from existence. Minjun casually turned toward Yuno and met her gaze. Then he flashed that familiar smug expression. Pure provocation, could only stare back, convinced this guy was completely insane. After the examinations concluded, the commander congratulated everyone for their hard work. He gave special recognition to Kim Min-jong, now officially Corporal Kim Min-jong. Even Commander Jong laughed while saying it. The kid was climbing the ranks so quickly that people kept forgetting what rank he held. John admitted he'd been worried, since only one hunter from their battalion managed to advance this time. Fortunately, that one hunter had delivered a performance so ridiculous that the battalion commander was thrilled. With a grin, he gave Minjun a thumbs up. After all, it wasn't every day someone achieved a perfect score. Across the board, the squad erupted into cheers. To them, Minjin wasn't just another soldier. He was the guy who had repeatedly saved their skins. More than a few joked that if he ever became a sergeant, he wasn't allowed to turn into a tyrant. Minjin simply listened, while secretly deciding he'd evaluate everyone first, before choosing how merciless he'd be. At the same time, he patted Dong Jin on the shoulder. In the back of his mind, he was already planning ways to strengthen the guy. The moment they returned, specialty weapon training was starting immediately. Then he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he found Yuno standing there. He already knew she'd performed well enough to pass. Her abilities were obvious. As the buses prepared to depart, Yuno remained outside. Minjin found that strange. Meanwhile, Yuno was wrestling with herself. This felt like the perfect chance to apologize for how she'd acted during the stat tests. Unfortunately, Minjin had other ideas. Pressing his face dramatically against the bus window, he molted a message directly at her. The warning was simple: if she provoked him again, she'd regret it. Then the bus pulled away. Yuno stood frozen, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, and increasingly convinced that Kim Min-jun was one of the most impossible people she'd ever met. The ride home quickly turned into chaos. The hunters immediately started grilling Minjin about Yuno. From their perspective, the girl had been paying attention to him all day. During the stat tests, during the practicals, practically everywhere. Surely something was going on. The teasing intensified. They demanded answers. Minjin couldn't have cared less. According to him, Yuno wasn't interested in him at all. She'd been provoking him. That's why he'd gone out of his way to crush her. The entire bus burst into laughter. Still, nobody was satisfied. They wanted details. More importantly, they wanted to know what kind of lunatic managed to bully the most popular rookie in the 104th Division. Then Han Yang nearly exploded when he realized Minjun had essentially trampled all over the girl of his dreams. Annoyed, he demanded to know who Minjun's dream girl was. Without hesitation, Minjun revealed the answer: Lumi. The bus went quiet. People searched their memories. Nobody recognized the name. Was she an idol? A celebrity? Minjun immediately corrected them. Lumi wasn't either of those things. She was simply the most beautiful woman in Dungeon. Power fighter. The entire hunter squad looked at him with pure disgust. That night, mountains of fried chicken appeared. Then even more boxes arrived, courtesy of the lieutenant. Sergeant Cho laughed and pointed out that this was probably the happiest anyone had ever seen. Kim Min-jong. Min-jong didn't even deny it. Cho openly thanked him, admitting that today's celebration existed. Largely because of him, he was especially amazed that Min-jong already had 3 stripes. At this rate, Sergeant wasn't far away. Minja nodded while stuffing his face with chicken and washing it down with Pepsi. Life was good. Then Sergeant Sun Ho entered, pushing a cart loaded with bottles, and ordering all members of 2nd Squad into the lounge. Everyone immediately sensed something was up. Sun Ho explained that he just submitted a report regarding their squad's latest achievement. More importantly, thanks to Minjun's perfect examination results, they'd received beer as a reward. Cho and Kim practically launched themselves out of their seats. They had no intention of letting Min-jun enjoy everything alone. Sun Ho immediately ruined their dreams. According to him, the beer was technically a gift from the company commander, specifically for Min-jong. The squad collectively groaned. Cho narrowed his eyes and accused Sun Ho of plotting this. From the very beginning, in his opinion, the sergeant must have known exactly what kind of monster Min Yong was when he insisted on keeping him in the squad. Later that night, Minjin wandered outside alone and summoned his night walker. The tiny shadow appeared at first. The summon had completely caught him off guard, but now he had a clear purpose, for it didn't need an assassin, he needed a spy. Minjun assigned the Nightwalker a new mission. From now on, it would quietly monitor high-ranking officers, gather information, and immediately report anything unusual. Most importantly, it was to investigate anything connected to demonic energy. The little shadow suddenly raised its hand. Minjin stared for a moment, before realizing the familiar was asking for a reward. With a sigh, he tossed over a small sphere of demonic energy. The Nightwalker accepted it like a child receiving treasure from heaven. The tiny creature looked unbelievably happy. As it prepared to leave, Minjin reminded it not to get caught. Truthfully, he was a little nervous. If anyone from the squad spotted the thing wandering around, the entire base would probably enter emergency mode. Without warning, Sergeant Kim appeared behind him. Minja nearly jumped out of his skin. Recovering quickly, he claimed he was only outside getting fresh air. It had also been a long time since he'd had a drink. Kim asked if his alcohol tolerance was low. Minjin explained it wasn't that simple. Dark mages processed alcohol differently. Poisons and intoxicants were naturally purified from their systems. Almost the moment they entered, Kim congratulated him on advancing, but warned him not to become complacent. He also advised Minjin not to show up late next time. Regardless of tolerance, the rest of the squad would finish every bottle before he returned after Kim left. Minjin finally relaxed, thankfully. Sunho hadn't seen the Nightwalker. That close call reminded him to be much more careful. At the same time, the more he observed Sunho, the more he felt the man embodied the ideal soldier, strict, disciplined, and completely by the book. Not that Min Jong disliked that. The following day, the commanders discussed the results. One of them joked that Kim Min Jong looked like someone born specifically for the Hunter Corps. He admitted he'd been prepared to wipe out the entire squad's hopes if nobody passed. Instead, one man not only passed, he achieved perfection. Another officer added that Corporal Kim Min Jong had shattered the previous record. In the monster handling test, the new record stood at 4 seconds. That remark made the commander burst into laughter. Not long ago, he had genuinely believed training center commander Choi was out of his mind for hyping up one recruit. This much, looking back now, he almost felt embarrassed. Min Jun hadn't merely lived up to the praise. He'd shattered every ceiling placed above him. The kid had even resolved the middle bat crisis by himself. Another officer brought up the oil reserve incident, pointing out that Min Jun had been the very first person to move. When everyone else hesitated, Lee followed by reminding them that the boy had reached the rank of corporal in only a single month, something practically unheard of within the Hunter Corps. The room quickly reached the same conclusion. Min Jun wasn't meeting expectations. He was bulldozing straight through them. Sooner or later, the entire Hunter Corps would have their eyes on him. That comment made SEO pause. He immediately understood what Lee was implying. The Hunter Special Forces Brigade curious. He asked whether Minjin could truly handle a stage that large. Lee didn't hesitate in his eyes. Minjin was exactly the kind of person who belonged there. He'd seen countless hunters throughout his career, warriors who became legends within the Corps, yet something about this kid felt different. It was as if another monster was being born. Right in front of them, meanwhile, inside a vast desert simulation, hordes of lizard men, goblins and orcs stretched across the horizon. Standing alone before them was Minjin. A bat rested casually on his shoulder. As he waited for the monsters to close the distance, the real fun was about to begin. Back at the dormitory, chaos ruled the room. The squad had been drinking like there was no tomorrow. Some soldiers could barely sit upright, while others were already halfway into tomorrow's hangover. When Minjin walked in, he found his squad mates completely wrecked. One soldier, barely conscious, squinted at him and slurred out a question about whether he was feeling all right. Minjin answered with an effortless grin. Perfectly fine. The guy nearly fell over. After everything they'd consumed, Minjin still looked fresh enough to start another shift. To the drunken soldier that wasn't human anymore. That was a monster just then. Sunho entered. Minjun casually asked how he was holding up. A drunk soldier instantly scrambled into something resembling a salute, while Sergeant Lee calmly replied that he'd already sweated everything out. Minjun couldn't help smiling. Looking at Sunho's physique, he once again thought, the man looked like the textbook definition of a soldier. Sunho then asked whether Minjun had visited the gym, yet the answer was no. Hearing that Sunho advised him to start using it, now that he was a corporal, he also mentioned that their squad had access to a surprisingly good virtual training system. The moment Minjun heard the words, virtual training, his eyes lit up finally. Time to see what the Hunter Corps famous VR facilities were all about. The moment he stepped into Gym 2, he was impressed. The setup looked absurdly realistic. His excitement immediately skyrocketed. The first step was selecting opponents. Without hesitation, he chose orcs. Then came the monster count. Most people would have started small. Minjin cranked the number all the way up to 30. Even then it felt lacking. If he was doing this, he wanted the full Warrior Series experience. Next came weapon selection. The sheer variety almost made him lose his mind. After finalizing everything, he entered the simulation, fully equipped, gripping a club and ready to unleash absolute chaos. The battle began. A scorching desert spread before him. The graphics looked almost indistinguishable from reality. Then the orcs arrived armored and eager to kill. Minjin wasn't impressed. The first swing connected. An orc flew through the air. Like a baseball launched out of a stadium, the impact felt incredible. Instantly he was hooked. A grin spread across his face as he charged forward. One after another orcs were launched, crushed and flattened beneath overwhelming force. The bat felt perfect in his hands. Before long he was practically demanding more monsters. A few moments later, the battlefield fell silent. Only one survivor remained. Minjin, unfortunately. 30 orcs hadn't even come close to satisfying him. So he raised the difficulty. 30 goblins, 30 golems. 30 lizardmen, 90 monsters total. 3 different species, an entire army. Minjin's grin only widened. Looking at the crowd gathering before him, he casually wondered if they'd all managed to show up. The moment they charged, he began counting down 3. R-E. Then he exploded forward. The scene that followed looked less like a battle, and more like a natural disaster. Monsters were launched in every direction. Bones shattered, bodies collapsed. The bat never stopped moving. Minjin tore through the horde with relentless momentum, until not a single enemy remained standing. Only after the final monster fell, did the simulation finally end. Removing his gear, Minjin couldn't stop smiling. The VR room was incredible for him. It ranked just below Dungeon Power Fighter itself. Then a notification window appeared. His expression froze. A new skill had been unlocked. Basic blunt weapon handling. Still stunned, he quickly checked the description. The skill increased proficiency with blunt weapons. Ninja's excitement exploded. He hadn't expected weapon skills to be obtainable this way. If that was true, then he didn't necessarily need dungeons to develop entirely new abilities from that moment on. He decided he'd be spending much more time experimenting with different weapons in the VR room. Unfortunately, his celebration was interrupted. Dongjun suddenly appeared nearby. The poor guy looked like he'd witnessed a ghost. Confused, Minjun asked, "What was wrong?" Dongjun silently pointed toward the simulation results. His face had gone completely pale. He couldn't believe what he was reading. 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 lizardmen, all defeated solo. Minjun immediately frowned. Why was the system broadcasting his results? For everyone to see, Dongjin demanded confirmation. Had he really wiped out 90 monsters by himself? Minjun considered answering. Then an idea struck him instantly. Adopting the serious expression of a superior officer, he informed Dongjin that they needed to have a conversation in the gym. Dongjin immediately started sweating nervously. He asked why Minjun's smile became dangerous. Training time. Before Dongjin could object, Minjun practically dragged him inside. Even when Dongjin complained about being hungover, Minjun argued that exercise was the perfect cure. Moments later, Kim entered the area and nearly collapsed. After seeing the simulation results, elsewhere, Kim Guangzik was searching for the squad. Confused, he asked where everyone had gone. Especially Kim Minjong, one soldier explained, that most of the team had gone to collect snow removal equipment. Unfortunately, he accidentally referred to Mingjun as a corporal. The moment the words left his mouth, panic hit him. Mingjun hadn't officially received the promotion yet, especially not in front of Guangxik. Trying to recover, the soldier hurried off to send someone after Mingjun, explaining that the platoon commander wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Guangxik stumbled upon another group of soldiers. Gathered together, they looked far too relaxed. Curious, he asked what was happening. The answer left him speechless. The group was gambling specifically. They were betting an entire month's salary on how long it would take Kim Min-jin to reach sergeant. Everyone had their own prediction. 6 months, 8 months, a year, maybe longer. Guangxik stared in disbelief. How seriously were these idiots taking this? One soldier openly mocked a 6-month prediction, calling it impossible. The argument quickly turned into playful trash talk. Another soldier fired back, insisting Minjin wasn't normal and shouldn't be judged like everyone else. The debate grew louder eventually. Everyone locked in their bets. Then Guangxik stepped forward. His answer silenced the group. 1 month, nobody knew whether to laugh or be terrified. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Minjin found himself frustrated. Days of intense training had passed. His stats hadn't moved, not even a little. For the first time, he wondered whether all the effort had been pointless. Then he remembered something. Even the annoying Isgard incident had eventually rewarded him with a passive skill. One of his abilities already increased strength by 150%. What he really wanted now was something similar to returned hero strength, a skill capable of scaling alongside his growth. As if responding to his thoughts, a notification suddenly appeared. New skill acquired power, a basic skill. Simple direct 5 bonus points to strength. Minjin's eyes lit up. The bonus wasn't huge, but skills could evolve. That alone made it valuable. While catching his breath, another soldier arrived and informed him that the platoon commander was looking for him. Minjin thanked him and headed off immediately. The soldier watched him leave, unable to shake the strange feeling that everyone around Minjin seemed unusually calm today, almost as if they were expecting something. Upon arriving at the administrative office, Minjun reported in Kim. Michiel greeted him warmly and guided him into a counseling room for a casual discussion. He asked how life as a corporal had been treating him. After all, nearly a week had already passed. Minjun replied that everything was going well. Kim congratulated him once more on the promotion and thanked him for his role in resolving the middle bat emergency. As usual, Minjun brushed it aside. Then Kim revealed the real reason for the meeting. An official certificate was placed in front of him. a special commendation, issued directly by the battalion commander. It recognized both his handling of the emergency and his flawless advancement exam performance. Kim joked that the presentation might feel underwhelming, but the Hunter Corps preferred practicality over elaborate ceremonies. The document itself was signed by Colonel Lee Jun, an award of excellence, official proof of outstanding service. Then Kim added another detail. The award would contribute to his accumulated achievements. Min Jun immediately glanced sideways. Could that eventually qualify him for another special advancement? Kim hesitated maybe, but he also warned that awards like this were rare. Most hunters never received one this early. Receiving multiple was even rarer. Min Jun's eyes sparkled in his mind. An entirely different calculation had already begun. If one award was good, what about 10? Would that earn another promotion? He blurted the thought out loud, comparing the entire system to collecting fried chicken, coupons, and wondering if there was some kind of buy one, get one free promotion for achievements. The room instantly fell silent. A few days later, the soldiers stood in formation with weapons in hand, their next assignment finally arriving. This wasn't training. This was a real dungeon operation. Platoon Commander Kim McKeel reminded everyone that discipline and preparation existed for a reason. If they trusted their training and stayed composed, they would make it through, without unnecessary casualties. Their destination was a dungeon, known as the Monster Rat Nest, more commonly called the Sewers. Min Jin stood alongside Zhang Han, Li Dong, Jin Chi-ho, and the rest of the squad. Supervising the operation were First Lieutenant Kim, Chialmun Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, Sergeant First Class Kim Mi, and several other officers. The dungeon wasn't ranked particularly high, but nobody underestimated it. More than 200 monster rats were believed to inhabit the tunnels, and the cramped environment made firearms far less effective. Clearing it demanded coordination, patience, and absolute focus. One mistake in those narrow passages, it could spiral into disaster. The mission itself carried another complication. Aside from the entrance they used, there was only a single additional exit. Their strategy was simple: funnel the creatures toward that route, and eliminate them in a controlled kill zone. Commander Kim McKeel ordered everyone into position. While the bait was prepared and placed near the secondary exit, the smell inside was horrific. Every soldier wore a specialized Hunter Corps gas mask, yet the stench still seemed determined to punch through the filters. One soldier complained that the rats fed on all kinds of disgusting waste, which somehow made the entire dungeon smell even worse. Despite the suffocating conditions, the squad pushed deeper and spread the bait throughout the tunnels. Before long, a massive wave of monster rats came, pouring through the front entrance. The moment they were spotted, the atmosphere shifted, jokes vanished, weapons tightened in trembling hands. The commander immediately ordered the troops into formation, shoulder to shoulder across the tunnel entrance. Lower-rank soldiers were instructed to remain farther back, with the vice commander for protection. Even so, a few veterans still found time to make bets over who would rack up the highest kill count, with the loser buying snacks at the PX. They even tried dragging the squad commander into the wager. The commander shut down the distractions and reminded everyone not to lose focus. The formation had to hold. No matter what happened, they would meet the rats head-on and maintain the line. At the front, Corporal Kim Anji, from 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad fought aggressively, cutting down wave after wave. Beside him, Corporal Zhang Han from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad stood firm without giving an inch. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho guided the squad through the chaos, while Sergeant Kim Jante and Sergeant Chutuk carved through rats with brutal efficiency. Corporal Kim Guang-shik fought just as fiercely, refusing to let a single creature slip past. As the battle continued, the officers began taking notice. Sergeant Ernst Class Kim and Ernst Lieutenant Kim Chi-alman observed that several soldiers were performing exceptionally well. Rats were being eliminated before they could even threaten the front line. The results of countless drills were finally becoming visible. Even Li Dongjin, who had spent so long struggling to keep up, was beginning to show the fruits of his relentless training. Then everything changed. A cry for help echoed through the tunnel, and another soldier rushed forward without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, fresh waves of rats appeared from the rear. Warnings erupted throughout the formation. As soldiers shouted that the back entrance was under attack, the commander immediately reassigned 1st and 4th Squads to secure the rear. While ordering the privates to slowly withdraw behind their shields, he reminded everyone not to panic. They were close to finishing the operation. Just a little longer, but something felt wrong. Through the gas mask, Guangxik sensed it first. A chill crawled down his spine. Instinct screamed that something dangerous was approaching, not from ahead, from below. The ground erupted as an irregular monster forced its way upward. The creature was enormous, grotesquely swollen from feeding on the other rats. Its sheer size turned the tunnel into a nightmare. Guangxik froze his body, simply refused to move. Dungeon tried to shout, but even he found himself paralyzed by fear. For a split second, then he finally forced out a desperate scream, begging Guangxik to move, do anything, but the monster was already there. Ninja narrowed his eyes. Something about the creature felt wrong. Its gaze was empty. There was no instinct, no hesitation, no fear, only a hollow void. And then he understood the monster was overflowing with demonic energy. At the same moment, soldiers praised Dungeon for reacting quickly and trying to save Guangxik. Others shouted at Minjun to fall back immediately, warning that the situation was far too dangerous. Orders were issued for the corporals to retreat. While the rest prepared for the worst, Minjun only smirked while everyone's attention remained fixed on the monster. He was secretly absorbing the violet, demonic energy leaking from its eyes. It was a dangerous gamble. If anyone discovered what he was doing, questions would follow. And in this world, anything connected to demonic power carried serious consequences. In a strange way, Dongjun's reckless attempt to save Guangxik had become the perfect distraction. Silently, Minjun thanked him. A notification appeared. A portion of demonic energy had been absorbed. His demonic energy stat increased by 1. Feeling the immense power that had once filled the irregular monster, Minjun quietly promised himself that the energy would be put to proper use. Nearby, Zhang openly admitted defeat, completely impressed by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kim McKay all confirmed the truth. The creature had indeed been an irregular monster. Reports soon followed. Every platoon member had successfully evacuated the dungeon. Only one irregular had appeared, and it had been eliminated by a single soldier. The battle was over yet. The buzzing insects and lingering tension made it impossible to forget how quickly things could turn deadly. On the front lines, John approached Minjun afterward and sincerely thanked him. He admitted that when he first saw the monster, fear had rooted him to the spot. Minjun brushed off the praise and apologized for acting without authorization. John immediately dismissed the apology. There was no time for protocol during a crisis. If Minjun hadn't moved, both Guangxik and Dongjun could have suffered far worse. Soon after, Kim Makiol checked for injuries and asked whether Minjun was hurt. Minjun confidently replied that he was perfectly fine. As he relaxed slightly, however, Kim Makiho quietly informed him that they would need to have a private discussion. Once they returned to camp, Zhang noticed the exchange and couldn't help thinking that the platoon commander looked unusually serious. Updates continued, arriving through the communication channels. All evacuated personnel suffered only minor injuries. Dongjin had already completed his examination and was on his way back. Guangxik's injuries amounted to little more than bruises, and he was expected to return. By the following day, the second platoon was called to attention. Due to the unexpected appearance of the irregular monster, the dungeon operation was officially terminated. Everyone was instructed to inspect their equipment and prepare to depart. The response came instantly. A unified acknowledgement echoed through the area. Later, back at the administrative office, Minjun was summoned to complete the official report. He was instructed to document exactly how he had defeated the irregular monster. The problem was that he had absolutely no idea how to explain it. For a moment he considered writing that he had tried smashing it with a shield, and then finished it off with a punch. Even to him that sounded ridiculous. Kim Makiol admitted that his view of the fight had been partially blocked, but he still asked the question directly. Had Minjun really defeated the monster with nothing but his fist? Minjun hesitated, before explaining that the situation had escalated too quickly. The creature was overflowing with power, and there hadn't been time to think. Changing the subject, Kim Makiol asked about his stats. Minjun calmly revealed that his strength stood at 65, and his agility at 60. The answer nearly stunned the officer. Even as a first lieutenant, Kim Makiol considered his own stats respectable, sitting somewhere above 40. Minjun's numbers were more than double what many sergeants possessed. The realization left him speechless. With stats like those, Minjun could easily have qualified for the Hunter Military Academy. Then another thought surfaced. According to the records, Minjun had dropped out of high school. That likely would have complicated admission. Still, Kim Makiol encouraged him to consider earning a GED and eventually attending university. If he ever wanted to pursue an executive path, once he reached staff sergeant, opportunities for travel, classes, and online education would become available. He even offered to help investigate the process. Minjun admitted that academics simply weren't his thing. As far as he was concerned, advancing through achievements alone sounded much more appealing. After hearing that Kim Makiol respected the decision, he made it clear he wouldn't pressure him further, but asked to be informed if he ever changed his mind. Minjun thanked him. Kim Makiol assured him that he would handle the remainder of the report, and suggested he get some rest. He also promised that today's actions would not be forgotten. Minjin saluted and turned toward the door. Then Kim Makyol called out to him one last time. The officer admitted, something he rarely would have said aloud, by stepping forward when everyone else froze. Minjin had prevented a far worse outcome. In that critical moment even he had been unable to move. For that he sincerely thanked him. Minjin answered firmly that he had only done what was necessary. But deep inside he knew there had been another reason. Every risk, every battle, every impossible situation brought him closer to greater demonic power, and closer to proving exactly how valuable he could become. Outside the building, Guangxik awkwardly approached Minjun, and carefully asked if he could participate in the raid. Special training sessions that Minjun had been running with Dongjun. The request caught Minjun off guard. More than anything, he was curious how Guangxik had even discovered their unofficial training location. Even stranger, the man had barely recovered, yet here he was asking for extra punishment. Guangxik stumbled through his explanation, before eventually pointing toward Dongjun. In his eyes, the difference was obvious. Dongjun had improved tremendously, and was no longer the struggling hunter. Everyone remembered. Guangxik believed those secret training sessions were responsible, and that was exactly why he wanted in. Minjun wasn't impressed. He questioned whether Guangxik honestly believed he could simply walk into the group whenever he pleased. Training wasn't some casual club. There was order, discipline, and expectations, especially for a corporal. Guangxik lowered his head and sincerely thanked Minjun for saving his life. Then he turned toward Dongjin and apologized for the way he had treated him in the past. Dongjin froze. He awkwardly tried brushing it off, telling him not to worry about it. But Guangxi continued. His voice carried none of its usual arrogance. He admitted that the hazing had been wrong. Whether they forgave him or not was their decision. But his apology was genuine. Then he revealed the real reason. For personal reasons, he wanted to become a non-commissioned officer, and if he was serious about that goal, then he needed to start training properly. Dongjun glanced hopefully toward Minjun, and asked if letting Guangxik join would really be that terrible. Minjun's answer came immediately, no, absolutely not. Guangxik accepted the rejection without argument. He admitted they had every reason to feel uncomfortable. After everything that had happened, even so, he thanked both of them once more, openly acknowledging that he was only alive because of their actions. For a moment, silence settled over the group. Then Minjun suddenly changed directions. If Guangxik wanted another chance, he would need to spend the next 24 hours acting like a pigeon. The request hit like a truck. Guangxik stared at him in disbelief, while Minjun casually shrugged, as though the offer meant nothing either way. Faced with the choice of pride or training, Guangxik reluctantly chose training. A few seconds later, he was awkwardly making pigeon noises. Dongjin could only watch in complete disbelief, while Minjun quietly enjoyed every second of it. Elsewhere, the saint praised the giant for his efforts, and gently asked whether there was anything weighing on his mind. Though hesitant at first, the giant eventually wondered how long the saint intended to continue carrying such burdens. The saint admitted that nobody could know the answer. Then he offered a gift, meant for someone who was no longer present. Looking ahead, he remarked that when something comes from genuine sincerity, there is no such thing as giving too much. Meanwhile, back at camp, Sergeant Cho was already complaining. They had barely returned from a dangerous dungeon operation, and now they were being ordered into construction work. To him, spending the final year of service hauling materials around camp felt deeply unfair as they worked. Purple wondered aloud whether these camps actually made any difference. During monster attacks, Joe simply replied that nobody really knew. At that moment, a delivery finally arrived. Guangxik announced that the steel had shown up. The soldiers jokingly referred to the material as steet, because nobody could quite agree whether it resembled stone or metal. The nickname came from just how absurdly durable and confusing the material was. The moment they started moving it, everyone understood the problem. The stuff was unbelievably heavy. Guangxik quickly realized it weighed far more than its appearance suggested. Lifting it felt like trying to carry a chunk of a mountain. Another soldier explained that this was exactly why it was used for camp construction once installed. It was practically indestructible. Guangxik started explaining that the material came from a rare mineral found only within certain dungeons. He was about to elaborate further when Minjun suddenly interrupted and distracted him by asking if he had said something. Immediately understanding the hint, Guangxik played it off and claimed it was nothing important. Soon after, Vice Commander Kim Mi announced a 10-minute break. Then his expression grew serious. While collecting materials from headquarters, he had overheard a troubling rumor. A dungeon known as a Tin Can Dungeon might have appeared within the territory, managed by the 104th Division. The reaction was immediate. Sergeant Cho nearly jumped at the news, demanding to know if it was true. Dongjin looked ready to collapse, loudly pointing out that another deployment there would make it his third trip into that nightmare. Cho complained right alongside him, insisting the situation was becoming ridiculous. Vice Commander Kim Mi attempted to calm everyone, reminding them that the investigation was still ongoing, and that nothing had been confirmed. Meanwhile, Guangxi quietly explained the term to himself. Hunters used the nickname Tin Can Dungeon for a specific category of dungeon. They were much larger than average, packed with a greater variety of monsters, and filled with far more enemies overall. Yet despite their size, they lacked boss monsters and other extreme threats. Because of this unusual balance, they were considered ideal environments for practical combat training. Large-scale exercises, known as hunter field maneuvers, were often conducted there. Hearing him muttering again, Minjin asked who exactly he was talking to. Guangxi immediately dismissed the question and claimed he was simply thinking out loud, in case anyone was curious. The phrase, hunter field maneuvers, stuck in Minjin's head. He wasn't impressed to him. It sounded like another exhausting military exercise, rather than actual combat. Long drills and structured practice held little appeal. He preferred real fights then. Kim Mikhail reminded everyone that divisional training was mandatory and, more importantly, an excellent source of accomplishments. The instant Minjin heard that word, everything changed. His eyes lit up. Accomplishments meant recognition. Recognition meant advancement. Advancement meant power suddenly. The entire situation sounded fantastic. The front lines continued, proving that coming here had been the right decision. Opportunities seemed to appear one after another, almost as if fate itself was helping him grow stronger. While his excitement built, Minjin suddenly noticed a faint, purple glow near his foot. Without drawing attention, he casually shifted his shoe over it, and concealed it before anyone could notice. Nearby, Dongjin and Cho groaned in frustration. They argued that they didn't need more accomplishments, because they were already being worked to death during their final year of service. Meanwhile, Minjin quietly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, nobody had seen the glow. Choosing not to dwell on it, he shifted his attention elsewhere, and caught part of a discussion involving reinforcement requests. At that moment, Officer Sun Yuno explained that reinforcements had been requested because of an irregular monster. The request originated from an investigative team examining a dungeon that had recently appeared in Yanggu. The commanding officer recalled that the dungeon had emerged inside a military zone rather than near civilians. Yuno confirmed this and added an unsettling detail. 2 members of the investigation team had suddenly lost consciousness without warning. No injuries, no symptoms, no explanation, according to Yuno. Similar incidents had become increasingly common, which suggested the dungeon might require immediate action. After considering the situation, the officer proposed transferring area control to regular military personnel, while withdrawing the hunters stationed in Yanggu. Resources would instead be redirected toward a newly emerged dungeon inside the civilian district of Hongchen. Yuno accepted the orders without hesitation. Watching from nearby, Mingjun couldn't help smiling. To him, the entire situation looked suspiciously convenient. It felt like an opportunity had practically dropped into his lap, already forming plans. He decided he would request a day off. Later, Minjin carefully checked his bag to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. As he prepared to leave, Kim Mikhail spotted him and casually asked whether he was already heading out. He mentioned noticing that Minjin had carried far more construction material than anyone else earlier. Now the reason was obvious. The guy had been rushing through the work, specifically to free up time for his leave. Half impressed and half irritated, Kim Mikhail admitted that Minjong really was something else. Minjong thanked him, Kim Mikhail immediately clarified that it wasn't exactly a compliment. While reviewing the paperwork, he pointed out that Minjin's registered home address was located within a restricted area. Curious, he asked, where Minjin had stayed during his previous leave. The answer was simple, a PC room. Exactly the response Kim Mikhail had expected. Without another word, he produced a key and offered Minjin access to an apartment belonging to his parents. They were currently away on business, leaving the place empty though. Kim Mikhail occasionally visited to keep it maintained. Minjin politely attempted to refuse. Kim Mikhail shut that down immediately. This time he insisted. Looking at the note, Minjun learned that the apartment was located in Chuncheon, within Gangwon province. It was farther from camp than ideal, but still close enough to be practical. Compared to a noisy PC room, it sounded significantly better. He also remembered Kim Mikhail's earlier words. Even if he never used the apartment, he should take the key and get proper rest. Folding the note, Minjong tucked it away. As he did, Kim Mikhail glanced at the information sheet. Kim Min-jong address listed in Gangwon, mother Choi Yoon-ju father, both marked as missing sometime later. Min-jun arrived at the Yanggu County bus terminal. Nearby soldiers were discussing a dungeon that had recently appeared near an abandoned school. Orders had already been issued, and personnel were to remain at least 1 kilometer away. While securing the perimeter, Min-jin listened quietly without attracting attention. In the distance stood a silent structure. That could only be the dungeon. As he approached, curiosity began growing. What kind of monster was waiting for him this time? More importantly, the person who had sent him here hadn't even bothered checking what was inside. Typical, Min-jin told himself, that if the situation looked even remotely hopeless, he'd turn around and walk away. The instant he crossed the threshold, a faint glow swept across his vision, followed by a notification, confirming his entry into the dungeon. The atmosphere inside felt wrong, thick with moisture, and heavy enough to cling to his skin cracked. Walls surrounded him. The floor was torn apart, and the scattered destruction made one thing obvious: a fierce battle had already happened here. A shattered object nearby caught his attention, proof that someone had fought desperately before him. At the same time, he could feel eyes on him. Something was watching from the darkness. Without hesitation, Min-jin called it out, demanding it reveal itself. Moments later, a massive figure stepped forward. He studied the creature carefully, unable to decide whether it resembled a goblin or a kobold. Whatever it was, its size was absurd. The fact that the investigation team had survived an encounter with it at all was, honestly, shocking. Min-jun didn't waste another second. He rushed forward, mocking the monster for barely surviving its previous fight while activating corruption. Yet the creature remained completely unfazed. It didn't dodge, it didn't defend. It simply stood there. Compared to the enemies he'd crushed before, most of them felt like ants. This thing was different, more like a giant armored beetle. Still in Min-jun's eyes, a bug was a bug. Irritation flared inside him as he launched his final strike, loudly, blaming the monster for ruining his brand new clothes. The creature collapsed, and immediately a system notification appeared. Demonic energy flowed into him once again. Then another message appeared, and another. His demonic energy stat rose 3 separate times in succession. As the last increase settled in, something changed. He had crossed a threshold. A new skill unlocked Dark Arrow. At the same time, Nightwalker received an enhancement, and he unexpectedly acquired basic swordsmanship. As well excited, Min-jin immediately opened his status window. Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 22. The new ranged attack caught his attention first. Dark Arrow was exactly the kind of ability he'd been missing, but the swordsmanship skill surprised him. After a moment of thought, the answer became obvious. It must have been triggered by the critical strike during the fight. Pure luck. But luck he wasn't about to complain about. Then his memory drifted back to something strange he had noticed before the battle. A brief glimmer. Curious, he searched the area, and eventually found a small object. It looked like the broken tip of an arrow, or perhaps part of a shattered sword. Maybe it belonged to the investigation team. Whatever it was, the shape and color felt strangely familiar, as though he'd seen it somewhere before. As Min-jin examined the object, a movement stirred behind him. More monsters were approaching. At the same time, another realization struck him. He had just unlocked a brand new skill, and hadn't tested it yet. The timing couldn't have been better. Officially, his mission was complete, but there was no reason to leave immediately. A few extra monsters would make perfect practice targets. After clearing the remaining creatures from the dungeon, Min-jin left feeling satisfied. The mission was done, his new skills were tested, and his free day was still ahead of him to cap off what felt like a productive day. He decided to spend some time playing his favorite game, DPF, for a while. Everything felt peaceful. That peace vanished the moment he returned to camp. Something was different. The atmosphere had turned heavy. Faces were serious. The mood across the platoon felt tense. John quickly informed him of the reason. The rumors were true. A genuine tin can dungeon had appeared, and next week they would be participating in a large-scale combat exercise known as the Hunter Field Maneuvers. Every platoon would begin from separate locations inside the dungeon and advance toward the center. Along the way, they would respond to emergencies, engage monsters, and endure conditions designed to mirror real combat. There would be no room for complacency. Once the exercise began, Kim Mitchell immediately started issuing orders, directing troops into position atop a hill. Before long, strange floating creatures appeared. Dark spheres drifted through the air, protected by tough hides that made melee combat ineffective. Orders came down instantly. Specialty weapons were put away, and firearms came out. The battlefield erupted with gunfire. Rounds poured into the sky as soldiers worked desperately to keep the creatures at a distance. Minjun, meanwhile, found the entire situation exhilarating. This was exactly the kind of dangerous action he enjoyed. Vice Commander Me warned everyone that if the creatures got close enough to feed, the situation would spiral out of control. Once they started draining blood, stopping them would become incredibly difficult. Any soldier caught by one was effectively finished. Minjun immediately understood the stakes. If too many troops went down, their platoon's overall score would suffer badly. That wasn't an outcome he intended to allow. With that in mind, he called out for Sergeant Lee Sun-ho. Then while moving across the battlefield, his foot slammed directly into one of the floating monsters that drifted into his path. The result was ridiculous. The impact launched the creature skyward, like a ball struck by a professional athlete. Everyone nearby froze and watched it disappear into the clouds. Afterward, Minjun found himself wishing he could simply fire dark arrows into the air. Taking down these flying pests would have been far easier. That way nearby, Kim Mitchell ordered unrestricted fire on all airborne targets. Eventually, the battle settled down enough for a short rest period. The troops received 10 minutes to recover, inspect equipment, and report injuries. Sergeant Cho immediately voiced his exhaustion. This training felt far harsher than previous exercises, and he wasn't even sure how many battles they'd already fought through. In Ho Choi answered with something far more concerning. Rumors were spreading that this dungeon might not actually be a normal, tin can dungeon that caught everyone's attention. Cho demanded an explanation, and In Ho revealed what he'd heard. Supposedly, a boss monster existed somewhere inside the dungeon. A boss monster in a dungeon that shouldn't have one. According to the rumors, it had even been captured, live, and confined within the Central Assembly area. The break ended before anyone could dwell on it for long. Mi called the soldiers back into formation, and training resumed as they advanced. Minjun suddenly noticed someone in the distance. Hunter Corps officer, 2 stars on the uniform. The moment he saw him, recognition hit immediately. Ninja knew exactly who he was. Elsewhere, a towering giant returned carrying a broken sword. An old man greeted him calmly, remarking that such a quick return suggested either a difficult mission or another case of someone blindly following that woman's orders. Examining the damaged blade, the old man frowned before asking whether the giant had been hunting demonic monsters. Again, meanwhile, tension was steadily building. At the Central Assembly point, inside the dungeon, Lieutenant Colonel Ko John Chial of the 3rd Battalion observed that monster numbers were far higher than projected. Quietly, he hoped the operation would conclude without major incidents. Beside him, Colonel John from the 1st Battalion explained that the division commander believed, overall, combat performance among the troops had been declining. Ko Jong Kial worried that the soldiers might already be stretched too far, physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lee Jun Biam of the 2nd Battalion arrived. Looking visibly anxious, he immediately asked if anyone knew where the division commander had gone. Nobody did. John simply shrugged and pointed out that, once the commander made up his mind, nobody could stop him. Even so, Lee Junbayam couldn't understand why division commander would personally involve himself in a training exercise like this. His concern deepened when he learned exactly where the commander had gone, straight toward the area occupied by his own battalion. That was when Ko John Keel revealed the commander's parting words. There was a particular soldier he wanted to see with his own eyes. Back with Minjun's unit, Kim Mitchell could barely believe what he was seeing. During hunter field maneuvers, one participant usually acted as an injured casualty. For rescue drills normally, that role belonged to an officer from headquarters. This time, however, the person lying on the stretcher was the division commander himself. Kim Mitchell struggled to process it, while the commander casually instructed everyone to take good care of him. Stunned, Mitchell immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Sergeant Ernst Class Kim attempted to explain the official procedure, noting that injured personnel were supposed to be carried according to regulations. Before he could finish, the commander cut him off. Everyone already knew his personality. There was no chance he would allow himself to be carried around. Seok-yong firmly refused to participate in that portion of the drill and ordered them to continue the exercise normally. The entire platoon stared in stunned silence. Minjun, meanwhile, couldn't stop thinking that this training was completely insane and incredibly fun. The dungeon continued, throwing challenge after challenge at them. Different monsters appeared constantly, each carrying unique dangers. Added traps and special scenarios turned the entire exercise into something that felt almost identical to a real dungeon expedition. At one point, Private Jin Chiho of 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad found himself in serious trouble. Exhausted and panicking, he failed to bring down a frog-like monster, charging directly at him before disaster could strike. Minjun stepped in one hit. The monster dropped instantly. As he continued fighting, Minjin noticed something interesting. Even basic swordsmanship, a seemingly simple skill, was making a noticeable difference. His strikes felt sharper, more efficient, more powerful for the first time. He began to think this brutal training might actually be the perfect environment for growth. Still breathing hard, Chiho quickly thanked him for the save. From a distance, Siak Yong watched everything unfold across the battlefield, and as he observed the chaos, even he had to admit it. This might be the most difficult hunter and field maneuvers exercise they had ever conducted. Meanwhile, Kim Mikkel called out to the exhausted troops, urging them to hold on just a little longer. Until the next break, the soldiers pushed forward on sheer determination. But among them, one figure stood out more than anyone else. Kim Min-jun continued moving, as if fatigue barely existed. Elsewhere in the northern section of the dungeon, Private Unost class Son Yuna was putting on a performance of her own. Monster after monster fell before her, sweat poured down her face, and her breathing grew heavier with every exchange. Yet she refused to slow down when another female soldier found herself moments away from being attacked. Yuno immediately rushed in and eliminated the threat without hesitation. Thanks to efforts like hers, the platoon had managed to reach this stage of the exercise without suffering any major injuries. From a distance, Seokjeong watched with visible satisfaction. Standing nearby, Kim Mitchell acknowledged just how capable the platoon had become. When he modestly credited the soldiers themselves, Seokjeong reminded him that identifying talent and bringing out the best in good troops was also the responsibility of a leader. He encouraged Mikkel to see the training through to the end with confidence, and the platoon commander responded with genuine gratitude. Then without warning, Seokjeong lost his balance. Sergeant First Class Kim Mi reacted instantly, scolding him for relying too heavily on one arm. Instead of supporting himself properly, Seokjeong immediately accepted the criticism and apologized nearby. Corporal Lee Sung-woo found himself cornered by a younger soldier, eager to ask questions. Since it was Lee's second time participating in hunter field maneuvers, the rookie naturally assumed he'd have answers. Lee shut him down immediately, but as the unit prepared to move again, the younger soldier repeated something he'd heard about. A hole ahead this time. Lee nodded and confirmed it. A dungeon hole. The younger soldier stared at the enormous pit in front of them. He understood it was a hole. What he didn't understand was why everyone seemed to care so much. Lee sighed and figured the kid must have slept through the briefing. According to the most widely accepted theory, dungeons were connected to entirely different dimensions through some kind of gateway. Yet despite that connection, dungeons weren't infinite. They had limits, boundaries. And within those unstable spaces, there were areas where the connection weakened or broke apart altogether. Those unpredictable distortions were known as dungeon holes. Another soldier nervously asked, what would happen if someone crossed into one or wandered beyond the dungeon's edge? Lee admitted nobody really knew. Most believed a person would simply be relocated somewhere else, inside the dungeon, appearing somewhere random without warning. Then something unexpected happened. A sudden disturbance spread through the group. Someone had appeared. A female soldier lay on the ground, looking weak and disoriented. Kim Mikkel immediately stepped forward and reassured her. He explained that the situation had already been reported to the 4th Battalion, and told her not to worry. The soldier anxiously asked whether her battalion was safe. Mikkel gently confirmed that everyone was unharmed, and if anything they were more worried about her than she was about them. He explained that training had been temporarily halted to focus on recovering Private First Class Sun Yuno. The report had already been filed, and operations would likely resume soon. Relief washed over Yuno's face. As she quietly thanked him, Kimmy reminded her that a fractured foot wasn't something to ignore. Hunters needed to protect their bodies just as carefully as they developed their combat skills. Mikkel added that at headquarters had already been contacted, and a transport team was on the way. He began explaining that her participation in the exercise was effectively finished before he could finish. Another figure arrived. Major General Xiao Yong. The sudden appearance of the division commander caught Yuno completely off guard. She hadn't expected someone of his rank to be present in the field. The atmosphere instantly changed. Every soldier present understood exactly how much weight his presence carried. Mikkel quickly reported that Yuno had no serious external injuries, but her left ankle was fractured, and she wouldn't be able to continue. Seokjeong looked genuinely disappointed that only a small portion of the training remained unfinished. He then turned his attention to Yuno and asked for her report. Yuno explained that she had slipped from a cliff during a battle with monsters and lost consciousness. By the time she woke up, she had already been moved. The explanation painted a clear picture. She had likely fallen beyond the monitored area of the dungeon. Whether it had been a dungeon hole or something similar, hardly mattered anymore. The important thing was that she had been found. Seo Kyung calmly acknowledged how fortunate that outcome was. Then something suddenly clicked. He asked for her name again. The moment he heard it, recognition flashed across his face. Sun Yuno, 4th Company, 4th Battalion, and more importantly, the daughter of Sun Tiho. Immediately afterwards, Seo Kyung called out another name, Corporal Kim Min Jong. Min Jong answered without hesitation, though confusion was already creeping into his expression. Then the order came. He was to carry the injured Yuno. For a brief moment, Min Jong genuinely wondered if he'd heard correctly, but Seo Kyung's sharp tone left absolutely no room for argument. Despite Yuno's confusion and protests, the decision had already been made. To the commander, this wasn't merely assistance. It was an accomplishment. The situation was stable. The objective was simple. The injured soldier needed to be transported safely. Minjin prepared to give Yuno a piggyback ride. She looked thoroughly annoyed by the idea, but eventually relented. After Minjin casually pointed out that she was free to withdraw from training altogether, the only downside was that her score would reset. Faced with that choice, Yuno immediately chose to continue, and politely asked for his help. The platoon could only stare. Zhang in particular was baffled. After everything they'd already endured, Minjun still looked like he had endless energy left in the tank at this point. It barely felt like the guy was human. Kim Michael instructed them to remain near the rear of the formation, alongside the vice commander, and report immediately if, became too tired. The instruction felt almost unnecessary. Minjun showed absolutely no sign of slowing down. Nearby Kim Mi quietly questioned Seok Kyung about whether Yuna was receiving special treatment because she happened to be another division. Commander's daughter, Seok Kyung, answered calmly. There was no rule, stating that injured soldiers shouldn't be helped. This was part of the training as well. Mi accepted the explanation without pressing further, but then Seok Tong muttered something under his breath. Something harsh. Something personal and unmistakably aimed at Sun Tihong. It became obvious there was history between them. Meanwhile, Minjin continued carrying Yuno without complaint. Every step remained steady despite the awkward burden. After some time, Yuno offered to withdraw entirely. If he was tired, he could simply put her down. Minjin immediately dismissed the idea. In fact, he casually remarked that she weighed less than Stahl, the absurdly heavy construction material they used around camp. Yuno blinked. Datal Minjin casually explained, comparing her weight to the dense mineral, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. He even estimated she weighed around 50 kilograms. Before he could continue, Yuno cut him off in complete embarrassment, and ordered him to stop talking. Silence followed for a while, then Yuno quietly spoke again. This time, she promised she'd repay him someday for helping her. Minjin smiled so privately, he couldn't help thinking that a reward from her father might be even better, trying to lighten the mood. He brought up the Stahl comparison again. That was a mistake, immediately yelled at him to shut up, her voice echoing across the entire route. Elsewhere, Sergeant Cho groaned and complained that the training had somehow gone from difficult to downright nightmarish. Whoever designed it clearly had a grudge against happiness. Kim Mikkel checked the map and announced that only 2 kilometers remained. The news spread through the formation and gave the exhausted soldiers a small burst of energy. Then new information arrived. Corporal Lee Jun and Sergeant Lee Guy of 1st Squad reported flying monsters ahead. Mikkel instantly issued combat orders. The creatures were black rakes, tiny compared to most monsters, roughly the size of sparrows, but vicious enough to shred flesh with claws and teeth. They weren't usually lethal to hunters, but the pain they inflicted was notorious. Under normal conditions, they were troublesome. Against a platoon that was already exhausted, in transporting injured personnel, they were a serious threat. Once black rakes began attacking, they rarely stopped far away. Xiao Kong continued observing. His eyesight wasn't what it used to be, and he could no longer make out every detail clearly. Still, he understood exactly how difficult this situation was. He wasn't watching the monsters. He was watching the soldiers. How they reacted, how they adapted, how they handled pressure. One wrong decision could damage their training score. Significantly, visibility was poor. Everyone was exhausted, yet none of those factors mattered. Hunters didn't get excuses. Breaking formation to help someone might feel noble, but it could also collapse the entire squad structure. Sometimes the correct decision was trusting leadership and maintaining order. Then Minjin suddenly noticed something. Without warning, he stepped forward. The movement caught everyone by surprise. Several soldiers immediately tried to stop him, unable to understand why someone carrying an injured person would volunteer for anything. But Minjun calmly requested an opportunity. He could see the reality of the situation. The platoon was approaching its limit. Even Kim Mikkel looked stunned. Still, he listened. Then he asked the obvious question. How exactly was Minjin planning to accomplish anything, while carrying another soldier on his back? Even then, Minjin refused to back down. Mikkel made it crystal clear if this gamble failed, the platoon would retreat immediately, and Minjin would get only one chance to make it work. Still carrying the injured Yuno, he rejected every suggestion to hand her off, and chose to execute the plan himself. Orders spread through the formation at once. The platoon would withdraw, and provide covering support behind Corporal Kim. Minjun, at the same time, Mikkel authorized open fire preparations, instantly raising the tension across the battlefield. Even Seokjong looked stunned, questioning whether they seriously intended to bring down flying monsters with rifles. Engine calmly told Yuno to hold on tight, because he had no intention of letting anyone fall here. Hearing that only made her more bewildered. The entire situation felt insane. But Minjun remained steady. Moving through darkness was second nature to a dark mage, and this battlefield reminded him of the opening stages of a game. He knew better than anyone. Then he remembered Dark Arrow. The skill was still low-ranked, but in the right hands it packed a serious punch. Combining it with a ranged weapon, he unleashed it without warning. Demonic energy wrapped around the projectile, like a massive cannon shot, enormous, violent and far too fast to evade. In the darkness, one airborne monster dropped instantly. Yuno could barely process what she had just witnessed. Before anyone could recover, Minjin brought down the rest. One after another, the creatures fell from the sky, and disbelief swept through the soldiers watching. At this point, nobody could pretend Minjin was merely talented. He was operating on an entirely different level. The gap between him and everyone else felt impossible to ignore. As the final monster crashed down, the battlefield finally fell silent. The tension evaporated, replaced by exhausted relief. Soon after the announcement came, every member of 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, had successfully completed the training exercise. Medical personnel rushed in to examine the wounded, while Mikkel praised the troops for enduring until the very end. He reminded everyone not to lose focus just yet, since they still needed to return to the barracks safely. For a brief moment, Minjin found himself wondering where exactly accomplishments were handed out. That thought vanished. The second Michael called him forward, in front of the entire platoon. Mikkel acknowledged that Minjin had carried the heaviest burden from start to finish. Time after time he had stepped forward first, never hesitated in danger, and displayed courage that stood out even among hunters. Standing at attention, Corporal Kim Minjin felt strangely embarrassed, as every eye in the platoon settled on him, still sitting on his back. Yuno quietly thanked him, and asked if she could finally get down. Later she apologized to the platoon for causing trouble, but Mikkel immediately shut that idea down. Nobody had viewed her as a burden. What mattered was that they had all completed the training together. Nearby, Major General Du Sukyong watched with a faint smile, clearly impressed by the unity the platoon had shown throughout the ordeal. In the end, despite endless pressure, surprise attacks, and brutal challenges, the entire platoon emerged successful. Laughter finally returned to the exhausted soldiers, and more than a few openly admitted that Minjin had been the difference maker. Without him, things could have ended very differently. Not long afterward, Colonel Yuji, he commander of the 4th Battalion, arrived to check on Yuno personally. Yuno reported that aside from her ankle injury, she was fine. Yuji, he remarked on how fortunate she had been, especially considering she had fallen into a dungeon hole. After ordering her subordinates to transport Yuno, carefully she turned her attention toward Major General Du Seok-young and requested a private conversation regarding the training exercise. Though hesitant at first, Seok-young quickly realized she wasn't asking. She wanted that discussion immediately. That night, while most of the camp slept, Minjin enjoyed one of life's greatest rewards, fried chicken. The cook handed over an entire serving, and Minjin's eyes practically sparkled. After confirming nobody else was coming for it, he dug in without hesitation in his mind. There was no way he could allow a day like this to end without proper compensation. While Minjin demolished the meal, the cook brought up the training exercise. He recognized Minjin as a member of 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, and mentioned, hearing that their unit had been praised as the best performing platoon in the division. Minjun nodded while chewing, and the cook admitted that stories about Minjun had spread everywhere, especially the part where he handled the black rakes during the night assault. The cook could hardly believe it himself. Taking down those monsters in complete darkness sounded absurd, yet every report pointed to the same conclusion. He went on to reveal just how brutal the exercise had been. Rumors claimed that nearly 70% of privates and private first classes throughout the division had dropped out before reaching the end. Meanwhile, Minjun's attention drifted away from military achievements entirely. One bite of chicken was enough to make him freeze. The meat was unbelievably juicy. For that moment alone, everything else ceased to matter. Morning arrived peacefully. Most soldiers remained asleep, enjoying the hard-earned downtime. After the nightmare training session, nearby a handful of officers discussed the results. The exercise had gone even better than expected, and the division commander himself had been deeply impressed. After all, he had personally observed 2nd Platoon of 2nd Company, and they had stood out from beginning to end. Captain Kim Chu, from 1st Company, proudly commented that the division commander was actually pretty cool, and nowhere near as intimidating as people claimed. He immediately worried he had spoken too casually, but another officer assured him there was nothing wrong with being honest. Besides, considering the commander had disappeared from headquarters without warning, nobody had much room to criticize anyone else. The conversation eventually shifted toward the 4th Battalion commander, whom several officers admitted could be intimidating, even to fellow officers still. All roads led back to Minjin. Everyone agreed he had made a massive impression. He stayed calm under pressure, reacted faster than anyone else, and never once backed down. Better yet, he had done all of it directly, in front of the division commander. With the exercise finally over, attention gradually shifted toward the upcoming monthly meeting. Elsewhere at the headquarters of the 104th Division, Major General Du Cak Yong reviewed dungeon clearing schedules. Before asking for an update on Sun Yuno, Colonel Yuji, he informed him that the injury was less severe than originally feared. There was no fracture, recovery was progressing smoothly, and Yuna would likely return to duty. After completing treatment, the next day Oktong quietly remarked that she really did resemble her father. Then the phone rang, answering the call. He was immediately greeted by a voice that addressed him as a bearded bastard. For a second, Oktong was genuinely confused. When he demanded to know who was speaking, the caller responded, as though the answer should have been obvious. Then it hit him: Son Taeho, commander of the 107th Division and Yuno's father. Taeho wasted absolutely no time. He immediately challenged Xiaoqiang to a duel. Rather than answering, Xiaoqiang exploded, demanding to know why a division commander would call out of nowhere acting like this. Completely unbothered, Taeho repeated the challenge, and generously offered Xiaoqiang the privilege of choosing the location, trying to maintain some dignity. Seukdong asked if this entire tantrum was happening because Yuno got injured. He questioned how a man behaving like this could even call himself a general. Taeho remained perfectly calm. Yes, he was a general, and all he wanted was a little workout with the SEO Kyung punching bag, which happened to be far sturdier than normal punching bags. That single sentence nearly caused a catastrophe. Grinding his teeth, Seo Kyung muttered curses under his breath. He admitted feeling bad about what happened to Yuno, but insisted it had been part of training. Nothing worth this level of outrage. Then Taeho landed the finishing blow. With casual precision, he mocked Seok-yong for never getting married, and questioned how someone like that could possibly understand a father's perspective. That was it. Seo Kyung's face turned bright red with rage. He demanded Taeho's location immediately, and shouted for him not to move an inch, because he was coming personally. When no response came, Seo Kyung slammed both hands onto the desk, so hard that his phone cracked apart. The office fell silent. Yuji, he cautiously approached, and informed him that the call had already ended. Still furious, Seok-yeon demanded she contact Taeho herself. Instead, she advised him to calm down, pointing out that Taeho had every reason to be upset. Hearing that only made him angrier. Now he was wondering whether she had been the one who informed Taeho about Yuno's injury. Yuji, he firmly denied it. Most likely, the hospital had contacted Yuno's guardian directly. She also pointed out that Yuno had received special authorization to finish the exercise before being transferred for treatment, making it easy for the news to reach him. Those words slowly chipped away at Seo Kyung's anger. Guilt began replacing it. Looking back, he realized he should have contacted Taeho himself. He should have explained that Yuno had never been specifically targeted. The purpose of the exercise had simply been to evaluate how 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon would react when one of their members became injured. Letting out a long sigh, he finally accepted that the entire mess had spiraled out of a misunderstanding, since his phone was now little more than expensive. Debris Yuji. He called Taeho herself, and switched the call to speaker. The moment Taeho answered, his voice came through sharp and irritated. He immediately guessed Seo Kyung was standing right beside her. Yuji, he apologized for contacting him unexpectedly, and explained that the division commander's phone was currently out of commission, forcing her to make the call. At that point, Seo Kyung stepped forward and took responsibility. Calmly and sincerely, he explained the misunderstanding, and offered a genuine apology. Unfortunately for him, Sun Taeho wasn't ready to forgive anything just yet. Taeho didn't let up for a second. He openly mocked Seokyung, accusing him of trying to dodge their duel, then shifted the conversation towards something else, entirely demanding to know the identity of the man who had carried his daughter on his back. The idea that someone who wasn't even medical personnel had gotten that close to Yuno clearly rubbed him the wrong way. Before ending his tirade, he warned Seoktong to prepare himself for their next meeting. Realizing the exchange was spiraling nowhere productive, he ended the call before either commander could pour more fuel onto the fire. Seokyung's grip tightened around the sofa arm until his knuckles turned white. He shot he a glare sharp enough to cut steel, clearly blaming her for forcing him into that humiliating conversation. Then, without another word, he ordered a vehicle to be prepared immediately. They were heading to Daejeon, and he intended to settle this face to face. He wisely kept her mouth shut. Deep down, she could only wonder how two grown division commanders could act this ridiculously stubborn. Elsewhere, Kim Min-jong wandered through the base, with a single thought occupying his mind: the leftover fried chicken, waiting for him in the cafeteria. Then he felt it turning around. He spotted his Nightwalker, bouncing excitedly toward him, as if it had been waiting all day. Cute or not, Minjin was already tired of the little shadow appearing in public whenever it felt like it. Before anyone could notice, he snatched it up, stuffed it into his pocket, and headed outside to have a private conversation behind the building. After confirming nobody was nearby, he finally released the tiny creature. The second it appeared, Minjun launched into a lecture, warning it never to show itself unless the situation was completely safe. The Nightwalker looked genuinely hurt. It quickly explained that it had checked the surroundings carefully and only came because it missed. Its master, hearing that, took some wind out of Minjin's anger. Feeling slightly guilty, he softened his tone and rewarded the little shadow with a portion of demonic energy. The creature eagerly devoured the treat. Then it suddenly pointed a tiny finger toward Minjin. Curious, Minjin touched it. The moment he did, a connection formed. Images flooded his mind: what the Nightwalker had seen. Huan completely wrecked and radiating unmistakable demonic energy. Minjun's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the little guy to travel that far, let alone return with useful intelligence. Genuinely impressed, he praised his minion's work. The Nightwalker practically glowed with pride under the compliments. Meanwhile, Minjin's mind had already moved on to another problem. How exactly was he supposed to sneak out of the base? Again, as he approached the dormitory, he weighed his options. Leaving immediately might attract attention, but wasting valuable vacation days on a false lead felt equally annoying. He still appreciated the day off he'd earned. After the Yanggu incident, the moment he opened the dormitory door, noise exploded around him. The entire room was celebrating. As soon as they spotted him, congratulations started flying from every direction. Mingjun had officially been selected as the division's best soldier. During the Hunter Field maneuvers, there would even be an award ceremony. Better yet, thanks to his performance, the entire platoon had been granted a day off. Minjun's eyes instantly lit up. Without missing a beat, he asked whether he could use his leave. The very next day, the platoon commander clearly saw where this was going, but didn't have much ground to refuse. After a brief pause, he agreed to check the schedule. Just like that, Minjun secured another day off. The following day, he headed toward Heian. Something immediately felt strange. Crisis appeared to be over. Hunters were still cleaning up the aftermath, but the large-scale fighting seemed finished. Minjin couldn't understand why so many personnel remained deployed. What annoyed him most was remembering that he had rewarded his Nightwalker with extra demonic energy, only to arrive after the main action had already ended. Then someone called his name. Turning around, he saw a familiar girl lowering her mask. Sun Yuno, a little earlier, before Minjin had arrived. The female soldier station, near the civilian sector of Haiyan, had been busy sanitizing the area. Corporal Chamari was exhausted and irritated. She still couldn't understand why they were cleaning up. After completing the Hunter Field maneuvers, Corporal Yoon Hee-ju, considerably calmer, suspected this was punishment from the battalion commander. After their disappointing training results, judging by the company commander's expression, she doubted anyone would enjoy the consequences. If they complained too much, Mary groaned that a monster outbreak had appeared the exact moment training ended. Even so, she admitted, they were fortunate not to be part of the attack team, especially since several civilians had already lost their homes. During the incident, their attention eventually shifted toward Yuno. At the far end of the road, she worked quietly without a single complaint. Marie approached and checked on her, gently reminding her not to overexert herself. As expected, Private First Class Sun Yuno immediately straightened and insisted she was completely fine. Mary couldn't help noticing how quickly Yuno seemed to be recovering. Though she still advised her to take things easy, Then murmurs spread through the group. Several girls had noticed a male hunter entering the area. Mary didn't recognize him. Yuno did immediately. It was Kim Min-jun. The other soldiers could tell. He belonged to the same division, but none of them knew much more than that. Back in the present, Yuno lowered her mask completely. Min-jin froze for a second. Of all places, he hadn't expected to run into her here. Yuno immediately questioned what he was doing in the area. As far as she knew, only his battalion had been assigned support duties. Meanwhile, the surrounding female hunters were equally confused by the appearance of a random male soldier with visible annoyance. Mingjun simply stated that he was on leave. That answer only made Yuno more suspicious. Who voluntarily visited a recently attacked zone. During vacation, the questions started coming one after another. Was he making that up? Why would someone on leave still be wearing a military uniform? Without saying a word, Minjin casually handed her his signed leave document. Yuno checked it carefully. Her suspicion weakened, but it didn't disappear. Returning the paper, she asked the obvious question. If he was really on vacation, why come to a restricted area like Haiyan? That one nearly caught Minjin off guard. There was no way he could reveal the real reason. Instead, he claimed he had business nearby, and decided to investigate. After hearing about the emergency, then everything changed. A gate suddenly appeared behind the troops. Huge, unmistakable. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The area had barely been secured, and now another threat had emerged. One of the corporals immediately ordered a full retreat toward the platoon commander's position. The soldiers began evacuating everyone except Minjin. While the others withdrew, he calmly walked toward the gate. Yuno spotted him immediately and shouted for him to retreat. Minjin ignored the warning. He claimed he would buy time. While everyone else escaped, Yuno thought he was insane. Nobody knew what might emerge from that gate. But Minjin pointed out that the attack force had already left. If monsters appeared now, countless people could be caught completely off guard. He would hold them back as long as possible, and retreat if things became overwhelming. Then he asked for a weapon. Yuno hesitated. Her injured foot ached. Her instinct screamed that this was a terrible idea, but eventually she handed over her weapon. Before letting him go, she repeated the same warning. If things got dangerous, he needed to run. Once everyone was gone, Minjin finally stood alone before the gate, exactly where he wanted to be. As he approached, he reminded himself that some monsters preferred remaining inside dungeons, rather than roaming outside. Drawing his weapon, he silently hoped this wasn't one of those situations that would ruin all the fun. Fortunately, his luck held. A grin spread across his face. A red boar emerged from the gate. Its body was wrapped in dense, purple demonic energy. Then another appeared, and another. Soon an entire pack was crawling out behind it. The smell alone was enough to make Minjin wave a hand in front of his face. The monsters wasted no time. They charged every single one. Minjin welcomed them head-on. Dark arrows shot from his palm first. To his surprise, they bounced harmlessly off the boar's thick hides. Their defense was absurd without hesitation. He launched himself skyward and came crashing down. With a flurry of precise strikes, the blade cut through their skin. Still, none of them died. Ninja narrowed his eyes. Their exterior might be durable. That didn't mean their insides were. A moment later, he activated the Durank skill corruption. Demonic energy surged through the wounds he'd opened, flooding directly into the monsters' bodies. The effect was immediate. The red boars began bleeding internally. They struggled forward for one final charge. Before collapsing one after another, Minjin didn't waste the opportunity. He absorbed the demonic energy, leaking from their bodies, and delivered additional finishing strikes. To ensure none survived, the rewards appeared immediately. His demonic energy increased. Nightwalker improved basic swordsmanship, advanced as well satisfied. Minjin waited to see if anything else would emerge from the gate. Then his expression suddenly froze. A familiar voice called out from behind him. He turned standing. There were Platoon Commander Jai-hun and several corporals. Perfect timing, and not in a good way. Ju-hun rushed over and grabbed Myun immediately, making sure he hadn't been injured. Around them, the female soldiers could barely hide their reactions. After watching him crush the monsters alone, meanwhile Ju-hun had no intention of praising him. She tore into him for charging into danger, without authorization, demanding to know who he belonged to, and why he was even in the area. Rather than explaining everything, Jun simply handed over his approved leave document, and he casually mentioned that he had personal business nearby when the emergency happened. He stepped in with her. Suspicions cleared. Jae-han ordered everyone to move out, reminding them that the monsters were already dealt with, and the investigation team would handle the rest. The second she turned away, the other girls swarmed Jun, firing question after question about how he managed to fight those creatures. By himself, Dae-hun could only sigh at the sight, while Yuno stood further back quietly watching. As for Dae-mi-jun, his patience was hanging by a thread, and he was already wishing the crowd would disappear. That night, confusion erupted inside the administrative office. When a report came in about what happened in Hain, during M-jun's supposed vacation, the platoon commander repeatedly confirmed the identity, making sure they were really talking about Corporal Kim, M-jun of the 2nd Battalion. 2nd Company. The answer was yes. The moment he heard that John had single-handedly handled the monsters, and then volunteered to help with public cleanup efforts, he practically jumped out of his chair. On the other end, Yuno's platoon commander, Jin, explained that all nearby gates had been secured. For the time being, the affected, residential areas were now being disinfected, and somehow M-jun was still there helping. She admitted she'd never seen anyone behave quite like that before. Elsewhere, Corporal Yoon Heo and Corporal Cha Mari watched him from afar. Heo still struggled to believe that he had taken down Red Boar so effortlessly, considering one direct hit from those monsters felt like getting smashed by a truck. Marie, on the other hand, was practically starry-eyed after witnessing his performance. Meanwhile, John was annoyed for an entirely different reason. He hadn't gotten nearly as much benefit from the hunt as he'd hoped, since he was already stuck there. He figured helping with cleanup might at least improve his reputation before leaving. That was when Yuno quietly approached him from behind. Lost in his own thoughts, John nearly reacted without looking, and blurted out something about almost hitting her by accident. Before telling her to move aside, Yuno ignored the awkward greeting and got straight to the point. There was something she wanted to discuss. Once the cleanup work was finished, the two stood facing each other. In a rare moment of quiet, John asked why she had sought him out. Yuno immediately brought up their first meeting and questioned whether he had really cursed at her. Through a bus window, at first he looked confused, then the memory returned. He corrected her immediately. He hadn't cursed at her. He'd simply warned her that if she kept provoking him, she'd end up dead. Yuno released a long, exhausted sigh, trying to settle the issue properly. She admitted that she had lost her temper first. That day, with surprising sincerity, she apologized to her surprise. M-jun brushed the entire thing aside. He wasn't holding a grudge, and saw no reason to keep dwelling on it. Just as he started to leave, Yuno stopped him again and shifted to a different topic. She revealed that only one other person had ever achieved a perfect score. On the promotion examination, naturally John assumed she meant him. Instead, she shocked him by revealing the truth. The person she was talking about was her father. Pride filled her expression as she explained that her father had started as an ordinary private and eventually risen all the way to earning stars. Inspired by that path, she had deliberately chosen to enlist as a private, herself now genuinely interested. Mjolnir listened carefully, but the timeline bothered him. The Hunter Army only came into existence after the appearance of Gates. Doing the math, he assumed her father must have awakened, and then re-enlisted from the bottom. Yuno quickly corrected him. Before awakening, her father wasn't exceptional at all. Poor eyesight and other physical limitations had made him unfit for service. Everything changed after awakening, strengthened his body once that happened. He volunteered and chose the military path himself. The admiration in her voice was impossible to miss. Hearing the story, June found himself wanting to meet the man someday. Yuno smiled and assured him that her father would probably be thrilled to meet someone like him. Strong warriors naturally earned his respect. Meanwhile, over at the 107th Division, headquarters in Dijon, absolute chaos was unfolding. Inside the Hunter-exclusive gym, the building itself seemed ready to collapse. 3rd Battalion Commander Colonel Lee Sang-jin looked seconds away from a breakdown, while Yu-jae struggled desperately to maintain order. The cause wasn't an earthquake. It was Seok-yong and Tae-ho. The two veteran powerhouses were beating each other senseless, like a pair of angry beasts. Bruises, cuts, and swelling covered both men, yet neither showed the slightest intention of stopping. During the clash, Tae-ho casually mocked Seok-yong, asking whether he had really traveled all that way just to bring up Kim M-jun's name. The comment caught Seok-yong completely off guard. He hadn't expected Tae-ho to know anything about him. Already, Tae-ho only laughed, asking if Seok-yong seriously, I thought information like that could stay hidden. A second later, the punches started flying again. Colonel Lee Sang-jin was convinced nobody alive could stop them. Fortunately, Yu-jae jumped between the two before things escalated even further. The fighting stopped, but the verbal battle continued, both generals throwing insults at each other, like stubborn children. Eventually, the situation cooled, enough for them to leave the building. Later, while sitting outside on a bench, Seo Kyung received an update from Yu-jae. The Red Boar Gate had been completely cleared. He praised both her and the battalion commander, before she stepped away the moment they were alone. Taeho finally asked the question he'd been holding back. What was Siwak Jong really doing here? Siwak Jong answered without hesitation. He intended to promote Kim Em-jun to sergeant. Taeho's expression twisted instantly. The idea of rewarding the man connected to his daughter irritated him more than he'd like to admit. Seoktae shot back immediately, reminding him that John hadn't harmed Yuno. If anything, he had helped her. Taeho should stop charging around like an enraged bull and start appreciating that fact. Hey, Ho pointed out that Myun had only recently become a corporal, and before that, had already received a special promotion to private first class. Seokyong nodded. Then he dropped another bombshell. His long-term plan was to eventually make Jun a commissioned officer. That answer earned a weary sigh. From Taeho, he warned that Guha Kyul would never ignore someone receiving that much attention. From Seokyong, that was exactly why Seokyong had revealed everything. He wanted Taeho involved. A faint smile finally appeared on Dao's face. He admitted he'd make his decision after meeting the young man. Himself far away in Haiyan County, however, a far more dangerous encounter was about to begin. A figure wrapped in dense, demonic energy suddenly appeared before John for the first time in a while. He found himself genuinely stunned. The stranger slowly rose to his feet, an eerie smile spreading across his face. The moment he saw Minjun, looking almost delighted that he had finally found him, only moments earlier. The female corporals had been boarding their bus. John stood outside as they waved goodbye. Some shouted that they hoped to see him again. Cho-Mari looked one step away from asking for his number, only for Yunheo to immediately shut the idea down. Before politely thanking John for all his help, while the two continued bickering, Yuno shared one final glance with him. Then the bus departed to John's relief. He no longer had to pretend to be friendly. The moment he turned around, however, the Nightwalker popped out of nowhere again. Tiny creature immediately started begging for more demonic energy, acting as shameless as ever. Unfortunately for him, John was still annoyed about the earlier misinformation, so there would be no rewards today. The little shadow looked utterly devastated. Then everything changed. Its expression suddenly hardened. As it sensed something unusual, it began bouncing frantically, releasing bursts of demonic energy, while sending urgent signals directly to its master. Through their connection, John learned something alarming. A foreign demonic presence was entering their world, not through a dungeon gate, not through any normal path. It was forcing its way through the boundary itself. Jun couldn't help being impressed. The Nightwalker had detected traces so subtle that most beings would have missed them entirely. Maybe the creature wasn't built for stealth after all. Maybe its true talent was acting as a living danger detector without wasting time. John ordered it to lead the way. Several minutes later, they arrived deep within the forest. As promised, John rewarded the little creature with a small portion of demonic energy, but before either of them could relax, the atmosphere distorted the space ahead, fractured. A demonic portal tore itself open, and from within that crack between worlds, a figure slowly began to emerge. The instant the man stepped through the dimensional tear and spotted Jun, his face completely broke apart with emotion. Tears poured down his cheeks as he cried out for Master Meinl, sounding like he'd finally found something he'd been searching for forever. Jun's reaction was the exact opposite. He immediately took several steps back and told the man to stay away. Unfortunately, the overly emotional stranger managed to trip over his own feet. Before getting any closer, despite his irritation, John instinctively rushed over to check on him. Kneeling beside the fallen man, he demanded to know why he had ignored direct instructions and followed him here. The answer was nothing but tears. The man could barely speak, through his joy at seeing his master again. Watching the pathetic display, Mjolnir sighed deeply, as memories from another world resurfaced. Back then, this same fool had been moments away from death, alone inside an abandoned dungeon. Wounded and hopeless, he had already accepted the end. A monster was closing in to finish him off, when a sudden surge of demonic energy ripped through the creature and erased it instantly. When the man looked up, he saw John standing there cloaked in darkness. From that moment on, he'd become convinced that Jun was the legendary Master Meinl. At the time, Jun had no clue where he had even heard that name. What he did know was that the man was unbelievably weak. Before leaving, Mjolnir had warned him not to enter places like that, unless he actively wanted to die. Out of curiosity, he had asked for his name, only to learn that the man didn't have one. So on a whim, John gave him one himself. Lee Bongu back in the present, John grabbed Bongu by the collar and shook him, calling him completely insane for attempting dimensional travel on his own Mungu. desperately explained that everything had fallen apart. After Mjolnir vanished, the organization that worshipped him had begun collapsing without its leader. The problem was that Mjolnir had never asked for worshippers. In the first place, he never wanted followers, disciples, or occulte. Why would he have bothered announcing his departure? Annoyed, Mjolnir shoved Bangu away. Bangu immediately dropped to the ground and started crying even harder, claiming that the least his master could have done was bring along his loyal, right-hand man. At that point, John couldn't even stay angry. The sight was simply too pitiful. Shaking his head, he released a small amount of demonic energy into Bangu's body to restore some strength. The effect was immediate. Bangu practically came back to life and instantly swore eternal loyalty, promising to repay the kindness with everything he had. John ignored the dramatic oath. What he wanted was answers. How had this idiot actually arrived here? Dropping the fanatical act for a moment, Bangu admitted that his arrival felt like a miracle. Powered by faith and determination, John wasn't buying it. None of that explained anything. Someone as weak as Bangu should never have been capable of crossing dimensions alone unless a powerful existence, like the Saintess, was involved. The entire story made no sense. Finally, Bangu revealed what happened after John disappeared. He stayed behind and continued watching the giant test, because strange rumors had started spreading. Every night, eerie sounds echoed from the temple. People claimed enormous numbers of monsters were being captured there. Curious, Bangu investigated. What he found made no sense. There were no corpses, no bones, no meat, nothing. The monsters weren't being killed. They were being sent somewhere. Sent to Jun. The realization hit hard for a moment. Even Jun was genuinely stunned. If Bangu's theory was correct, then the Saintess might be directly connected to the recent demonic incidents. Wanting more confirmation, Mjolnir showed him the strange metal fragment he had recovered from inside a troll monster. Bangu examined it carefully. Then he identified it. The fragment looked like part of a temple, guard's broken blade, possibly even a piece from the captain's weapon. That answer only created more questions. Meanwhile, John couldn't stop thinking about how recklessly stupid Bangu had been. If the dimensional path had shifted even slightly, he could have ended up in an entirely different world. Worse, he could have become trapped in the dimensional gap, forever dead, forgotten, gone. The terrifying part was that Bangu didn't seem to understand how close he had come to that fate. John looked back down at the blade fragment, unable to shake the feeling that the Saintess was hiding something enormous. The uncertainty dug at him, like a splinter buried beneath the skin. 1,224 days before John returned to Earth. A peaceful sunset bathed Asgard in golden light. The Saintess stood quietly gazing into the distance. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she found John approaching. She greeted him warmly and commented on how refreshing it was to stand outside and feel the wind. John immediately killed the mood. After sleeping outdoors for days, he couldn't understand what was supposed to be so special about a little breeze. Realizing her comment had landed poorly, the Saintess apologized still. She pointed out that unlike him, she couldn't freely leave the temple grounds. The conversation shifted. She mentioned hearing reports that several members of Mjolnir's group had been seriously injured inside the Parka's dungeon. Before she could mention their ridiculous group name, Mjolnir cut her off. They weren't his colleagues. There was no cult. Those idiots simply followed him around on their own and got torn apart by dark hounds. Fortunately, they had survived. The Saintess smiled when she heard the term dark hounds. Another strange phrase she had learned from him. Stepping closer, John explained that creatures resembling Casses would be called hounds back in his world. Since the monsters looked similar enough, he'd started calling them dark hounds. The conversation wandered, but Mjolnir's real objective never changed. He wanted answers. Was Iscariot connected to the monsters appearing on Earth? The Saintess denied it. According to her, gates and monsters had existed in Iscariot for centuries. If any connection existed, it was simply that both worlds were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he was suspicious. After all, he had seen the same monsters on Earth and had arrived in Isgard through a gate himself. Even so, dimensional transportation wasn't easy. Summoning a single person had already required tremendous effort. Moving entire dungeons and armies between dimensions would be absurdly difficult. John listened, then he simply turned around and left. Before disappearing, however, he reminded her of one thing. When the day came for him to return home, she better not back out of her promise. Back in the present, John reflected on everything. He had never fully trusted the Saintess. His own investigation confirmed that Isgard's gate problem existed. Long before he arrived, he also learned that moving something as large as a dungeon between dimensions was technically possible, just incredibly difficult, even for someone like her. That was what bothered him. Why spend such an enormous amount of holy power, repeatedly sending monsters? Was she trying to draw him back? Was she sacrificing precious relics for another hidden objective? The truth remained completely out of reach. Only the Saintess knew the answer. His thoughts finally returned to the fanatic. Kneeling before him, Bongo still looked ready to die for his master. At this point, John, had given up trying to understand the man's obsession. Sending him back wasn't an option, so he settled for something simpler. He ordered him to stop calling him Meinl, and start using his actual name. Bongo's face brightened immediately. Then he proceeded to butcher the pronunciation so badly that Jun nearly regretted trying. After several failed corrections, he gave up entirely clearly. There was something fundamentally wrong with this guy. Changing topics, Jun asked whether Bongo could still use his imitation ability. Bongo eagerly confirmed that he could. John remained skeptical. He had barely supplied any demonic energy. Even so, Bongo gratefully explained that the small amount was more than enough, and that he could still transform into tiny animals. John pointed toward a nearby crow. Without hesitation, Bongo wrapped himself in demonic energy and transformed. Moments later, a crow flapped around proudly overhead. The Nightwalker immediately looked offended by the newcomer's existence. Bongo looked equally annoyed. The two seemed seconds away from starting a fight. Jun shut both of them down before things escalated. Neither had a choice. The Nightwalker would supervise Bongo, while Bongo would follow the Nightwalker's instructions. Reluctantly, both accepted. A moment later, the pair took flight together, watching them disappear into the sky. Jun finally relaxed. Then his stomach growled loudly. The reminder was immediate. He was starving several days later. Back at camp, Kim Kwang-sik burst into the locker room, looking like he had just won the lottery. Everyone stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. Then he delivered the news. The platoon's quarterly performance rankings had finally been posted. Outside the administrative office, the room instantly came alive. While Sergeant Lee buttoned his uniform, someone joked that he must have secured first place again. Kwang-sik lowered his voice dramatically. Not this time. Lee Sang-ho had finished second. The entire room froze second. That revelation alone was enough to send everyone's curiosity into overdrive. Whoever claimed first place had apparently scored over 75 points, an absurd result by platoon standards. Speculation exploded immediately. Then the door opened. John walked in casually and announced that he had returned from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals begin whispering about whether he could be the one who topped the list. Guangzi confirms it right away and adds that Jun's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is stunned, still trying to process the news. When the platoon commander walks in, and the whole room snaps to attention with a salute, the commander steps forward holding a badge, the symbol of a sergeant, and announces that Myun is being promoted. The room goes completely still, as no one can believe he's getting another special promotion. This quickly, but the commander confirms. The documents just arrived from division headquarters that morning, stating that Jun was officially named the best soldier in the entire division during the Hunter Field maneuvers. On top of that, his voluntary dungeon clearance during vacation got major recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly from division commander Seok-young himself. Now the platoon commander removes the 3 bars of a corporal from Mjolnir's uniform and replaces them with 4 bars, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit breaks into applause, cheering for their newly promoted sergeant. Everyone except John Han, who seems a bit uneasy. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before dungeon training about when John would be promoted next. It's the same paper where Kwang-sik boldly predicted 1 month and wagered his entire salary. Kwang-sik is practically glowing with pride over his win, while Jongin reluctantly accepts his loss. Suddenly John snatches the paper from their hands, making both guys freeze, unsure of what he's going to do. As John reads through it, his expression slowly changes, and when he realizes Kwang-sik actually won the bet, his face stretches into a wicked grin, making the two even more nervous, as they brace for whatever chaos the new sergeant might unleash. At this point Jun is smiling like an idiot, who's clearly having the time of his life. The reason for his happiness might just be the misery of the guys who bet on him, as Kim, Ongi and John Han are already standing at attention, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Gwangik looks like his face is about to crack, nervously offering 30% of his winnings to Myun. Myun, fully enjoying himself, says people might think he's doing this for the money, but that's not it at all. He's doing it for their own good. Guangsik bumps his offer to a important percent. Right now Myun is casually forcing Guangsik to do reps, with some seriously heavy dumbbells. Once again he insists he's not upset about the bet, or in it for the money. Poor Guangyik is on the verge of crying, repeatedly apologizing, but Jun decides to make things more interesting by adding even more weight, which sends Guangyik into a panic, just when it looks like it's too much. Myun effortlessly lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The two corporals nearby are stunned, not just by Myun's strength, but also deeply worried. Their buddy might actually drop dead, right there according to Minjin. He's not calling this a punishment, but training, since they were the ones who said they wanted to grow stronger. He then turns to the other two and calls one of them to join in, but they nervously decline, insisting they're already well trained, and make up an excuse that they're needed elsewhere. Just as they try to slip away, they freeze when they hear the sergeant's tone shift into something terrifying. When they turn around, John is wearing a wicked smile and calmly tells them, "It's a real shame. They thought they had the right to say no." Beer instantly floods their faces, and soon after only screams echo from the training room. A while later, Guangshik is completely passed out, and the other two are left panting, clearly wrecked from the workout. That's when Jun casually brings up a favor he wants to ask the corporals, desperate for a break. The guys immediately agree to anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. That's when Jun starts listing a few facts, like how soldiers ranked lower than private first class aren't allowed to use the training room or the PC room for games at first. The guys are a bit confused, but Jun just keeps going, saying they're also not allowed to use the gym, and the list keeps growing. Being informed about this, both guys take their stand and declare how unreasonable and unjustified these rules are. They look at each other and decide to work together to eliminate them. That's exactly what Minjin wanted from the start, though he still warns them not to go overboard. He assures them that he'll handle convincing the sergeants, and leaves the rest to the two of them. As soon as he dismisses them, they run as fast as they can out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangshik finally regains consciousness and tries to follow them with his trembling body, only to be stopped by Jun once again. Guangshik turns around expecting more torture, and Jun does not disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about a personnel reshuffle and informs him that Guangshik has been officially placed under his squad from now on. That means poor Guangshik has to train with Jun every day from this point forward. Elsewhere, in a completely different environment, a dungeon holds the dangerous snake mine, a snake-like monster that lives mostly underground. Unlike snakes on Earth, these creatures aren't venomous, but explode when they die. That's why their tails must be removed before killing them, since the tail acts like a detonator, otherwise they'll blow up. It turns out, Mjolnir's platoon is the one handling this mess. To prevent an explosion, the platoon commander and his squad are carefully cutting off tails, so they can clear the dungeon safely. Normally, a small team of experienced hunters is assigned to creatures like these, but this time it's different. While Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked by one of these monsters, the tail is suddenly severed, and the creature taken out by none other than Minjin, who has already dealt with tons of these in Isgard, all on his own. While Jun is as refreshed as ever, the others are completely exhausted, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest beneath the shade of trees. Sergeant Lee inspects his weapon, and Jun is all smiles because he just unlocked a new skill, called Agility Boost, which increases his agility stat by 5. He wishes a class-specific skill would pop up, but even this one feels pretty great. As he's checking out his stats, a familiar voice suddenly speaks to him. Through telepathy, it's obviously the clueless Bongu, letting Jun know that he has detected a strong wave of demonic energy that immediately puts Jun on alert, and he's eager to know where this fool is, but he gets hit with a shock when Bongu says he's in Incheon right now. A few days later, on the weekend in ancient metropolitan city, John finally arrives at the location. Bongo lands on his shoulder and explains that he didn't do anything reckless and only kept watch the entire time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects this could be the byproduct of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday, but someone is definitely inside now, and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bongu wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Minjun barely made it out for an overnight stay. Still, he puts on his mask, ready to move in. He knows this might technically look like trespassing, but in his eyes, they're just getting rid of something dangerous, hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, John scans the room and spots a purple crystal resting on top of the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he senses the demonic energy radiating from it, though it doesn't feel harmful. Just as he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. John knows he's been caught red-handed, but doesn't dare turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Ono. A little while ago, Yuno was in her bedroom, completely unaware that a familiar guy had just intruded into her house. She was casually chatting with her mom on the phone, who sounded pretty excited, to tell her about going on a movie date with her dad. Yunio couldn't help but smile, thinking how her dad can be cute sometimes. While she was typing a message, a strange rattling sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert. Wasting no time, she opened the door and peeked outside. When she realized the noise was coming from downstairs, she quietly snuck down to check it out, and that's when she spotted a hooded man approaching the crystal without hesitation. She told the intruder not to move, and convinced that no one these days would be dumb enough to be a thief, she demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Jun slowly turned around, eyes wide with shock. He never imagined he'd run into Yunio again, especially like this. The whole situation felt ridiculous. He had come looking for a dungeon byproduct, giving off demonic energy, and the house just happened to be Yunos. To top it off, Bongo quickly pointed out that it was the dumb knight, Walker, who detected it first. Not him. Well, it's no surprise to find this item at the division commander's house. Considering his role in the Hunter Corps, the real coincidence is that this girl just happens to be home today. It's like fate keeps throwing them together no matter what, just like it did back in Huang, and that thought alone makes Jun frustrated, but his attention quickly shifts to the alert girl behind him, who is now commanding him to put his hands behind his back and freeze, of course. Jun, being greedy, as always, decides he's not leaving after coming all this way. When he ignores her warning, Yuno launches a high kick, but John dodges it with ease. While digging through his pocket for a pen and a folded piece of paper he had been randomly carrying around, still focused on getting this so-called robber to leave, Yuno throws a flurry of punches using her boxing skills, but Jun, staying true to himself, keeps dodging every single one, while casually scribbling on the paper. When she jumps into the air for a kick, Jun's gaze shifts to her movements, and he admits to himself that she's really good, and will probably get promoted to sergeant soon. Eventually, after dodging enough and clearly getting bored, he blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and shoves the paper into her hand. Yunio starts sensing that this guy isn't just some thief, but someone who's clearly trained. She tries to hit him one more time with a kick, but as expected he dodges it again, and uses the chance to create some distance, while keeping his eyes on the crystal. Then, with a clever dash, Jun rushes forward, but instead of attacking, he grabs the crystal and leaps out the balcony window, like it's nothing. Yuno stands there on the balcony, frustrated that she didn't land a single hit, and then notices the paper he forced into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opens it, and her face turns crimson red, as she becomes absolutely livid, because all he wrote on it was the word, BB, just to piss her off like always. John manages to escape the house, and finds a safe spot near the woods. Without wasting time, he pulls out the crystal and starts inspecting it, immediately noticing that it holds more demonic energy than most monsters he's encountered. The fact that a 2-star from the Hunter Corps had this just lying around at home tells him it's clearly harmless to humans. But that doesn't explain the weird energy coming from it. He's certain now that it's a monster crystal, but it's unlike any he's ever seen, even back in Igard. Monster crystals are rare minerals found in monsters, and they vary based on the age and danger level of the creature. Each one contains a certain amount of mana, proportional to its size, which is why they're considered valuable loot for any hunter. But a crystal packed with demonic energy, that's something completely new to Minjun. He's never seen or even heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal splits open, and without missing the chance, Maestjun immediately absorbs all the demonic energy into his body. Right away, a system notification pops up, telling him that his demonic energy stat has shot up by a ridiculous amount. Getting such a major power boost, without even lifting a finger, makes the whole trip more than worth it. Whatever the Saintist might be planning, behind the scenes, Mjolnir knows he can't waste time worrying about it. Just then, another update appears from the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 new skills, Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Mjolnir is more than happy to gain new skills, and quickly checks the details. For Demonic Energy Singularity, which allows his demonic energy to become colorless and odorless, making it undetectable to the surroundings. This puts him at ease, since he was getting worried that, the higher his demonic energy stats rose, the harder it was becoming to control, the pressure it released, so this skill was exactly what he needed. On top of that, the Demonic Grasp skill lets him physically control demonic energy. To test it out, he extends his hand and points at Dumbongu, who immediately gets lifted into the air. Myun isn't sure if there's a weight limit, but it's still impressive. After that, he gives both Bonggu and Nightwalker a task, to search for dungeons and their byproducts, suspected of holding demonic energy. As a small reward he tosses each of them a bit of demonic energy to snack on. But of course the two idiots start fighting over whose portion is better. When John turns around to glare at them, they suddenly act like lifelong brothers, who have never had a disagreement. In a surprisingly good mood, John asks Bongo if he's ever had Korean food before. And just like that, the three of them head to a Korean restaurant. The table is filled with all kinds of dishes, and the moment Bongo takes his first bite, he bursts into tears, overwhelmed by how delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes John question just how dumb this guy is, while the waiter stands there, completely stunned by the performance. Still as John watches him eat, a small smile creeps onto his face. He remembers what they used to eat in Isgard, dry, flavorless biscuits, and realizes this might be Bongu's very first real meal. Instantly John's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. When he checks it, he sees a flood of messages from Guangshik, practically begging him to respond. Guangshik sounds like he's on the verge of a breakdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that their guerrilla training starts next week, and that the schedule looks absolutely insane. Fast forward a bit, and the guerrilla warfare training has officially kicked off for the awakened soldiers, who have surpassed the limits of normal humans. At first, the training looks pretty standard. Squats, burpees, the usual, but while most of the soldiers are struggling to keep up, looking half dead already, June is the only one actually enjoying himself. By the time they get to the third course, with 3 rope bridges, he's swinging across them like a kid on a playground, while the rest are clenching every muscle just to avoid falling off. Then come the drop-down drills, which he nails effortlessly too. Finally, a man in a hazmat suit shows up and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem until the 4th verse and the full Hunter military pledge. After that, they're dismissed. Most of the soldiers drag themselves straight to their beds, which are just as uncomfortable as the food. They're about to face others, sit in misery, staring down at the disgusting meal in front of them, clearly regretting everything. They expected rest and something edible after training, but instead they're stuck with food that's barely fit for consumption at this point. Some of them genuinely wonder if the division master holds a personal grudge against them. On the contrary, June is actually acting like a lunatic, devouring the food, like he's dining on a 7-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys nearby is too scared to eat much, terrified of what the washroom might be like afterward. Later that night, the platoon commander, Captain Seo Jong, arrives at the camp. Sergeant Lee immediately stands up and salutes the seniors. The commander tells everyone to be at ease, and informs them that since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will be standing watch at the camp. Instead, he also congratulates them for doing well in the training so far, but his tone shifts as he brings up something more serious. With full determination, he suddenly shouts, commanding everyone to give their absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, each platoon is hyped up, cheering on their own squads. The trench combat itself is pretty straightforward. In a square arena meant to simulate a trench, the objective is to either push your opponent out or defeat them within the bounds. 2 heavy soldiers are currently dominating, throwing people around like rag dolls and slamming them into the ground. The losing soldiers pile up one after another. As the referee calls an end to the match, it's the 16th round, 3rd fight, and the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company, 1st Platoon 1st Squad, takes the win. No weapons are allowed, and no one is allowed to bring in outsiders. It's all about raw physical strength. Despite how it looks, trench combat holds special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division. During this hunter guerrilla training, the 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Junbong, is stunned to see them win, finding their strength insane, especially since these are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel Jan Siu-kun from the 2nd Battalion agrees, and reminds him that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged in together, that heavy guy Cho Sunung Woo pushed them all out by himself. But then the 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Ko Jong Chil, casually drops the info that Sergeant Chung Woo recently passed his promotion exam, yet the 1st Battalion has been stalling it. This instantly sets off Junium, and he starts yelling at Sion, accusing him of delaying the man's promotion, just so he could keep using him in trench combat, since a higher rank would have made him ineligible. Sungun loses it too, denying everything, and insisting he never agreed to any of that. This kind of clash was expected. Trench combat always turns into a proxy war, between battalion commanders, while Colonel Ko Jongcho watches with a smug grin. Enjoying the chaos, the 4th Battalion commander Yujai keeps quiet when the referee announces that next up is the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad. Yujai Hai looks a bit nervous. Since only one squad from her entire battalion made it this far, everyone knows that the training gets tougher for battalions that underperform. Kai Sanong Wu and his team step away from the stage, while M. Jun and his team are sitting at the corner, watching the match. That is when Chosanang Wu spots M. Jun and greets him for the very first time. He confirms that he is the same hunter M. Jun from the 2nd Battalion. At first he seems to be very happy to meet M. Jun, claiming that he never thought he would meet a celebrity here, the fastest to become the sergeant, but then he scoffs, as he had high expectations because of the rumors, declaring that M. Jun is really stupid. As soon as Guang Geek and Zhong Han Young hear this, they both get angry and stand up to deal with this, but they both get frozen in their place when that giant guy puts his hands on both the guys to stop them, declaring that he meant to say it in his heart. With a smirk he apologizes and leaves with his squad. With a mocking laugh, both Guangxik and Han are left angry, their faces crimson red, but M. Jun tells them that it is all okay. Even after hearing that, Guangxik's fury refuses to cool down. In his mind, that giant deserved to be flattened on the spot. Strangely enough, M. Jun looked calm at first glance. But beneath that expression, his anger was boiling hard enough to turn his face red. Somehow he forced it down, and reassured the others that there was no need to rush. Their paths would cross with that bull-headed brute again soon enough, and when that happened, they'd settle everything properly. The trench tournament continued, and attention shifted to the 4th Battalion's 4th Company, 4th Platoon. 4th Squad Corporal Chamry sat with a sour expression, clearly irritated to her. The entire event felt pointless. It was exhausting, unnecessary, and worst of all, involved physical contact, something she absolutely hated. Nearby Corporal Yun Heo shared the frustration, complaining that the whole system felt unfair. Every time their battalion underperformed, they ended up suffering for it. He couldn't understand why everyone was fighting so hard over the title of some so-called guerrilla king, while Hugh grumbled. Marie's concern was elsewhere. Their battalion commander was already in a terrible mood, and with their squad being the only survivors from the entire battalion, the pressure was crushing. One glance at their commander's stern face was enough to make her nervous. Soon the referee called their unit forward. Their squad leader, Sergeant Oatmeal, immediately fired them up, declaring that they were taking the crown. No matter what, she looked completely confident, practically radiating energy, while the rest of the squad was just trying not to crack under the pressure. The match began. Marie immediately started weaving across the arena, avoiding contact at all costs. Hugh dug her heels in and struggled against her opponent head-on. Further back, Hajin and Kim Nan were in trouble, caught by a massive soldier who had grabbed both of them at once. Then everything changed in an instant. A hand shot out, seized the giant by the collar, and hurled him across the arena like discarded luggage. It was Oatmeal. Before anyone could process what happened, she lowered her stance and exploded forward. Her tackle landed with devastating force, blasting the soldier out of the arena and knocking him unconscious. Just like that, one opponent was gone. Oatmeal casually brushed off her hands and turned toward her squad, only to find Mari still sprinting around the battlefield. One soldier finally thought he had cornered her. A grin spread across his face as he reached out. A second later, Mari grabbed his arm and slammed him into the ground, with such force that the impact echoed through the arena. Spectators stared in disbelief. Oatmeal couldn't hide her satisfied smile, while Mari glanced at the unconscious soldier and reminded him that he'd been warned not to touch her with that nuisance gone. Attention shifted to Yun Heo. She was still locked in a struggle with her opponent. The man smirked as backup arrived beside him, convinced victory was guaranteed. What he didn't realize was that he was the one in danger. In a flash, his body flipped upside down and sailed out of the arena. Yuno had stepped in. Her timing was flawless, and the moment she removed one threat, Hugh capitalized on the opening. Grabbing her distracted opponent, she slammed him onto his back with everything she had. Now only two monsters remained, both towering walls of muscle. They had never expected the girls to eliminate even one of their teammates. After seeing what happened, they decided to stop playing around. With confidence, they charged forward, declaring themselves the winners. Then Oatmeal stepped in, using both arms. She stopped them cold at first. The two giants laughed, convinced she was out of her mind. Then their smiles faded, no matter how hard they pushed. She didn't move an inch. Confusion spread across their faces as they realized they couldn't overpower her. Before they could recover, the rest of her squad rushed in, working together. They launched both heavyweights out of the arena. In one coordinated sweep, the audience exploded. The referee declared the match over, and the 4th Battalion squad celebrated their victory. Watching from the sidelines, Moon quietly acknowledged what he had just seen. The girls weren't relying on luck. Their teamwork was solid, their coordination sharp, and their combat skills impressive. Even Guangxik and Hanyang had to admit it. In their eyes, this squad looked like the perfect candidate to challenge Sunong Wu in the quarterfinals. The thought of that giant finally getting humbled sounded amazing still. Hanyang secretly hoped Sunong Wu survived until the finals. He wanted the chance to beat the guy personally. Looking at the girl's strength, though, he wasn't sure that opportunity would even happen. Then again, they had Jun and Lee Sung-ho, as far as they were concerned. Losing wasn't even part of the conversation. At that moment, Mari spotted Jun and immediately started waving at him. John remained as expressionless as ever. Unfortunately, Guangxik and Hanyang completely misunderstood the situation. Both instantly blushed. Convinced the wave was meant for them, Yunhyu looked ready to lose her mind, and called Mari out for acting like a hopeless simp. The irony was that the two idiots were somehow even worse, already cheering for the 4th Battalion, instead of focusing on their own upcoming fight. Watching the disaster unfold, Jun couldn't help letting out a small laugh. These two really were hopeless. Up at the judges' table, Colonel Lee Jun-biam looked thoroughly disappointed. He had expected far more from the men. Glancing toward the 4th Battalion commander, he asked if she was satisfied now. She simply remained silent and offered no response. Soon the referee announced the next matchup. This time Moon's squad was called. At the same moment, Yujai's gaze settled on him. This was the same soldier. Seokyong seemed strangely obsessed with curiosity took hold, and she found herself genuinely interested in seeing what kind of hunter could attract that much attention. As the squad walked toward the arena, Hanel casually informed Jun that winning the tournament came with a vacation reward. The reaction was immediate. Jun's expression darkened. The last thing he wanted was to spend a vacation, trapped with a bunch of idiots. Guangxik and Hanyang burst into laughter, joking that maybe they should just surrender. First place John ignored them completely, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. He smirked and declared that they would absolutely win the vacation. The only difference was that he planned to enjoy it, very far away from them. The teams lined up across from one another. The instructor gave the signal. The whistle blew. The battle began. Hanyang and Lee Sung-ho charged immediately. While Sergeant Kim Jun remained perfectly still, Lee Sung-ho grabbed two opponents around the waist and started driving them backward. Without effort, Guangxik targeted another soldier, casually commenting on how light he felt, before lifting him with ease. Across the arena stood one final obstacle, a massive mountain of muscle. The giant sized up Hanyang and Lee Sung-ho, trying to decide which one to crush first. Then Jun stepped forward, looking the man over. He decided this was the perfect test subject. The giant charged. A small smile appeared on Mjolnir's face. His control wasn't perfect yet, but it was good enough, activating demonic energy grasp. He suddenly interfered with the man's balance. The result was immediate. The giant crashed face first into the ground, confused and furious. He scrambled back up and charged again. Once more Mjolnir manipulated his balance, yanking his arm off center and sending him sprawling. Now, the giant looked genuinely shaken. Meanwhile, John realized he couldn't keep using the skill so openly. If he overdid it, people would start asking questions. Calmly, he motioned for the man to stand again. This time, there would be no tricks. The giant rushed forward. Mjolnir met him head-on. Relying purely on his physical strength and enhanced agility, he exploded forward, wrapped his arms around the giant's waist, and threw him backward. The match ended instantly. Their squad advanced without difficulty afterward. Jun pointed out something the others hadn't noticed. Despite their victory, they wouldn't be meeting the 4th Battalion. Girls in the finals, Guangxik and Hanel, looked visibly disappointed. The announcement for the championship match soon followed. Both finalist squads were called forward. Their opponents were led by none other than Sunong Wu. As they walked toward the arena, Hanel asked whether Sunong Wu used to wrestle. Guangxi confirmed it immediately before awakening. The giant had competed in wrestling all the way through high school. Hanel nodded, saying his movements made that obvious. Guangxi added that he'd heard Sunong Wu dominated nearly every competition he entered. That only made Hanul angrier, especially because Sunong Wu now relied on underhanded tactics. Both Hanyang and Guangxik looked ready to explode. Lee Sung-ho had to physically restrain them. Jun understood exactly why they were so upset. It wasn't merely that Sunong Wu's team had won the quarterfinals. It was the way they had won. Their opponents had been an all-female squad. The final score was 6-0. Not a single girl had been pushed out of bounds. John pointed out that technically, Sunan Wu hadn't broken any rules. He hadn't thrown punches, and he had won fairly. The uncomfortable truth was, simply that the opposing side wasn't strong enough. Guangxi didn't care. He shouted across the arena, promising to teach Sunan Wu some manners. Watching the scene, Jun could only shake his head if they were this angry. There was only one real answer. Beat the giant themselves. Crush him so completely that there would be nothing left to argue about. There was no real reason for tempers. To be running this hot before the match even started. Yet the atmosphere was already crackling with tension. Both squads stepped into the arena and lined up across from one another. Hanyang fixed his eyes on Cho Sunung Wu and sarcastically wondered if the giant planned on defeating an entire team by himself again. Tanung Wu responded with a smug grin. In front of the famous Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, he claimed he wouldn't dare try something that arrogant. Then he twisted the knife, asking whether they could even win if he did. That single comment instantly ignited both Hanyang and Guangxi, though Sung-ho quickly kept them from charging in. Then Sunung Wu shifted his attention toward Kim John with a mocking smile. He remarked that he'd expected a stronger reaction. After roughing up John's so-called little girlfriend, the entire squad froze. Wang Shik looked completely lost and demanded an explanation. Sunung Wu casually mentioned the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, pointing out how excited she had seemed whenever Jun was around, half embarrassed and half enraged. Guangxi immediately denied it. Before anyone else could speak, Hanyang jumped in and confidently declared that Myun didn't care about women anyway. According to him, the only girl Myun paid attention to was Lumi, from Dungeon Power Fighter Silence. A painful, awkward silence. For a brief moment, the battlefield felt less like a military competition, and more like an embarrassing school rumor session. Then Sunung Wu's entire squad exploded with laughter. The giant nearly doubled over, as he mocked them for bringing up a beginner NPC, from what he considered a garbage game. Between laughs, he wondered if Lumi was really Sergeant Kim, Myun's dream girl. Hanuel immediately concluded the man was an idiot. Meanwhile, Guangxi and Brownhead slowly turned toward Myun, with expressions that screamed pure terror. Unfortunately, Sunung Wu wasn't finished. Laughing even harder, he declared that he'd heard of people like that before. Losers, who developed crushes on two-dimensional characters. Apparently now he had finally met one in person. The instructor stepped forward and ordered both sides to prepare themselves. The match would begin the instant the whistle sounded. Still wiping tears from his eyes, Sung-hoon Wu chuckled and promised to go easy on Myun. After all, the poor guy needed to make it home safely, to his precious Lumi. The whistle blew. The battle began. Both teams surged forward. Only one person remained still. Kim Jun. Sunung Wu charged directly at him, grinning as he asked whether Jun was still daydreaming. Then Jun moved without warning. He snapped his head forward and smashed his forehead straight into Sunung Wu's face. The impact rang through the arena. Everything stopped. Even the spectators froze. A swollen red mark immediately appeared across Sun Wu's forehead. Somehow he forced a smile and awkwardly claimed he'd simply taken a bad step. Looking toward the officials, he asked for mercy this one time. The coach glanced at the judges. After receiving a silent approval, he announced that the incident would be overlooked. However, he reminded everyone that striking was prohibited and would not be tolerated going forward. Sunung Wu's smile twitched. His eyes definitely weren't smiling anymore. Still, he maintained the act and called Mjolnir's little stunt cute. He also made it clear that any mercy he might have shown before had officially disappeared. The match resumed. Mjolnir smirked. Apparently he wasn't finished being cute. Instead of attacking Sunung Wu, he suddenly dashed toward Hanyang and his opponent. Before either man could react, John slammed into both of them and launched them out of bounds together. Even Hanyang, his own teammate, wasn't spared clearly. John still remembered that Lumi comment. Sunung Wu stared in disbelief. Then it happened again. Jun rushed Guangxi and his opponent, throwing both out of the arena in one move. Next came Lee Sung-ho. Unlike the others, Sung-ho stood his ground, calling Jun a complete psychopath. He reinforced his body and prepared to resist. For a short time he actually managed to hold out, then Jun overpowered him anyway. Sung-ho joined everyone else outside the arena. Now only two men remained. Kim Yun, Shozazunung Vu. A dark grin stretched across Jun's face. Wisps of sinister energy escaped his mouth. His eyes looked almost entirely white, while every muscle in his body seemed packed with explosive power. For the first time all day, Sunung Wu felt genuine fear. Looking at Jun felt like staring into the eyes of a lunatic. One of the officials immediately stood up and demanded the match be stopped. According to him, Jun was eliminating his own teammates. Another judge calmly pointed out that no rules had been broken. The protest continued. Even if it wasn't technically illegal, surely throwing out your own squad wasn't normal. The argument grew louder, but the judges refused to interfere. Meanwhile, Jun had already stepped forward and grabbed Sunang Wu. The giant's confusion reached new heights. First, this man had gone out of his way to create a one-on-one situation. Now he wanted to wrestle. Sunang Wu convinced himself, Jun had made a mistake. Strength alone wasn't enough in wrestling. Technique mattered, digging deep. He unleashed everything he had and executed a powerful throw. Mjolnir didn't move, not even slightly. Giant strained harder. Nothing. Then Mjon casually lifted him off the ground. A moment later, Sunang Wu hit the arena floor hard. Mjon calmly told him to stand back up. Sunang Wu obeyed at this point. Alarm bells were ringing in his head. This man was dangerous, very dangerous. Trying to save himself, he forced out an awkward laugh and announced his intention to surrender. He never finished the sentence. Mjon grabbed him again. Another brutal suplex. The giant crashed into the ground. Mjon informed him that surrender would have to wait. Then he lifted him again and threw him again. Before a third slam could happen, Sunang Wu desperately shouted that he gave up. He was done. Completely done. Mjon looked him directly in the eyes. Then, in the most serious tone imaginable, he delivered the message that apparently mattered more than the tournament itself. Lumi Nuna was not some random two-dimensional character. She was his absolute favorite. The next slam hit harder than all the others. Foam began forming at the corner of Sunang Wu's mouth. The coach immediately ended the match and declared the victors 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, the champions. After stepping off the stage, Jun looked toward the same teammates. He had personally thrown out of the competition. Somewhat awkwardly, he admitted he might have gotten carried away. The response shocked him instead of being angry. Everyone celebrated. Guangxik called it the greatest match he had ever witnessed. Watching the infamous Cho Sunang Wu get destroyed in a direct one-on-one was apparently worth everything. Hanyang agreed. Seeing the giant flattened had been incredibly satisfying. He even asked whether John had eliminated his own teammates, purely to make the fight more dramatic. John quietly reflected on how positive these people somehow remained. Then Lee Sung-ho spoke. Unlike the others, he wasn't smiling. No matter the reason, he said taking out teammates could never be justified. He admitted he was genuinely disappointed. Before walking away, after putting some distance between himself and the group, Sung-ho finally smiled. Deep down he knew one thing. He couldn't afford to relax. One day, John might target him next, and when that day came, Sung-ho intended to be the one standing victorious. Later medals were awarded to the winners by Molly. Elsewhere, Sir Hunter stepped outside the tent, searching for a bathroom, as he complained about having to endure guerrilla training despite being part of the Hunter Corps. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. He turned the moment he saw Yuno standing there. His face turned bright red. The following day, shortly after the brutal but short-lived guerrilla training concluded, a completely different operation began. A secret operation. Kim Guangxik gathered the group and insisted they needed to approach things carefully. Hanyang agreed. Even if punishment came later, they still had to see the plan through. Brownhead looked nervous, very nervous. Guangxik told him this wasn't the time to get scared. All they had to do was lure their targets to the rendezvous point. Once everyone arrived, there would be no escape. Turning toward Mohawk, Hanyang emphasized that his role was the most important part of the entire scheme. Mohawk remained silent. The conspiracy had begun before anyone had even recovered from training. Guangxik reminded everyone that time was limited. Efficiency mattered. Discussion immediately shifted to choosing a destination. Dongjin suggested Eastern Yongin Province, since it sat near the border and wouldn't require excessive travel. Guangxik approved and urged everyone to keep brainstorming. Then a message arrived. It was from Hunter's son Yuno. The group briefly discussed scheduling the vacation they had earned through the competition. Yuno told them to choose the destination themselves. Then she casually asked for Kim Jun's phone number. Instant panic. Hanuel immediately warned that they could get caught. Guangxik looked around and asked whether he should simply pretend not to have Jun's contact information. Nobody bought that idea. Dongjun pointed out the obvious. They lived together, served together, and belonged to the same squad. Claiming not to have Jun's number would sound insane. At that point, Hanul abandoned ship entirely, declaring the operation doomed. He insisted that Guangxik was solely responsible. The rest of them knew nothing. Then he left. He even dragged Mohawk and Dongjun away, before they could get implicated. Moments later, Guangxik stood alone with the ruins of his master plan. Meanwhile, Jun entered the gym and opened his status window. His eyes immediately landed on the changes. Strength had increased by 5 points. Agility had risen by 1 mentally. He thanked Cho Sunung Woo for the unexpected contribution. Once his stats crossed 60, growth had become painfully slow. The recent gains felt amazing. Leaning back, he began lifting weights with obvious satisfaction. Halfway through his workout, a voice interrupted him. Someone was calling for him. John sat up and asked what the problem was. It was Lee Bonggu. The man's first request was simple. He wanted more soup. John instantly snapped, reminding him that he'd already been given money to buy food himself. Bonggu politely thanked him for that, and then casually revealed that he'd forgotten to mention something important. Apparently, he had sensed a mysterious aura. John's expression twisted immediately. That was information Bonggu probably should have LED with. Curious about the strange aura, Minjin immediately asked what kind of energy Bonggu had sensed. For a moment, he wondered if it was connected to demonic power, but Bonggu quickly denied it. Whatever it was, it felt completely foreign, unlike anything he had ever encountered in Isgard. Then right as he seemed ready to explain further, he suddenly stopped mid-conversation. The reason his soup had arrived, Bongo casually announced that he would continue. After eating the moment the call ended, Minjun nearly exploded from irritation, cursing the idiot under his breath. As if that wasn't enough, his phone vibrated with a new message. It was Yuno, asking whether she had reached Hunter Kim. Minjun's number. Minjun stared at the screen in disbelief. Somehow everyone wanted something from him today, confused about how she had even gotten his contact. D'information. He decided the easiest solution was to block her before he could do it. However, Guangxi came charging toward him in a panic, practically begging on his knees. He pleaded with Minja not to cut contact. Min Jun had absolutely no idea what the guy was talking about. Guangxi nervously asked whether Yuno had already texted him, then launched into an emotional speech about how rare opportunities like this were. Clinging to Minjin's arm, he argued that a future high-ranking officer should care about the mental health of his subordinates. The logic made no sense. Minjin stared at him and immediately connected the dots. The question came out cold and direct. Had Guangxi given Yuno his number? Unable to escape, Guangxi finally confessed. He tried defending himself by saying that soldiers needed something to keep them motivated. Unfortunately for him, that explanation only made Minjun even angrier. When Minjin demanded to know if there was some hidden scheme behind all of this, Guangxi looked genuinely confused and asked whether Yuno hadn't already explained everything. One look from Minjin was enough to drain the color from his face. Standing inside the training room under that stare felt less like a conversation and more like an interrogation. A week later, the entire group arrived at Thunderland. Wearing their military uniforms, Han looked around excitedly and thanked Sergeant Kim Min-jong, admitting he never thought they would actually make it there. Guangxi instantly fired back, accusing Han of having no right to be grateful. After abandoning the operation, the moment things became risky, Minjun shut the argument down before it could escalate. As far as he was concerned, Guangxi deserved none of the credit. If anyone made this trip possible, it was Lee Sun-ho. Hearing that, the others admitted they were surprised. Sun-ho had approved the plan so easily. Some even joked that maybe Minjun wasn't the terrifying monster they imagined. After all, Minjun corrected them immediately. The only reason he agreed was because spending a day at an amusement park sounded slightly less painful than wasting an entire day with them. Han's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. His eyes widened and his face turned bright red. The girls had arrived standing near the ticket booth. They instantly became the center of attention. Before anyone could focus on them for long though, a massive figure standing behind the group stole all the oxygen from the scene. Guangxi and Han nearly mistook the giant man for a gangster. Minjun stopped them instantly and ordered everyone to salute. He recognized the man immediately as the commander of the 107th Division, someone he had seen on television, giving official military briefings. Sun Tiho began walking toward them. Yuno grabbed his arm and reminded him that he had only promised to drop her off. Before leaving, Tiho simply smiled and explained that he wanted to meet the hunter she worked with first. Ignoring her protests, he continued forward until he stood directly in front of Minjun. The warmth vanished from his face. Looking down at him, he asked one simple question. Was he Kim Minjun? Soon afterward, both groups entered the park. Chamri immediately took charge, telling everyone to hurry if they wanted to make the most of their time. Without hesitation, she grabbed Minjun's arm and pulled him forward. Guangshan and Han followed closely behind, proudly announcing that they had already mapped out the most efficient route through the entire park. The girls seemed genuinely impressed. Not everyone rushed inside, however. Sergeant Hauteville and Lee Sun-ho lingered near the entrance. Hauteville admitted that places Like this weren't really her thing. Sunho agreed, saying he usually spent weekends lifting weights alone. She laughed and said she expected exactly that answer. Before casually asking how much he could squat, the two ended up walking into the park together. While discussing training like complete gym addicts, inside the day passed quickly. The group rode attractions, bought souvenirs, and wandered from one activity to the next. At one point, Sun Ho and Oatmeal somehow ended up arm wrestling. Elsewhere, Guangxik challenged a shooting game and managed to win, only a consolation prize. Han confidently declared he would show everyone how it was done, then immediately earned the exact same reward. The girls laughed so hard, they nearly doubled over. Guangxik reminded Han about their bet, pointing out that the loser would be paying. Han insisted the rifle was defective. Meanwhile, Minjin's attention landed on the display shelf. Hanging there was the second-place reward, a limited first anniversary, Lumi Nuna Kirin from Dungeon Power Fighter. The moment he saw it, nothing else mattered. Without hesitation, he picked up the rifle. Every shot landed perfectly. One target after another disappeared, with almost mechanical precision. Even the stall owner looked impressed. When only one bullet remained, the owner informed him he still had a shot left. Minjun calmly replied that he didn't need it. He had already achieved exactly what he came for. Watching from the side, some of the group commented on how absurdly accurate his shooting was. Others wondered why he intentionally stopped before the final target. None of them understood. The moment the Lumi Nuna Karen landed in his hand, Ninja knew the trip had been worth it. The girls stared at the prize in confusion, unable to understand why he looked so satisfied. Meanwhile, Han and Guangxik laughed like idiots. Chamri simply smiled, happy to see him enjoying himself for once. Eventually, the group moved ahead, but Minjin lingered behind, admiring his treasure. That was when Yuno approached him and asked what exactly he had discussed with her father. The memory immediately resurfaced. Earlier that day, Tiho had pulled him aside in the parking lot. He apologized for interrupting Minjin's vacation. Before getting straight to the point, after placing a heavy hand on Minjin's shoulder and silently measuring him, Tiho finally nodded in approval. He remarked that Minjin seemed exceptionally well trained. Then he opened his vehicle and pulled out an item recovered from a dungeon. According to Theo, the bracelet was normally intended for hunters. Of much higher rank, however, he believed the military's evaluation system wasn't always accurate. The item could randomly boost a user's attributes, making it incredibly valuable. Internally, Minjin felt like he had just won the lottery. Externally, he remained calm and thanked him. Hiho handed over the bracelet under one condition. Minjin had to continue training seriously. He also instructed him not to mention the gift to anyone. Then he added that if Minjin ever visited Jiayan, he should call first, so they could share a meal together. Finally, his expression darkened. If Minjin ever tried anything strange with his daughter, he would kill him. Minjin accepted the warning without hesitation and tucked the bracelet away. Back in the present, he told Yuno the conversation hadn't been anything special. According to him, her father had simply invited him to eat together. If he ever visited Jian, Yuno couldn't understand why her father would do that. Minjun casually suggested it might be because he saved her life. The memory of clinging to him during that rescue instantly flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to heat up. Embarrassed, she apologized for her father's behavior. In response, Minjun flashed the business card Tiho had given him and declared that he intended to order the most expensive meal possible. Before the conversation could continue, the rest of the group arrived. Guangxik immediately asked Chamri why she had organized this outing in the first place. Without hesitation, she admitted the truth. She wanted to thank Minjin for getting revenge on Cho Sungwoo after he crushed her squad during trench combat. Bill agreed and announced that lunch was on them. The boys could order whatever they wanted. The boys instantly realized a horrifying truth. This entire trip had never been about them. Not the vacation, not the celebration, not even the revenge. Everything revolved around Kim Min-jun, and the revenge itself hadn't been for them either. It had been for Lumi Nuna. Far away in Daejeon, a crow with glowing purple eyes silently watched a dungeon entrance from atop a nearby pole below. Soldiers moved around the site, while Colonel Lee Sang-jin of the 107th Division's 3rd Battalion reviewed reports on his tablet. The cave-type dungeon supposedly contained 100 kilograms of mana stones. The number made greed creep across his face. The crow continued watching. Later, after everyone said their goodbyes outside Thunderland, the boys headed toward the bus station to return to base. Just as Minjin thought the day was finally over, Bongu called out to him immediately. Assuming the idiot wanted food again, Minjin threatened him before he could even speak. This time, however, Bongu wasn't asking for a meal. It was about a dungeon. The mysterious crow observed earlier had actually been Bongu in disguise. According to him, the dungeon felt suspicious. Benjamin reminded him that the site was still under investigation, and that he was currently enjoying a rare vacation. Bongo explained that things had changed. The dungeon had once been heavily restricted and guarded, but recently the area had become far more active. That got Minjun's attention. He ordered Bongo to keep feeding him information until he arrived the following afternoon. Minjun finally reached Jian and headed straight for the site. From a distance, he could already see soldiers transporting large quantities of mana stones out of the dungeon. Pulling out his hunter identification card, he briefly wondered whether flashing it might earn him a guided tour inside. At that moment, a pigeon landed nearby. Moments later, it revealed itself as Bongu, proudly explaining that he had maintained surveillance. The entire time Bongu reported everything he had heard. Minjun immediately asked the question that mattered most. Had there really been 100 kilograms of mana stones inside? Bongu nodded without hesitation. That was exactly what he had heard. The moment Bongo mentioned the amount of mana stones inside, he admitted he couldn't really grasp how much it was, only that it sounded absurdly large. The Minjun, however, the number was shocking even in Isgard. With all the luck in the world, he would never have come across that much energy. 100 kilograms of mana stones wasn't just valuable. It was enough to make entire organizations lose their minds. Humanity was already searching for ways to turn that kind of power into a weapon. Then it happened. A wave of strange energy burst out from the dungeon and spread through the area. Like a silent warning, Minjun immediately asked if it was the same presence Bangu had sensed earlier. Bangu confirmed it without hesitation. Though he still couldn't identify it, there were no monsters nearby. Yet the aura felt deeply unsettling, wrong in a way he couldn't explain. Minjun understood why, after all. He had only encountered that kind of energy once in his entire life. Without wasting another second, he sprinted toward the dungeon. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from the entrance and began writhing outward. The commander instantly ordered everyone to retreat, abandon the mana stones and fall back. One soldier protested, reminding him that people were still trapped inside. But the commander barked the order again. Ninja narrowed his eyes. The energy confirmed everything. This wasn't a normal dungeon. It was a fake dungeon. A soldier stepped in front of him and warned him not to approach, explaining that the situation had become far too dangerous. Minjun simply walked past him, calmly identifying himself as Sergeant Kim Minjun of the 104th Division 2nd Battalion. 2nd Company. He informed the soldier that he intended to open the dungeon from the inside and instructed him to report everything to the 104th Division. Then he jumped. The instant he crossed the threshold, the tentacles sealed the entrance shut behind him. Outside, the commander could only stare at the completely blocked gate. Things had just become much worse. Inside the dungeon, Minjun quickly located a group of stranded soldiers from the transportation unit. Private Lee Su 1, Private Yang Yang D, Private First Class Kim Seong 1, Private First Class Chu Thi Hyun, and Private First Class Lim. He immediately asked if anyone else was present. The answer was no. The soldiers looked at him in confusion and demanded to know who he was. Minjun introduced himself and told them explanations could wait. First, he needed them to inspect their equipment and confirm that nobody was injured. After checking their supplies, he frowned. That was all they had. Kim Seong-won explained that they were merely the transportation team. The inspection team had already departed earlier. Minjun's expression darkened. Whoever had sent a transport unit into a dungeon alone clearly wasn't thinking straight. Or worse, he gathered the squad and finally revealed the truth. They were trapped inside a fake dungeon, one of the rarest and most dangerous phenomena in existence. Simply put, they were standing inside a gigantic monster. The mana stones had been baited. The dungeon had lured them in and swallowed them whole. Despite the horrifying explanation, Minjun ordered everyone not to panic. He promised that he would personally take responsibility for getting every single one of them out alive. The squad asked if he truly knew how. Minjun confidently answered that, as long as they followed his instructions, survival was possible. His orders were simple: kill any monsters encountered and continue advancing. Toward the center, almost on cue, slime-like creatures began appearing behind them. Minjun stepped forward and told everyone to stay back. Each monster exploded under a single punch. One hit, one kill. The path cleared effortlessly. Watching the scene, Lim De-siang couldn't hide his amazement. He told the others. They were looking at the very same Kim Min-jong. Everyone in the hunter community talked about the man who became a sergeant at record speed, the monster of the Hunter Corps. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Sun Tae-ho had arrived. The moment he learned what happened, he grabbed Colonel Lee Sang-jin by the collar and nearly lifted him off the ground. Furious, he demanded an explanation for sending a transportation team into the dungeon by themselves. Lee Sang-jin nervously claimed he was simply trying to recover mana stones. That answer only made things worse. Taeho exploded, reminding him that the mission had been an investigation, not resource extraction, sending soldiers into a potentially dangerous dungeon, without authorization, without a raid team, and without proper support was beyond reckless. Lee Sang-jin tried to defend himself, claiming 2 weeks of investigation had suggested the dungeon was empty. Taeho wasn't having it. 2 weeks wasn't nearly enough. Everyone knew it. He accused Lee Sang-jin of gambling with soldiers' lives, simply to improve his record. Then came the final warning. Regardless of the outcome, he should prepare to lose that uniform, and if even one soldier died, prison would be the least of his worries. Back inside, Minjin continued tearing through monster after monster. When he noticed members of the squad helping him fight, he immediately demanded to know why they were ignoring his orders. One soldier explained, they simply wanted to help. Minjin sighed. Hadn't he already explained the situation? The goal was reaching the center. These slime creatures were merely parasites, created by the fake dungeon to consume prey. Once they reached the core, the real battle would begin, and the monsters would swarm in overwhelming numbers. That was where their strength would truly be needed. If they exhausted themselves now, they might not survive later. The explanation made perfect sense, and the squad quickly agreed, but Minjin's real reason was much simpler. Every monster killed meant experience points, and he had absolutely no intention of sharing them. A greedy grin spread across his face. This dungeon was basically free profit. He wasn't about to let anyone steal it. After continuing deeper, they finally arrived at the center. The core stood before them. Minjin glanced back at the squad, and immediately noticed how exhausted everyone looked. Fake dungeons constantly drained stamina from those with lower stats. If he'd forced them to fight earlier, many of them probably wouldn't have reached this point. Pointing toward the core, he explained that destroying it was the only way out. At the same moment, countless slime monsters began gathering. Minjin cracked his knuckles. Now it was their turn, he ordered the soldiers to prioritize defense and avoid unnecessary risks. Their safety came first. The squad quickly formed a defensive line, then Minjin charged alone. Because other people were watching, he restrained himself from using most of his abilities. Even so, the monsters stood no chance. They fell one after another. The creatures actually began hesitating, as if they were afraid. Minjin laughed while smashing through them, demanding every last experience point they had. At some point, it became difficult to tell who the real monster was. Then the dungeon core suddenly reacted. A poisonous cloud burst outward. Mingjun instantly warned the squad to stay back. His poison immunity would protect him. The others might not be so lucky. Preparing to unleash his powers, he suddenly felt something glowing inside his pocket. The bracelet, the item Sun Tao had given him, reacting to the demonic energy around it. The artifact awakened. Minjun muttered in disbelief. He had planned to save it for later. When stat growth became truly difficult, a status window appeared before him. The bracelet possessed a remarkable ability. It could temporarily allow its user to cast any spell they knew about, even abilities they didn't actually possess. The downside was simple, one use, then it vanished forever. Even so, Minjin couldn't stop smiling. The timing was unbelievable. Without hesitation, he activated the power of the Dark Knight. He once fought a massive demonic sword materialized. Space itself tore apart. Nearby monsters were dragged into a dimensional rift and erased with another swing. The blade ripped open a second fracture. In reality, the surrounding creatures were swallowed whole, while the dungeon core suffered a devastating strike. For a brief moment, silence returned. Then Bangu rushed over in a panic. There was a problem. The soldiers outside had planted a mana bomb at the entrance. Minjin told him to relax, they were leaving soon anyway. With that, he shattered the final remains of the dungeon core. Outside, the bomb installation had already been completed. A soldier handed the trigger to division commander Sun Tae-ho. He stared at it thoughtfully. Forcing open the gate sounded tempting, but fake dungeons reacted unpredictably. One mistake could kill everyone trapped inside. Then another report arrived. Kim Min-jong, from the 104th Division, had entered the dungeon. Tae-ho nearly shouted, "Why was that lunatic inside?" When it wasn't even his jurisdiction, the soldiers confirmed witness statements. Min-jong had identified himself before charging in. Tae-ho immediately asked whether the 104th Division had been contacted. The answer was yes. Their commander was already on the way. Another update followed. All personnel had been evacuated to safe positions. Tae-ho clenched his jaw. 4 hours had already passed. The people inside lacked proper equipment. He wanted to trust Minjun. He truly did, but time was running out. Just as he prepared to activate the bomb, cracks suddenly spread across the dungeon gate. His eyes widened. He rushed forward and ordered medics to prepare, and immediately convoys were mobilized. Armed officers were called to the entrance, and every available unit moved into position. Then, without hesitation, Sun Taio grabbed one of the enormous tentacles, covering the gate, and began ripping it apart with his bare hands. The medics rushed into position, and Sun Tae-ho ordered them to remain ready, while he continued, tearing apart the dungeon's twisted defenses. At last, the blocked entrance gave way. One by one, the trapped soldiers emerged safely. A visible wave of relief washed over Taeho's face. Seeing every one of them return alive felt like a weight being lifted from his shoulders. He immediately checked on their condition, and the soldiers proudly reported that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. Moments later, Minjin stepped out alongside the final two survivors. He snapped into a salute. Sun Tae-ho smiled and returned it without hesitation. That evening, inside the headquarters of the 107th Division, the two sat down together. Minjun explained that he had actually been on vacation. When he arrived in Daejeon, curious, Tae-ho asked what brought him there in the first place. The answer made him raise an eyebrow. Apparently Minjin had come because Tae-ho once promised to treat him to a meal, so somehow while traveling to collect that free meal, he happened to pass by a suspicious dungeon, noticed something was wrong, and immediately threw himself into danger. Minjin admitted that was exactly what happened. The moment he sensed the anomaly, his body moved before his brain could catch up. Tao couldn't help laughing. The longer he observed Minjin, the stranger, the young hunter seemed still. The results spoke for themselves. Clearing a fake dungeon alone was no small feat. Tao sincerely praised him for the accomplishment, but his expression soon turned serious. Minjin was becoming impossible to ignore. His promotions were already coming faster than normal, and after today's incident, Hunter Corps headquarters would undoubtedly begin paying close attention to him. If that attention ever became a problem, Tae-ho told him not to hesitate to seek help. Minjun thanked him and promised he would. Tae-ho then admitted that work was burying him alive, meaning that promised meal would have to wait. However, if Minjun wanted anything else within his power, he could ask. Minjun didn't waste a second. His eyes lit up as he immediately requested another promotion. Tae-ho shut that dream down instantly. That was one thing even he couldn't grant. Slightly disappointed, Minjun's attention drifted toward a crystal, resting on the desk the moment he sensed it. He noticed a faint but refined trace of demonic energy hidden inside. Tao caught the look, immediately seeing where Minjun's interest lay. He asked whether he wanted the crystal. Minjun's enthusiasm returned at once. He admitted he had never seen a stone like that before, and would love to add it to his collection. Theo explained that his house had recently been broken into, and this happened to be the last remaining specimen. Although researchers still hadn't fully identified it, they had already confirmed it posed no threat to humans. With that, he handed it over. As Tae-ho watched Minjun accept it, he found himself thinking about how often his daughter and this young hunter seemed to get tangled up in each other's lives. Oddly enough, he didn't dislike it. Still, there was one question he wanted answered. With a serious look, he asked what kind of relationship Minjun had with Yuno. Minjun answered without hesitation, "Just fellow hunters, nothing more." Nothing less. That response seemed to satisfy Dao. Immediately the tension disappeared from his face, replaced by a relaxed smile. He remarked that he had already stolen enough of Minjun's vacation, and told him he was free to go. As Minjun headed for the door, Tae-ho asked him to send in his commander on the way out. Minjun respectfully agreed, and left. Outside, Bongu was loudly devouring a grilled carp, while practically shouting about how incredible it tasted. Minjun immediately told him to shut up, before he woke the entire neighborhood. Then without any hesitation, he crushed the crystal in his hand. The stone-shattered demonic energy exploded outward. Before flowing directly into his body, his demonic energy reached a new threshold, and a fresh skill revealed itself. Demonic energy whip. A grin spread across Minjun's face. This changed everything. Meanwhile, deep within Hunter Corps headquarters in Gyeonggi Province, Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ho was absolutely unloading on Sun Tae-ho. The general informed him that the 107th Division would soon be audited, and suggested he consider himself fortunate. The consequences weren't even worse. In his opinion, Tae-ho could have lost his uniform entirely. He then ordered that Lee Sang-jin be sent to headquarters first thing the next morning. At that moment the office door opened. Another officer entered the instant he appeared. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ho jumped to his feet and saluted the newcomer calmly, told him not to push his subordinates so hard, mentioning that the shouting had been audible from outside the room. Kim Chang-ho immediately apologized. The man sat down and casually asked if the latest incident involved Kim Min-jin. Again, this wasn't just any officer. It was General Gu Haxial himself, the commander of the entire Hunter Corps. Elsewhere, another commander was racing back to the barracks. The moment he arrived, he hurried straight into the office and began looking around urgently. After receiving confirmation, he sat down heavily. Someone had clearly chosen their timing carefully. Only an hour earlier, Two members of the Special Task Force had arrived. First Sergeant Yu Taewon, Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo. Kim Makial explained that, while he understood their position, they had shown up unexpectedly, and immediately demanded a meeting with one of his soldiers, who had only just returned from vacation. Yuan politely interrupted, and reminded him whose orders they were acting under. If formal paperwork was necessary, they could obtain it immediately. However, they only wanted a brief conversation. Before quietly leaving, all they needed was Kim Min-jong. Right then, Min-jong himself arrived. The insignias instantly caught his attention. These weren't ordinary soldiers. They belonged to the elite unit, operating directly under Hunter Corps headquarters. T1 introduced himself and shook Min-jun's hand. He praised the remarkable feat of charging into a fake dungeon and bringing everyone back alive. The Hunter Special Task Force, he explained, needed capable people exactly like him. Min-jun immediately wondered if this was a recruitment offer. T1 confirmed as much. He began describing the unit's responsibilities: high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection assignments, overseas operations, and numerous other missions. The list of benefits seemed endless. Unfortunately, Min-jun only cared about one thing. Would it come with a promotion? T1 eventually reached the magic words: special promotion. Min-jun's attention instantly locked in. The task force didn't accept ordinary soldiers. Joining meant immediate advancement. To Staff Sergeant Gang Min-soo added that promotion opportunities were far more frequent there, because achievements piled up quickly in dangerous deployments to Min-jun. This sounded almost too good to refuse. Then Tuan's communication device suddenly vibrated. He casually placed it on the table. Curious, Min-jun asked if it was some kind of phone. Jang explained that it wasn't a smartphone. It was a secure communications device, issued specifically to task force personnel, due to the classified nature of their work. Something about that answer made Min-jun freeze. His expression immediately changed. He asked a much more important question. Would he still be allowed unlimited access to computers and the internet? Tuan's response shattered his hopes. Security came first. Personal electronics were heavily restricted. Internet access inside the barracks was practically non-existent. Even during leave, unnecessary usage was discouraged. Jiang insisted it was a tiny sacrifice for the prestiga and treatment that came with the position. To Mingjun, it sounded like a nightmare. Meanwhile, Kim Makil was quietly trying not to laugh. T1 handed over a card and encouraged Minjun to think carefully. Offers like this weren't given to just anyone. Minjun rejected it immediately. He was staying where he was. Both officers stared at him in disbelief. T1 asked why. Minjun calmly explained. Joining the task force meant he wouldn't be able to play Dungeon Power Fighter. The room went silent. Then Jiang Min-soo exploded. He demanded to know whether Minjun was seriously throwing away such a massive opportunity. Because of a video game, according to him, generals had held meetings over this recruitment. And now, the offer was being rejected for Dungeon Power Fighter. Was this some kind of joke? Mingjun calmly shook his head. Not a joke. The game was an essential source of motivation. To his surprise, T1 simply nodded. He accepted the explanation and announced that they would be leaving. Kim McKay all practically sprinted to the door to help speed up the process. But just as they stepped outside, Jang Min-soo stopped turning back. He declared that Min-jun's achievements were probably exaggerated in his opinion. The real reason for refusing was fear. Someone like Minjun without a few lucky breaks would never survive Special Task Force selection. That finally did it. Minjun's patience snapped. He asked how Jiang could possibly know whether he would pass or fail. Jiang walked right back over and stood face to face with him. If Minjun wanted proof, he would gladly provide it. Kim Makil immediately stepped between them and demanded to know what Jiang was trying to start. T1 simply placed a hand on his shoulder and politely asked whether they could borrow the training facility. Not long afterward, both men stood across from one another. Inside the training room, Jang Min-soo explained that the entrance examination consisted of a free-form duel against an experienced Special Task Force member. Then, he offered Min-jun one final opportunity to walk away. Before things started, Kim Yoon made it clear from the start. Joining the Special Task Force was never part of his plans. Still, he laid down a condition. If he won this match, then Jang Min-soo would owe him a proper apology. Hearing that only made Jang Min-soo's temper explode. To him, the idea that someone carrying such a ridiculous weapon could speak so confidently was downright insulting in his mind. This fight had already become a lesson in humility. Yutian stepped forward and announced the rules. 3 rounds, 3 minutes each. The moment he gave the signal, the duel began. Jang Min-soo shot forward like a missile, his opening strike slicing through the air. Kim Em-jun slipped past it, but the veteran immediately chained into a second attack. This one landed cleanly, launching Kim M. Jun straight into the wall. And yet, instead of pain, a grin spread across M. Jun's face. Earlier, Kim McHale had asked him what he intended to do. Mjolnir had casually answered that he planned to win. When he wondered if beating a special task force member might create trouble, Kim McHale admitted it could. That unit was notorious for its pride, and wounded egos often led to problems. Hearing that Mjolnir had simply smirked and decided he'd let the guy land one hit first. Back in the present, Jiang Minsu turned away from the motionless figure on the ground. Convinced the fight was over, Yu Tian announced the end of the spar and told Kim McKeel to get the medics ready. Kim McKeel remained completely expressionless. Yu Tian approached Kim M. Jun and acknowledged that dodging the first, ultimate strike had been impressive. However, from the Special Task Force's perspective, that still wasn't enough before he could finish. Kim M. Jun casually stood back up. He dusted off his uniform as if nothing had happened. For the first time, both Yu Tian and Jiang Minsu looked genuinely shocked. Jiang Minsu couldn't understand it. That attack had landed exactly where it was supposed to. There was no reason for someone to get back up so easily. Yu Tian asked whether Myun truly wanted to continue, warning him that things could get dangerous if they pushed further. Myun simply shrugged and told them to start again. Jiang Minsu scoffed at what he saw as arrogance. If M. John wanted another lesson, he'd gladly provide one dark energy flowed around Kim M. John's whip as he prepared himself. Jiang Minsu rushed in again, unleashing a storm of sword strikes. This time, however, every attack was stopped one after another. Kim M. John blocked them all. Then everything changed with a sharp movement. The whip wrapped around the sword and ripped it right out of Jiang Minsu's hands. A special task force veteran suddenly found himself disarmed. A few lashes followed. Jiang Minsu forced himself to stay calm, complimenting Kim M. Jun's skill with the weapon, while insisting the attacks weren't powerful enough to matter. A second later, reality caught up to him. The pain arrived. His scream echoed through the room. Yu Tian stared in disbelief as a massive, battle-hardened soldier collapsed to his knees. From a few whip strikes, Kim Myun raised the whip again. Now panic flooded Jiang Minsu's face. He desperately begged him to stop. Myun ignored him completely. Next, strike landed directly on his chest. The impact nearly shut his brain off. Kim Myun quietly observed the result. The task force was undeniably elite, but this was clearly Jiang Minsu's first encounter with a whip infused by demonic energy. From M. Jun's experience, even veteran orc warriors would crumple. After taking a hit like that, he lifted the weapon once more and told Jiang Minsu to stop acting superior just because he happened to be good at fighting you. Tuan immediately stepped in and told him that was enough instead. M. Jun flashed a wicked grin and cracked the whip into the ground, right between Jiang Minsu's legs. The sound alone was enough. Jiang Minsu instantly fainted. Yu Tian caught him before he hit the floor, completely baffled. The same man, who had endured brutal beatings from hordes of monsters without flinching, had just lost consciousness from pure fear. Turning toward Kim M. Jun, Yu Tian apologized sincerely. He admitted that when a subordinate crossed the line, responsibility ultimately fell on the superior. Kim M. Jun accepted the apology and admitted he had gone a little too far himself. Yu Tian handed over a card and told him to call if he ever changed his mind. Meanwhile, Kim McHale couldn't resist taking a jab at them, asking whether they wanted treatment from their medics. Before leaving, Yu Tian politely declined. They had somewhere else to be. Later, Li Jun laughed while asking where Kim M. Jun had disappeared to Kim M. Keel informed him that M. Jun was off training by himself. As usual, Li Jun revealed that he would be reporting directly to Division Commander Sokyong that Sergeant Kim Myun had rejected the Special Task Force's offer. He also pointed out that today's rejection would only make headquarters want him even more. People like that didn't give up easily. Kim McKill replied that they should probably start planning ways to keep M. Jun exactly where he was. Li Jun smiled. According to him, Commander Xiaoqiang had already predicted something like this could happen. All they needed to do now was wait and see what kind of offer the commander had prepared. The following day, Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. After hearing the full story, just imagining the Special Task Force getting rejected had him in a great mood. He admitted that if Kim M. Jun truly wanted to join them, nobody could stop him. That possibility was exactly why he had been cautious. Now that the situation had resolved itself, it was time to make a move. The commander agreed. Seoktong declared that Kim M. Jun deserved proper recognition for everything he had accomplished. He immediately made a call, asking whether the item he requested was ready. A confident grin appeared on his face as he ordered all related files to be brought to him. Back at the barracks, Li Sun Ho gathered the squad together for an announcement. Starting that day, Sergeant Kim Jun would become the commander of the second squad. Han immediately wondered whether Sunho had received a promotion. Sunho shook his head. He explained that he planned to challenge for staff sergeant soon, and already had enough points to pursue advancement. Because of that, he was handing over leadership. He asked if anyone objected. Nobody did. The squad unanimously agreed that Kim Jun was the only person capable of filling Sunho's role. Lei Dongyin then raised a question that had been spreading across the entire Hunter Corps. Was it true that Kim Jun had cleared a fake dungeon alone? The others quickly joined in. The entire community was talking about it. Kim Myun casually confirmed the story. He just happened to be in Daejeon when the anomaly occurred and ended up getting involved. The squad stared at him in shock. Kim Gwangsik immediately connected the dots. Was that why John was being appointed as commander? Had he received rewards as well? John admitted that there had been a few benefits. That answer only made everyone more curious. Several days later, inside the Goblin Colony dungeon, soldiers battled goblins, while Han Yong chatted with Eyebrows nearby. Eyebrows asked whether the rumors were true. Had Kim Jun really received a special task force offer and rejected it? Han confirmed it. He even added that Jun had beaten a first sergeant during a spar. Eyebrows found that almost impossible to believe. He also heard that the division commander had appointed Kim Jun as squad commander and planned to push him towards staff sergeant once he accumulated enough points. Han nodded again. Even Lee Sun-ho had supported the decision. Their conversation abruptly stopped when an orc burst out of the forest. With a furious roar, neither soldier reacted. The monster swung its club. A glowing whip suddenly sliced through the air. The strike landed directly across the orc's eyes. Its weapon slipped from its hands as it shrieked in agony and clutched its face. The whip snapped back. Only then did Kim Jun step into view. He had been the one controlling it. Eyebrows pointed out that the weapon was special, personal equipment, gifted to him by the division commander himself. Han added that even platoon commanders rarely received personal gear. The fact that Jun had one spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Kim Myun continued dismantling goblins with merciless efficiency. Eyebrows wondered why he had chosen a whip. Of all things, Han explained that the commander had allowed him to select any weapon he wanted, and this was the one he picked. That answer made everything click. It was no wonder he had rejected the special task force. When the division was already treating him this well, Han also mentioned that obtaining the equipment hadn't been simple. The commander reportedly signed more than 10 separate documents just to approve it. As the goblins continued falling, Kim Jun silently evaluated his new weapon. The thing was far better than he expected. Thanks to the mana stone embedded within it, he didn't even need to burn his own demonic energy to unleash tremendous power. At this rate, he figured, his climb through the ranks would happen much faster than anyone expected. The following Saturday, Kim Myun found himself sitting inside a restaurant. In Chunshin across from him sat Sun Yuno. As the meal arrived, she casually asked whether they should start eating. Myun looked at her in confusion. What he really wanted to know was why she was having dinner with him in the first place. The elderly owner brought over the food, and Yuno happily thanked her before digging in. When she noticed John still staring, she told him not to worry about the bill. She was paying for everything. That wasn't the issue. John wanted answers. How had she known he would be in Chunshin today? And, more importantly, at this exact restaurant? A realization suddenly struck him. His eyes narrowed. There was only one person reckless enough to leak that information. Kim Jun looked directly at Yuno and asked whether Kim Gwang-sik had been the one who told her where he'd be. Yuno's eyes darted around nervously. As she insisted everything was just a coincidence, Kim Jun wasn't buying it for a second. His expression darkened instantly, looking more like a villain preparing for an interrogation than someone having dinner. Under that pressure, Yuno folded almost immediately. She admitted that Kim Gwang-sik had told her where he would be, but quickly pleaded for mercy on his behalf, explaining that she had been the one who asked. Kim John wasn't impressed. Whether he forgave Gwang-sik or not was his decision, and the whole situation felt suspicious to him. Yuno blinked in confusion and asked, "What exactly seems suspicious?" Without warning, John fired back with a question of his own. Did she like him? The question landed like a bomb. Yuno's face turned bright red. Completely flustered, she denied it immediately, and demanded to know why he was suddenly speaking so casually. John crossed his arms and gritted his teeth, reminding her that they were practically the same age. If anything, she could drop the formalities too. She reluctantly admitted that part was true, but firmly clarified that she wasn't interested in him like that, and told him not to get any strange ideas. John wasn't convinced. If that was the case, then Why was she sharing dinner with him in the first place? More importantly, hadn't she specifically taken a day off? After hearing from Guangxik that he'd be out today, Yuno sighed and admitted that part was true. However, that wasn't the real reason. He brought up every strange incident she could remember. The enclosed dungeon at the training center, the red boar gate at the public welfare office, and most recently the fake dungeon incident. Every single time Kim Jun had somehow been involved. At this point she couldn't help wondering whether something bizarre would happen again. If she followed him around, the second the words left her mouth, she realized how insane they sounded. Embarrassment hit her like a truck. Kim John laughed awkwardly and told her he wasn't some kind of walking catastrophe. Inside though, alarm bells were ringing. Was she starting to connect the dots? Trying to change the subject, John noticed the insignia on her uniform and realized she'd been promoted to corporal. Yuno proudly explained that she passed the exam. The previous week John congratulated her genuinely, impressed by how quickly she climbed the ranks. It was exactly the kind of achievement he'd expected. From someone like her, Yuno narrowed her eyes and asked whether he was making fun of her, since he'd already become a sergeant. She also pointed out that he was still speaking casually. John reminded her that he'd already given permission for her to do the same. After a moment of hesitation, she finally agreed. Unfortunately, that conversation was cut short. At that exact moment, visions flashed through Kim John's mind. A dungeon gate was about to appear nearby. His mood instantly soured. Of all times, it had to happen now. And with Yuno sitting right beside him, she was far too sharp for his liking. Inwardly, John reflected on the real reason he had taken this vacation. His most reliable employee had tipped him off about a gate appearing in the area. Excusing himself, he claimed he needed to use the restroom and quietly slipped away. Instead of heading for the bathroom, he made his way toward the nearby park, where the gate was predicted to emerge there. Exactly as expected, his trusted employee was already waiting. Moon praised him for arriving on time. Despite being assigned separately from Lee Banggu, the two exchanged proud thumbs. UPS. As a reward, Kim Moon handed over a small sphere of demonic energy. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering where Lee Banggu had disappeared to. It had been unusually quiet lately. Then the gate began forming. John watched carefully. Thankfully, the cold winter weather had kept most people indoors. Still, he couldn't understand why the gate had chosen to appear in a residential district, packed with civilians. Whatever the reason, he needed to resolve it quickly, and for public safety and for his future promotion. Just as he approached, a monster emerged from the forming gate. His phone immediately buzzed, with an emergency military alert, announcing the appearance of a dungeon. John took a steady breath. If something stronger than expected came out, he'd simply stall until military forces arrived. Then the creature fully revealed itself. A hanker. Something about it felt wrong. For now it appeared to be alone. John observed it carefully, wondering how much demonic energy it had already absorbed. Its blade-like arms looked dangerous enough, but weapons meant nothing if they couldn't connect. He leaped backward to avoid the first attack, and prepared to summon his demonic arrows. Before he could act, the hanker suddenly launched one of its blades. To John's surprise, the weapon remained attached to a chain. He caught the chain mid-air, and mocked the monster for relying on such cheap tricks. The joke backfired immediately. The hanker yanked the chain. A moment later, John found himself soaring through the air. As he flew upward, the monster launched its second blade. John barely avoided it, before retaliating with a devastating punch, straight to the creature's face. The impact smashed it into the ground. For a second he thought the fight was over. Then the monster stood back up. Its jaw hung broken and twisted, but its murderous intent hadn't faded at all. Suddenly a familiar voice called out. Yuno came sprinting toward the battlefield, carrying an entire road sign. Kim Jun stared in disbelief. What was she doing here? Hanker immediately hurled a blade toward her. Mjolnir reacted instantly, grabbing the chain and redirecting the attack before it could reach her. Demanding answers, he asked why she had followed him. Yuno fired back without hesitation. She was furious first. He abandoned her in the middle of dinner. Then, she arrived to find him fighting a monster, barehanded. The emergency alert had appeared, and she'd rushed over immediately, without wasting another second. She tossed him the road sign. John caught it. Dark energy surged through the metal. Then he swung the improvised weapon, crashed directly into the hanker, and crushed its head in one brutal strike. The monster died instantly. Dust exploded into the air. Using the cover, John quickly absorbed the creature's demonic energy before anyone could notice. Once visibility returned, he walked back toward Yuno. She was stunned. A high-threat monster had just been eliminated by a single person. John credited an unnamed helper for the victory, though privately, He knew the battle would have been much easier if she hadn't appeared. Meanwhile, Yuno crouched beside the corpse and examined it closely. The chains, the blade arms, everything about it screamed irregular monster. When she finished her inspection, she stood up and declared that they needed a serious conversation. That discussion never happened. 5 more hankers crawled out of the gate. Yuno immediately switched into hunter mode. They needed reinforcements. A proper strategy, a coordinated attack. Amjun nodded and calmly suggested that she leave. Gather back up and come back afterward. Yuno nearly exploded. If he was actually planning to fight all 5 monsters by himself, then he had completely lost his mind. The hankers unleashed a thunderous roar. Kim John only smiled. To him this wasn't a crisis. It was opportunity as he charged toward the monsters. A single thought echoed through his mind. This was another step toward becoming a staff sergeant. Far away, deep within a forest, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows. After muttering a few mysterious words, a hidden passage opened beside a massive boulder. She descended underground into an enormous stone chamber, removing her hood. She revealed herself to be a woman standing before a carving of Lumi Nuna. She quietly promised that Lord Min only needed to wait a little longer. She was coming.